to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. Dot-com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Final days to shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. Ends November 30th. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Cool and sunny in Sunnyvale with highs today about 59.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky.
Take him out!
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Money time! Money time!
That's how I feel when the Lakers lose on buzzer beaters like last night. Oh, baby. What a Monday. What a Monday. It's a fun Monday. Got a little Colts and Steelers. A little Pacers, Lakers, little Suns, Kings. No Kings fans are lighting up beams this morning as the Warriors get ready to take on the Mavericks today. Warriors all of a sudden in the top 8 of the Western Conference. We'll get into them. We got some 49ers content, of course. The Niners are playing well. They won their 4th game in a row Sunday against the New Orleans Saints 13-0. They take on the Dolphins, and there's a lot of chirping going on back and forth between those two teams. Trent Sherfield's posting things, Raheem Mostert, of course. Debo's getting in on action. Going to be a fun game at Levi Stadium Sunday, 1:25. But good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what's happening? Teachers, firefighters, students, you know the drill. Good morning to you all, Spadoti, Lutman, and, of course, you, Joe Shasky, who is secluded somewhere up north. Looks like he's, man, that room looks pretty bare right now. Looks pretty naked, if I would say.
I mean, I'm in the downstairs of the cabin. It's very cold. It's chilly. I've got my coat on, my Patagonia, and so, yeah, I'm feeling good this morning. I'm wearing my USA jersey.
You've become really bougie. Patagonia, man. Really
it's
bougie.
The most warm coat that you can get. Speaking of bougie, my coat is less expensive than the one that you have on. Because trust me,
Patagonias are going for $300. Go get you a nice little North Face for about $150. Patagonias is like the new trendy. I'm not going to go there. I got love for Patagonia, but come on, man. Real Frisco cats wear North Face. What's up, Shasky?
I'm good. I didn't know I was going to be attacked at 6:07 in the morning.
I'm not getting attacked. I'm just teasing, man.
The Colts did nothing for me. I cannot watch the Steelers and the Colts ever again. I'm being real with you. You know I love you, and I know you have a sickness, and I'm sure you probably watched a lot of that game. I couldn't turn that thing off any faster. I cannot watch Kenny Pickett go 1 yard at a time down the field.
Yeah, I was watching for fantasy purposes, and I was going against Najee Harris. And at halftime, I was up 2 points. Oh. And I was like, great, this is going to be a loss. Najee's going to get 20 yards in the second half. And they announced that Najee wasn't coming back due to injury. I was like, this may be my year of fantasy football. This just may be my year, as I have 3 teams rolling right now. The other team still has an outside shot in D. Wright's league, but only 4 teams make the playoffs. So right now, I'm a half game out of that one. But no, that game was just kind of background noise. That's all it was. I've been on, Shasky, as we start, we're going to get into sports.
I've been so excited for USA today.
Dude, yeah, you should be. You should be. This is a big game. Iran. It's Iran, not Iran, everybody. Iran, as that Iranian journalist checked one of the USA players, said, it's not Iran, it's Iran. We always get our country mispronounced. Okay, Iran, we got you, buddy. Relax. I'm pumped about that game. But I've been on the Godfather hype. Godfather 1, 2, and don't hate me for this, but I did start watching part 3 again.
Part 3 isn't as bad as everyone thinks.
I'm going through it again. I watched the first 30 minutes.
That bad.
I'll be the judge for that. But after watching the Godfather 1 and 2 again, Godfather 1 by far and away is the best Godfather.
Godfather 2 is pretty damn epic because they go back and forth, and you see the rise of Vito Corleone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, and plus you have Robert De Niro and Pacino in the same movie. Like, there's a lot going on in number 2. Why I love it, and so. But number 1, I contend it's one of the top 10 greatest scenes in cinematic history when he tapes the gun into the bathroom, comes out and blasts, the drug dealer and the police officer in the restaurant. It's one of the most iconic scenes of all time.
Yes, Salato gets popped at the Italian restaurant. McClaskey, I think is his name, the cop or whatnot. And then, of course,
he's a dirty Irish guy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you said it, not me.
I mean, I'm Irish. I'm allowed to say that.
You said it, not me, man. All right, so let's go here. Let's start here with the 49ers because we'll get to the Warriors.
I'm ready for more Godfather talk.
Yeah, we could do that all day long. The Godfather's so good. And they're both 3 hours long, so it took me 2 days to watch both.
Oh, nice.
1 and 2, so I'm watching it. I actually watched both of them on my phone as I'm going to bed because Baby Chaz has been sick. She's been sick. She had the fever, so she's taken over to bed, and your boy's been on the couch.
Oh, well, that's probably appropriate. I hope she feels better.
Yeah, no, she's already better.
You'll get all of the text line home remedies that they're going to tell you to make her feel better.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you give her some Tylenol, she spits it out. You give her, she's on that hype. You give her some medicine, she spits her right out. She's
you got to squeeze it right into like a Snickers or something.
Yeah, we're going to do that into a banana because she is eating bananas. But she's been better. She's been better. She's been chilling.
I hope she feels better.
Yeah, no, but you feel better for me. I've been on the couch the last 2 days. And I'm not even in trouble. I'm not even in trouble. Your boy's back is like banged up right now. I need somebody to crack it. Oh, please. I need my dad back. Anyway, the 49ers. Let's start here because we will get to the Golden State Warriors. And I got a question for you about Draymond Green that I think will light these airwaves on fire. But the 49ers coming off of that win a day later. I know you're watching it back like I did. How are you feeling now? Do you have a different perspective on the win? You feel any differently about Jimmy Garoppolo? Where's your head at when it comes to the 49ers?
The win was fantastic. I still feel great about the win, especially when you just look at the landscape of how crazy right now the NFL is. I mean, all the teams that I thought were going to be really, really good heading into this year are nowhere near as good as I thought they were. Packers, Tampa Bay Bucks. Like before the season started, I think those were the two teams, as well as the defending champion LA Rams. I said, well, that's the cream of the crop in the NFC. And that's who the 49ers are going to have to, at some point, go through. That cannot be farther from the truth. I mean, Bonte, this morning, I've never felt, worse about the Tampa Bay Bucks, and I respect their defense, but they're broken. Something's not right with them. Green Bay, they're probably mathematically eliminated. I believe they're 5.5 back from the Minnesota Vikings right now. They're done, right? The LA Rams, they're done. They have no shot whatsoever. So it feels like the league is upside down, and I feel great about where the Niners are at, given their road to get here. The only caveat is that, man, another group of injuries, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, Elijah Mitchell, that's the big news yesterday, out 6 to 8 weeks with an MCL sprain. That stinks. So now we're going to have to see a lot more Jordan Mason. Maybe you see TDP, but Tevin Coleman is still lurking. So maybe you see some Tevin Coleman. And McCaffrey's a little banged up, so that stinks. Burford, what's going on with Spencer Burford? You're starting right guard. He's got an ankle injury. But I'm looking at Tampa Bay, and I'm looking at the Dolphins coming up here on Sunday. Terran Armstead, their star left tackle, out. He's going to be out this week. The next week, Tristan Wirfs, who a lot of people wanted in the first round of that 2020 NFL draft, or was it? So yeah, 2020 NFL draft for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's going to be out. He's going to be out for a while. So I'm looking at it saying, okay, the Niners had their injuries, but the two teams coming up here have their own issues when it comes to injuries as well. Raheem Mostert may not even play, even though he's tweeting and talking to reporters or whatnot. He's tweeting left and right, and he may not play on Sunday. So looking at the 49ers perspective, as long as McCaffrey's healthy, as long as Debo's healthy, as long as they keep Kittle healthy and Ayuk, I feel pretty good about Sunday, although I'll be a little concerned if Burford's out.
Yeah, well, definitely. But I guess at times they've been rotating Brunskill and Burford. Not every other series, but they have given Brunskill some burn there. So it's not like he's unfamiliar to the cohesion of the line and the team's not unfamiliar with him. So that's a saving grace, I guess, in a sense. I want to see how Jimmy Garoppolo's moving. Like, that's something that was not really addressed that well yesterday, and I would love to see how he's looking come Wednesday. If he's limited in his practice, I'm a little worried, because this is a team that did acquire Bradley Chubb. This is a team that obviously has pretty good cornerback play when you look at what they do on the outside. So they're going to create coverage pressure in general. They're kind of a backwards run defense. This is an interesting matchup this week, but I feel great about where the 49ers are at. And look, I don't want to become Debbie Downer, but if they end up losing a game here, for example, against Miami, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. They have built up somewhat of a cushion, and with Seattle losing, they can afford to lose a game here over the next couple of weeks and still be in position to win the division and put away Seattle and kind of be in the same spot that they normally would be had they just won out. Like, they're not getting the number 1 seed. They're probably not catching Minnesota. So, it's not the end of the world if they lose some games, is what I'm going at. Not that I want to see them lose, but you get where I'm going?
I hear what you're saying. You lose in Miami, it's an AFC opponent, AFC
It's not going to kill you.
It's not going to destroy you. However, I'm looking at Seattle's schedule down the stretch, and the Niners' schedule down the stretch is a lot harder, in my opinion, than Seattle's.
That I agree.
And so the margin for error, I would like to stack wins here and try to build a lead instead of losing some games here, because I look at Seattle, right? They're playing the Rams this week. The Rams are cooked.
I know.
They're cooked, and they get the Rams twice.
I know.
So I got 2 wins for the Seahawks
the only saving grace, and I'll stop you here, the Rams have nothing to lose out for. They've traded their pick away to Detroit, so in a normal year, they lose. They just get a better draft pick. They might be motivated to not lose out. I don't know,
Aaron Donald's dealing with an ankle injury now.
I know. But there's no incentive to shut him down. Yeah, no Cooper Kupp the rest of the year. So I just don't know what they're going to do is, I guess, what I'm saying.
It is a divisional game.
Yes.
And anything could happen.
Do they want to play spoiler?
Right. Do they want to? Then they get Carolina the next week, Seattle at home, the Niners. But then they go to Kansas City. All right? They go to Kansas City. And then they get the Jets on New Year's Day at home, and the Jets are no joke.
Those are 2 tough games.
So, but I would like to see the Niners stack wins. If you can win a game here, beat a good team, because now what's starting to drive me a little crazy.
What's that?
It's now the naysayers are saying, well, yeah, you won 4 in a row, but you beat Arizona. You beat the Rams. You beat the Cardinals. You beat the Saints.
Well,
those are 4 teams that are not going to the NFL playoffs.
I think that's a fair rebuttal from people saying that you haven't beaten anybody of significance. My pushback to that would be you kind of ended the Rams season. Like, everything mattered for the Rams up until that point, and it's kind of caved in after that. That game for the Saints, they were still alive in the division. So it's not like their season was over. And then Arizona, Arizona's in a weird spot. They didn't have their starting quarterback, so I'll listen to that. This is a tough matchup. Bonte, the only team that they've played that's going to be a great team this year thus far, Kansas City. Like, how many great teams are on the schedule?
Not many. Not many. That's why I want this game, though.
Okay.
I want this game because there's been a lot of talk. You got the McDaniels angle. Mike McDaniels, of course, former OC with the 49ers, former running back coach, quarterback coach, whatever you want to say, stat guy, breaking down film. I think Shanahan really wants this one because early in the season, boy, we were all talking about, let Mike McDaniels get away. Was he the brains of the operation? Was he the scientist? You know what I'm saying? Was he the brain? Was Shanahan peaking? You know what I mean? I want this game so damn bad because they've become quote-unquote 49ers South, and all those guys are chirping. They're a good football team. They have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I want to see what happens when they get hit. I want to see what happens when Tua gets rushed. It has that pocket caved in on. I want to see what happens when they get the ball ran down their throats. This is a game, Shasky. Like, I hear everything you're saying about you can afford to lose this game, but this is one I want.
No,
I got to have this one.
Well, and I want to beat this team. I mean, Tyreek Hill's a player that I can't stand. I mean, it's impossible if we're not to think about 17. Is that what it was in the Super Bowl?
Yep.
So, like, forever when I see
3rd and 15.
There you go, 3rd and 15. Whenever I see Tyreek Hill, I'm triggered. Like, it's like Joe Flacco. I see Joe Flacco on the sideline, I get triggered. There's certain players that do that to me. Eli Manning, even though I've learned to kind of love Eli Manning to a certain degree. Here's the question that I have for you. Do you believe that Mike McDaniels was a large part of Kyle Shanahan's success?
I don't.
Why?
I always thought Shanahan called the plays, and I always thought Shanahan was the guy. Shanahan was calling the plays on game day. I believe Shanahan was in his lab cooking up plays. Sure, McDaniels helped out, but Shanahan, to me, was the guy. I never knew what McDaniels did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, like, and I don't want to, like, everybody's jumping the gun on Mike McDaniels, and I get it. They're 8-3. They're rolling in Miami. They're having a lot of fun. But this is the first time everybody's seeing Mike McDaniels. So let's see what happens in year 2, year 3, year 4.
Bonte, look at LaFleur up in Green Bay. If you asked us, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when they were winning that division and the number 1 seed, wouldn't everyone say LaFleur's a great coach? He had the MVP back-to-back years. He's found the whatever you want to call it, the fountain of youth for Aaron Rodgers. How are we feeling about LaFleur now?
Yeah, exactly. Not great, although I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Aaron Rodgers has hijacked that organization. They made a mistake. They should have moved on from him. They should have moved on from him.
There's a lot of head coaches that never get the opportunity to have a Hall of Fame quarterback ever. Like,
I hear you.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, things can turn quick for people. And one of the things you talked about, Tarek Armstrong, they add him. Why? Because Miami has the quarterback on the rookie deal in Tua Tagovailoa. Let's see, because Tua's contract's coming up here in a couple of years. Let's see what ends up happening, how they handle the Tua contract extension. What does that do to the roster as they can now splurge on Tyreek Hill, as they can splurge on Armstead, as they can splurge on Bradley Chubb? What happens when you can't, right? That's part of what the 49ers have had with Jimmy Garoppolo. Not that his contract was prohibiting them from signing other players, but it was significant enough that it wasn't a rookie deal. It becomes more difficult to build a team around a quarterback when they're making that kind of money.
No doubt about that. But LaFleur's been solid for the most part. We'll see what he does in year 2. Saleh, he's in year 2, and they've got some things set up there. I get with the quarterback stuff and Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers on Sunday, it just feels like he's playing hurt to prove that, hey, I'm a tough guy. Look, I'm going to play for my organization. There's no redeeming some of the things he's done in the past. And then you see Jordan Love coming there, and the offense just looks so much crisper. Like, My thing, I know we were in the thread. I was like, dude, I don't really care about Aaron Rodgers. But now looking from afar with that situation.
Now you're here.
Why not play Jordan Love?
No, I'm with
Why
you
not play Jordan Love? This guy's beat up in Aaron Rodgers. You're not going anywhere with him. He's not throwing the ball down the field. Why not see what your young asset has?
Well, Bonte, he got paid $50 million a year. He's got a $150 million contract right now, Aaron Rodgers. Now, I know there's a ton of dead cap money. I guess with the Jared Goff and Todd Gurley moves by LA, you can get off some of this money at some point, but you're going to be like hamstrung. I'm kind of with you. Like, remember a couple years ago, and I'm not asking 49er fans this question this morning, but do you remember where we were a couple years ago? The Niners, could they, should they, would you want Aaron Rodgers? And I remember everybody was like, yeah, I would want Aaron Rodgers. And I'm not going to lie. It's a tantalizing proposition to want Aaron Rodgers, especially when he's an MVP and you see him playing the way he is. And wow, what would he look like with our weapons in our system? But B, I've been so over his diva act, and when I watched him quit on his team in that NFC Championship game at home in 2019, remember we did that postgame, and I told you I'm out on Aaron Rodgers from here on out. He's not a leader to me. He's an all-time talent. I'm not saying that he is Kyrie, because Kyrie's a lot of different things, but I get a lot of that bad teammate vibes like I got from Kyrie Irving at times. Well, and I just don't I'm out on him as a person.
I mean, just throwing teammates under the bus, throwing receivers under the bus, throwing guys under the bus, saying we're not on the same page, we need to simplify things. I'm over him. I want to see LaFleur without him. I want to see LaFleur groom Jordan Love and see what they can do with Jordan Love, because they got a weapon in Christian Watson, who we all wanted out here. He's a baller.
He's a beast.
He's a beast. He's going to be a stud. Alan Lazard on the other side is a number 2. I'm not mad at that.
Hard.
Yeah, A.J. Dillon runs real hard.
And they got Jones. Let me give you a comp for Aaron Rodgers. I feel like he's going to enter the Kurt Schilling zone. Remember how Kurt Schilling was when he was a player? He was beloved. Hard-nosed. A lot of teammates were rubbed wrong by Kurt Schilling over the years. What he did to Mitch Williams in the World Series. Things caught up to him. And then when he took the jersey off, we started to realize, oh, he's clinically insane. I mean, he's out there. I have a feeling that Aaron Rodgers, at least post-career, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult than he thinks it is. I think he's a look-at-me Louis.
Yeah, no, I could see what you're saying there. I don't know what happened with him, but I could see that happening. We're going to break here in a second. 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. This game is going to gauge how good the 49ers are in his head, because he considers 408 that they haven't beat anybody good. I think this is a great barometer for the 49ers. This is a great barometer for the playoffs, because you're going to play teams with this type of talent on offense in the playoffs in Minnesota, Dallas. They got weapons galore. Even Tampa Bay. Say what you want about Tampa Bay. They still have weapons.
Absolutely. Evans is hard to guard. Right. Godwin, they've got players. I'm not sleeping on them. And defensively, they still have linebackers that can hit. You know what I mean? Like, you can't sleep on that. I want to get into more of this Miami thing, because I do find it interesting. This is a team that I followed very closely.
All right, we'll do that. Plus, we'll get into the Golden State Warriors. Have the Warriors start the quarter. And I got a question about Draymond Green. Because Draymond Green is playing some good basketball. And I would love to gauge the mindset of Warrior fans on Draymond Green and how they feel about him right now.
Do they want another Draymond Green podcast? Is that what you're going to ask them?
No, definitely. We haven't had a new podcast yet, man. Maybe we should bring the Draymond Green podcast back. All right, more coming up here on the Morning Roast. That segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And Bruce Frazier, 720. Bruce Frazier, 720. Assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us. The deal will get Baldy at 735. By the way, I see Chelsea back in the chat. Shout out to Chelsea. We know she's been going through it. We said our wishes a couple weeks ago with Chelsea. We love her as a roaster. Shout out to Chelsea out there. Hopefully she's doing better and better and better by the day. I know it's not easy what she's going through, but shout out to Chelsea out there. By the way, tune in to Warriors Live today at 3:30 on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Does an electric car need to be $60,000? Not really. Meet Solo, the revolutionary single-seat electric commuter for under $19,000 nicely equipped. It's the EV you've been waiting for. Order yours at drivesoloev.com.
It's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals.
Final score, Warriors 120, Dallas 110. The Warriors win the West, 4-1.
It's an early tip-off between the red-hot Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks.
Corner three, Stephen Curry. Timeout, Dallas.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30. Tip-off at 4:30. Only on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Yeah! Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring Sean Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine.
Let's go!
Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy's going to join us at 7:35 this morning, 7:35. Brian Baldinger to break down the 49ers, I believe, championship defense. Ooh. But what about the offense? We'll get that to the offense as well. This segment is presented by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit Go to State Lumber. We were talking Niners here. We'll get to the Warriors in just a second, but you have some thoughts on Miami.
I do have some thoughts on Miami, but yesterday was Cyber Monday, and I just want to ask you a question, just a very simple question. Do you buy anything on Cyber Monday?
I didn't even know it was Cyber Monday.
You didn't even know that was a thing?
Yeah, so there's your head. No, I knew it was a thing. I didn't know yesterday was Cyber Monday.
Well, yeah, if Black Friday is last Friday, where you're supposed to go shopping, and then Cyber Monday. Do you participate in either one of those events?
No, not really. Not really.
Every day Cyber Monday nowadays, you know what I mean? But point that I'm getting at is I got a new iPad, and so I was logged out of a lot of my stuff, and so I logged back in, and I had a zillion mail, whatever you want to call them, emails, if you will, from all of these companies hawking things at me. And I don't know about you, but I get major anxiety. So are you the type of person who has to delete all of the emails in your inboxes, or do you have thousands upon thousands of unread emails?
I used to be that guy where I used to have a clean email. It's impossible now. It's impossible.
Like I've got over Gucci emails.
No Gucci emails. I don't subscribe to that at all. No, don't.
They don't email you. They just send you packages.
No, they send spam. That's what they do. They send spam. Yeah, nice one. Packages. I got one package ever from Gucci, and that'd be the last package I ever get from them. No, I don't. I just, it's 1,100 emails. And I'm just like, man, because I'm subscribed to like the Mercury News, the Chronicle.
Yes.
I get all these stats and information from the Warriors and from other people in the association, getting all this data from other teams. So there's just, I can't keep up, man. So I just delete. I try to clean it up every 3 months, but it's a mess, and it is what it is. It's organized chaos in my email.
Well, so yesterday I went through, I thought one of the most cathartic experiences of all time. I unsubscribed from a ton of different emails, and I'm hoping to clean things up. I have just major anxiety when I look at my wife's email inbox, and there's like 15,731 unread emails. I don't know why, but I cringe at that. So I know there's two kinds of people.
So let me guess. You have to clean up your text messages, right?
Oh, yeah.
So right now it says I have 157 unread text messages.
Oh, so you're that guy. You're the jerk.
No, I'm not the jerk. I can't keep up. I've got a baby. I've got 2 jobs. You want me to be on my phone all day? I'm good. Okay. I don't want to be on my phone all day.
You can't keep up to someone who has your personal cell phone text, but user 7x954 who tweets at you one time during the day, you'll respond to them.
Every now and then.
Interesting.
Every now and then. I tweeted at this guy this morning. He tried to come at me. It's a sad sports evening when you're talking about a Pacers game in November. And I was like, hey, they're 12-8 with exciting young talent. You see what Tyrese Halliburton's doing? 40 assists the last 3 nights, no turnovers. Are you kidding me? But Thurin out of Arizona, this guy's a baller. What are you talking about?
So what you're saying is if I want to get your attention on a text, I have to slander the Pacers, that'll get a response?
No, you have to slander my tweet about the Pacers. You have to slander my tweet about the Pacers, and then maybe I'll clap back at you and shut you down.
Okay, guys, just want to know that going forward.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's where you should send all of our show notes, the rundowns, everything.
Send it to Twitter. Send it to my DM.
I love that.
Send it to my DM. Just send a text like, hey, Bonte, your tweet is stupid, and then, hey, this is what we're talking about on the show tomorrow.
Yeah, no, don't do that. There's shows that, build their shows based off of tweets. We're not going to do that.
No, we're not doing that. And I know we're going to get into Draymond in a second. Sam, just to confirm, you remind me very much of myself. You're organized. You do not have unread emails.
No, I go through pretty regularly.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Just because you have some emails lingering in your inbox doesn't mean you're not organized.
Well, I guess conversely, just because you have a clean email doesn't mean you're organized
Right.
either.
It just means you have.
That means?
It means that you have OCD, and those are the type of people that get on my nerves. my significant other half. OCD. That's OCD when you got to look at every single text message and every single email, and you got to clean it up every single day. That's OCD.
The 24-hour rule. I call it the 24-hour rule. If somebody reaches out to you, you need to reach back out to them within 24 hours.
No, why?
That's the fair thing.
Why? No, it's not.
Internet crap.
That's not fair. What if they just say, "Hey, man, that was a hell of a Niners game"? You got to reply to that? Sure, it was a hell of a Niners game.
It takes nothing to do the thumbs up.
No.
What is going on here?
No. I can't keep up. All these group texts, all these group chats.
Well, group texts you don't need to respond to. You leave them unread, and then you can go through them. I'd say once a day.
I don't even do that. I don't even do that. Our group text, for example, may start at 1:00. It goes till 10. I may look at my phone and be like, dude, I'm not going to look at 75 texts. I'm not going to do that. No.
But if somebody tweets at you about the Pacers game, you're clapping.
No, it was just early in the morning. I opened up Twitter and I said, okay, this is how we're going to start the day, huh?
Sam Lubman, do you clean out your inbox every day? Or not clean it out, but at least, go through your unread.
You know what? Put this on the poll.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Put this on the poll. Morning Roast 957. Who the hell cleans up their email morning and afternoon and night?
No, come on,
get a life.
All I'm saying is I like to delete them to get them out of my, out of sight, out of mind.
Oh, my God. Look, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. I got over 80,000 unread emails. No shame. And you should have no shame about that.
I didn't say there's shame attached to it. But
No shame. Look.
Spadoni, do you delete them or do you keep them all?
I'm a big Mark is red guy.
There you go.
I do that to like all of them. I don't delete that. It takes too much time.
There you go.
Marked is red.
Yeah, that way you don't have it looking at you.
I kind of like them looking at me because maybe a month from now, I'm like, oh, look at that email. Let me go back to this. Boom, boom, boom.
You have never gone back to an email from a month ago. But anyway.
I have.
I digress.
No, because you got to search them up. It's something you may be looking for something, and that's why the Google search or the iPhone search when you're looking for text messages. I had to look for my boy Daryl. Daryl, who works at a shoe store. What is it called? I already forgot it. Oh, Stashed on Third Street, a couple blocks up from Chase Center. I was like, damn, what is this kid's name? What is the shoe store name? So I just Google searched, or I searched in my text thread, Stashed, and his name popped right up. And that's what's so great about it. So don't delete texts. Don't delete emails. Just keep it.
Or you could just remember the individual who left an impressionable mark on you.
He did. I meet a lot of people every single day. I meet a lot of people. It's too many names to keep up with. All right, 2-minute warning for the segment. If somebody, that's Shasky banging on the table.
Oh, it's me laughing.
Hey, dude, seriously. I meet people every day. It's tough to remember all these people, man. There's a lot of great people out there. A lot of names. A lot of Joes, a lot of Zachs, a lot of Liams. There's a lot going on. All right. What the hell you wanted to talk about with the Miami Dolphins so you can get to some Warriors, man?
They've got two dynamic wide receivers. Would you trade, just as a Niner fan, would you want to have two 1,500-yard wide receivers or the setup that the 49ers have right now where they've got – because basically Waddle and Tyreek Hill are going to have 1,500 yards a pop. Like that, these are two dynamic wide receivers. This is the Marx Brothers all over again from the 1980s for the Dolphins fans. Like they are enjoying this right now. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have what the Niners have, where it feels like, hey, it could be Ayuk, it could be Debo, it could be Kittle, it could be, well, if Elijah was healthy, it could be CMC. What would you rather have?
I'm laughing at YouTube. My family, oh my God, whoever sponsored this segment didn't think it would be about emails. Sorry to go to St. Lumber. This segment was it was about emails. Shasky, I don't care. It's more dynamic to see Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They're a fun group. I just want to win games. Like I've grown. Like maybe 30-year-old me and say, oh, man, I want Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They're so explosive. Two 1,500-yard receivers. This is so awesome. Yeah. You got a little ruddy back here. I'm 40 now. I just want to win football games. I don't care how you do it. I don't care how many 1,500-yard receivers you have. I don't care if you got a 2,000-yard back. I don't care if they're tight ends and leading wide receiver. Those things don't mean much to me anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, sure, it's a fun time in Miami. It fits that culture. It fits that offense. But for me, I like the 49ers offense. I don't mind it.
Well, I think there's something to have a clear identity on offense to know who your guys are. Like when I play Kansas City, I know Travis Kelce's getting the rock, right? When I play against the Tennessee Titans, I know Derrick Henry is the focal point of that offense. When you play Miami, you know Waddle and Hill are the primary focuses on that offense by far. I think at times it can be very difficult to try to balance it out when you have almost a plethora of weapons. Not saying that it's, more desirable or less desirable. I just think it can be a little more difficult sometimes going week to week and changing things.
Yeah, it could be difficult for the Niners because, when you get to the playoffs, who's that go-to guy?
Yeah.
You would think that is George Kittle.
Right.
But I feel like they have 3 go-to guys. You go to George Kittle, you go to Deebo Samuel, you go to Brandon Ayuk. And I won't skip a beat.
CMC too.
So and CMC. So to me it doesn't matter. Like I don't. Sorry, maybe I sound like the old man here, but it doesn't matter to me anymore. You know what I'm saying? I just want to win games because I understand how hard it is to win in this league. It is a very hard league to win in. So I'm not scoffing at 13-0 wins over the Saints or 22-16 wins over the Chargers. I'm not going to do that. It's hard to win in this league and just get me into the tournament. That's probably the hardest part about everything is getting into the damn tournament. Get to the tournament, and we'll see how we play offense. Because, is that offense going to fly in Miami in January?
All I keep thinking is, what if they have to play Buffalo or Kansas City in the snow, and you have small Tua trying to throw the ball? That's all I keep thinking about.
Exactly. So, interesting stuff. All right, let's get into the Warriors. I'm going to get into Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors. Bruce Frazier is going to join us at 7:20, assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and they turned a corner, no doubt about it. But what about Draymond Green? I've got a question for Draymond Green and for all you Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Very interesting on what's going on with Day-Day right now. We'll get into that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. And now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. It's so easy. You can control the cook right from your phone. Plus, with the time you save, you can focus on getting your home ready for festive fun. Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. Still looking for the perfect gift? Don't forget Traeger sauces and rubs make great stocking stuffers. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do? Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Seven Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Good to have Guru back in here. By the way, the poll of the day on the Morning Roast 957, how often do you clean out your emails? How often do you clean out your emails? That will be the poll today. 888-957-9570 if you want to call us and let us know if you like a dirty email like yours truly or you like a clean email like Joe Shasky the Butcher. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Tribark. Everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurants, so it's time we head back into their kitchen for episode 3, The Go-To, presented by Tribark. Check out the Rome Artisan Burgers at 957thegame.com. Don't forget Bruce Frazier, 720, Baldy, 7:35. Going to be a lot of fun.
For those that don't know, who is Bruce Frazier, Bonte?
Assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors. If you don't know who Bruce Frazier is right now, then that tells me you're a bandwagon Warrior fan. He's the guy. He's the guy who warms up Steph Curry before every game with the gray hair on the sideline. He's been part of the staff since Steve Kerr's been named head coach. Bruce Frazier, assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors. So for the new Golden State Warrior fans out there, if you just joined up.
I don't think my dad could point him out. I don't think my dad would know who he is. My dad watches every game.
You know who Bruce Frazier is. Does your dad know who the clubhouse manager is for the Giants?
Yeah, because Mike Murphy's been there for 60 years, and they bring him out for everything.
What about the dugout coach? What about the bullpen coach?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Right. Q.
It depends.
Look, Q, everybody knows who Q is. If you don't know who Q is, man,
you had a Draymond Green question, and I wanted to get to it because Draymond's playing really good basketball right now, Bonte. It feels like the Warriors got the ball going in the right direction.
Wow, this email thing's going to take off.
Why do you say that?
I have to see people on the timeline quote tweeting and everything. It's like, damn, emails.
I told you because of Cyber Monday, I had so many. Again, I got a brand new iPad, and so I was like logged out of all of my different Gmail and Yahoo and whatever, and so I logged back in, and I'm like, wow, dude, I am subscribed to so many horrible emails from all of these companies that I either registered a product from or whatever. So I went down the rabbit hole. I'm like, I'm unsubscribing from all of these. It felt great.
I bet it did. You know what does suck about the emails? Last thought about that.
Timeline
is the loan offers I get every single day. And I unsubscribe. Dude, from like these low to budget loan situations. I got a $50,000 loan.
At one point?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely
not.
That's
how they get your information.
No, well,
typically.
I don't know how they get your information. They got it all, though. They got me. And it keeps sending me stuff left or right. I was like, dude, I don't need a loan right now.
Do you need $2,000, Ponte Hill?
Right.
We're your people. For just 50% interest, we will absolutely loan you $2,000.
877 cash now.
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Lord.
That's funny.
That
That is really funny. Well, here's the thing. One last thing. I'll put a bow on this. For me as a salesman, right, I was taught by a man, Wilbert Tom, who's one of the OG salesmen in whatever industry. This guy is an OG, and Sean Patrick. And they said to me, Joe, if you want to be successful, as a salesman or a saleswoman, you have to be on time. You have to be replying to people. There is a courtesy out there. And so they told me, stay organized. And the number one thing is to reply to an individual. He called it the 12-hour rule at the time. Now with modern technology, it feels like it's 5 seconds. Like you got to respond immediately. But like 12 to 24 hours, I think is an appropriate time to respond back to someone, a client, a customer, a vendor.
Yeah, business is different.
But that's how I conduct my life now because so much of my life bleeds over into my personal life, or my professional life bleeds over into back and forth. So I just treat the two the same. So that's where I'm coming from. And I understand others, like my wife is not that way.
Yeah, I'm not that way either. I'm not that way either. You may be lucky to get me to partake or reply to a message. Maybe you're lucky. I'm tired of everybody these days, especially the holidays. I'm like the Grinch during the holidays. Something comes, I don't know what it is. It's just the holidays. No, it's just the holidays, man. Everybody's all jolly and fake jolly and happy.
Ebenezer Scrooge. I'm imagining now.
Everybody's all fake happy.
Video.
Oh, my God, look at the leaves falling off the trees, the red leaves. And I'm just like, all right, can we stop with the fake happiness? Stop it. The holidays, let me tell you something. The holidays, all it means to me is my bank account is going to be depleted. That's what the holidays is for me. The holidays is just Thanksgiving, Christmas. Now you got special holidays. You got light shows. You got ice shows. It's just too much.
Bah humbug hill.
It's just way too much. Way too much. All right, go to State Warriors. I feel like they've turned a corner, right?
It feels like it. The last couple of games, it just, the ball's skipping around. It feels like they're playing more complimentary basketball. It feels like some of the rotations have been tightened. Yeah. Maybe Jordan Poole is starting to kind of figure out this off the bench thing, and they're kind of reworking some of the people that are playing alongside of him. Yeah, it feels like that.
It feels like that. It's 8-3 in their last 11 at the start of the season. That's off 3-7. 8-3, right? They've lost one home game all year. All right, one home game all year. They've won 8 in a row at Chase Center. And then they win their second road game Sunday in Minnesota. They dropped 47 on the T-Wolves in the first quarter. They blow them out. You had the funny technicals by Draymond Green and Stephen Curry. It was weak at the end of the game because they're celebrating on the sideline. And now everybody in the NBA, they've been doing this for years. They always get away with this celebrating stuff. Oh, shut up. You know the Warriors are back. Now here we go again with the hating. But Draymond Green, all right, scored a season-high 19 points in that game. Sunday against Minnesota. 11
hit a corner assists. Three.
Hit a
back-to-back
corner three,
games.
Corner 3, 6 of 7 from the floor. 13 points Friday night against the Utah Jazz. 11 assists Sunday against Minnesota. He's playing at a high level. A high level. Over his last 6 games, 10.5 points per game, 8.5 assists, 5 rebounds, shooting 62% from the three-point line.
That's crazy.
And 77% from the floor. How about that? So Draymond Green, where are we at with him 21 games in? Well, because I'm starting to think, Shasky, real quick, and I'm going to ask the audience, 888-957-9570. Don't we want Draymond Green to opt into that deal for $27 million next year? Don't we want him to opt in? Or do you want to re-sign him to a 3-year deal? Because I'm not sure I'm ready to let Draymond Green go. I think we underestimated how valuable he is to this franchise and to this team. He's been playing out of his mind, and without Draymond Green, where are the Warriors at right now?
Well, Bonte, the last couple of games are a small glimpse into what we've all been screaming for like 2 or 3 years. Like, Dre, if you just score a little, look at how much the floor opens up for you and for everyone else as a playmaker. I think the most important thing that Steve Kerr has done, or whoever gets credit for this, I don't know if someone on the staff recommended this or if Draymond himself did. When they've been playing, I've noticed it. Maybe you can have more nuance to this. DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole, and Draymond Green together with that second unit, it feels like the floor is opening up for Jordan Poole. It feels like the floor is opening up for other players that are playing, whether it's JaMychal Green or Kuminga or whomever, Wiggins at times playing alongside of them. It just feels like the floor's opened up for that second unit, and it's still not perfect, but like the other day, they check out all the normal starters. The second unit goes in. I think they were only a -1 in the second quarter, right? That felt like a huge win.
No, it is a win when you could just stay par. Stay par with that second unit. What's going on here? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All right, I don't know what the hell. My volume was down. That was weird. I was like, the Shasky, the cabin, what's going on up at the cabin? But no, the second unit, if they could stay par, right? If they could just,
that's what I'm saying.
If they could just play even, starters come back in because the starters had the best net rating in the NBA. the starting unit of Clay, Steph, Dre, Wiggins, and Looney are blowing teams off the floor. Teams cannot stay with that 5. They just can't.
No.
And now you got Jordan Poole playing a little bit better. A little bit better, right? He's coming off the bench, starting to fill himself because of Draymond Green stabilizing that second
what I'm
unit.
saying.
And Andrew Wiggins. Draymond Green, we know what happened in training camp. We don't need to revisit that situation. We know what's been said in the past on podcasts. This guy's a baller, and he's an all-time warrior, and he's a statue guy, and he's a Hall of Famer, and he's going to have his number in the rafters one day. I'm not ready to just let him, after the season, hey, we were having a discussion. Man, can you win this year? Can you win a championship without Draymond Green? And early on, a lot of people thought yes, right? We thought, maybe you can. 21 games in, there ain't no way you get past the first round without Draymond Green if you get to the first round. So I'm saying all that to say, are Warrior fans now open to giving Draymond Green an extension? I know it's a big picture conversation, but boy, he's playing out of his mind right now.
Well, it's such a long season. I mean, he missed so much time last year.
36 games at the back.
Yeah, and so you forget he was outstanding to start the year last year, and then obviously rounded into form for the playoffs and had moments in the playoffs. Had a lot of down moments as well, like simultaneously. Bonte, if he can just be around 10 to 13 points a game, I feel like that changes the entire Warrior team. It changes him and his impact. I feel like it opens the floor up for him as a playmaker. How many times has he driven coast to coast in this first 2 months of the season?
Oh, a lot. So in the Minnesota game in the first quarter, I believe he had 7 assists. I mean, he was pushing the ball.
Yes.
And that gets you talking.
That's old Draymond, Bonte.
That's old school Draymond, no doubt
I
about
love
it.
that. But to me, that tells me that the back is good. That's super good. But the second part is that I want him feeling himself from beyond the arc. Part of what made them so special in the 73-win season, he averaged, I think, 16.9, 16.6 or whatever it was, basically 17 points a game. He'd take that top of the key three that everyone would lay off on him. When they would come out, he'd drive right by them and either throw the alley-oop or yam on somebody. He turned his ankle the other day, and I said, oh, boy, I got super worried. He ended up being okay. They need Draymond right now. He's playing unbelievable.
No, he is playing unbelievable basketball right now. And I just need 10 points from him. Just give me 10. Crash the glass, drop dimes, and you're going to play at a high level. The Warriors, they win over 70% of their games when he scores at least 8 points.
I mean, that's a
over
crazy
the course of his career, right? How crazy is that?
That's like the Shanahan rushing stat. Like when he gets 40 rushes, he's 28-1 or whatever it is.
Just give me 30. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I know, but that's an interesting Draymond Green stat. But what it does for their offense is that it does not allow teams to clog the paint, and it allows them to sag off of Draymond Green, right, when he's not scoring or even attempting shots, and it allows them to manhandle off ball Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and double team those guys and hedge on those screens.
So the Warriors have won 76% of their games with Draymond Green scores at least 8 points.
That's insane.
They are 285 and 87 when he scores 8+ points over the course of his career.
8. Not 28, 8.
76% of their games they win when Draymond scores 10 points. And it's not a small sample size.
No.
So when he scores at least 10 points, get this, when Draymond Green scores 10 points over the course of his career, the Warriors are 229 and 56. They win 80% of their games when he scores at least 10 points a game.
Bonte, we were talking so much last year about his reluctance to shoot, just in general, whether it's the bunny, the free throw line, three-point line extended, like wherever it is. It feels like he's taking all of these shots in rhythm, at least the ones from the perimeter. He's taking a couple at the top of the key for three-pointers in the corner, which I love because that's an element he never really had in the bag. Do you think it's the shoulder? Because I haven't thought about the shoulder at all this year, and I did think about the shoulder all last year and the year before that, clearly.
Maybe. I think one underrated factor in Draymond Green's reluctance to shoot is that he didn't shoot for like 3 years when Kevin Durant was here.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? It was like he got so out of rhythm of not shooting. He got so comfortable with not shooting. And that's why I thought during the 15-win season when they went 15-50 in 2019, I thought, man, maybe Draymond 2019-20, Draymond, just get 10 threes up a game. Just why not? Just work on your game, get 10 threes up a game. Didn't do it. Whatever. It's fine. The back had something to do with it. The shoulder I haven't thought about in some time. I'm not sure if it's a big-time factor. It's something to think about, something I haven't thought about. Maybe it was a factor, but I thought, me personally, I was like, he went 3 years without shooting the basketball, and now all of a sudden you're asking him to shoot the basketball again. When, you know what, he should have. We got breaking news here. I see it in the box, Shasky. Our merchandise designs have been cleared by corporate. It will be available in the store soon. Oh, how about that?
Oh,
wow.
I thought you were going to give me Aaron Judge news. For a split second, that's where I thought you were going.
Yeah, I was going to lie to you and say Aaron Judge signed a 5-year contract for $150 million with the Giants. No,
that doesn't even sound close to accurate.
You are listening to 95.7
Not Adam
Game.
Schefter tweet.
Okay. By the way, can we get Schefter off a Monday Night Countdown? Why is he on there?
Terrible.
Why is he on there?
According to sources.
According to sources, he's sitting there with Booger and RG3 and Steve Young. He has no business on that pedal. No business.
With his 7 cell phones.
Oh, it's too much. And he's doing a chain thing and a gritty. Like, get out of here. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Q's going to join us in 15 minutes. Assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Bruce Frazier.
You were asking me about, where we at with Draymond Green in terms of an extension. Would you want him to opt in? Do you want the Warriors, to give him some sort of a extension, 2, 3 years, whatever it is? I guess my question to you is, there's the human element, right? How will Draymond respond to you playing it out? And then there's the other element of the business side of it, which is, who are you really competing against financially who's trying to trip over themselves to re-sign Draymond Green? How would you answer those two questions? Like, how do you weigh them? Like, keeping a happy Draymond Green? I mean, do you want him to be motivated? Because it feels like he's motivated
now.
That's what I'm saying.
He told you that on media day. I know I'm not getting an extension, and I'm motivated. So the motivating aspect's already there.
No, but that's my point. But if you pay him, does he lose a little of that edge?
Well, it depends on if you win the championship.
I don't think it's fair for me to even ask that question.
Yeah, but if you win the championship, Draymond Green, that's number 5. Now all of a sudden you're saying, well, let's go Ty Jordan.
Yeah.
Let's go get up there with Robert Horry, who has 7. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden.
Horry has 7? I think he has
7.
5.
He's got 2 with the Spurs, 3 with the Lakers, 2 with the Rockets.
I didn't know he had 7. For some reason, I thought he had 5.
Yeah, look that up, Spino.
I thought he had 5.
Big Shot Bob, does he have 7?
I thought he had 5.
Let's go to Anthony while Spinoni looks it out. Anthony on 580. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. So one, I clean my email out pretty frequently. There's no sense of letting it pile up. That's just how I am. I'm a Virgo, so organized. I'm one of those Virgos that I'm all about neatness and stuff like that.
Yep.
Hey, you know what? I'm a Virgo too, Anthony. And I used to be like that.
I know you are.
But you know what? I said to hell with the emails. Let them pile up.
Well, you got about 2 years on me, so maybe that makes a difference. So maybe when I get up there, I might be like, the hell with the emails. But Number 2, I wanted to ask you guys, have you noticed or do you believe there's any correlation between Wiseman going to the G League and Kuminga playing better? I was having a conversation with my cousin about that, so I wanted to get your guys' opinion. And then I also wanted to know, do you guys have a shirt that says, I'm asking out loud? Because if you don't have that, that's what Joe says all the time. And so if you don't have that, they need to put that in rotation.
Anthony, that's the secret sauce of me asking a question so I don't get crushed by everyone that I know everyone wants to hear, but I don't want to have my name attached to it.
I'm asking out loud. Such a weasel, man.
I'm just asking the question, you know.
How many rings Ori got?
He's got 7. You were right, Bonte.
He's got 7.
Wow,
Yeah,
7 rings.
Yeah, 2 with the Spurs, 2 with the Rockets, 3 with the Lakers, right?
I thought
he's enjoyed retirement too.
Yeah,
I would have bet $1 million on 5.
Yeah, he's on Spectrum Sports with James Worthy. I wonder how James Worthy was last night.
Not lighting the cigar, I'll tell you that.
Not lighting the cigar. Gosh.
You know what? I just like to thank the Lakers because they were so close to reeling me back into the season. They were about to be 8-11, 3 games on. I was like, they're good. No, they're done. They're dead to me. Not paying attention to them for the rest of the season. They stink.
They do stink. Anthony's question about Kuminga and Wiseman going out to the G League.
It's an interesting one.
It is. I mean, look, was Wiseman the culprit of the Warriors losing all those games. No, he wasn't the main reason why. He was part of it. There's no doubt he was part of it, but I can't blame James Wiseman when he played 5 minutes in the first quarter against Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? I can't blame him for that loss. I'm not going to blame a 21-year-old kid, but they have stabilized their roles, and that's something we discussed last week. If you tell Kuminga, this is your role, we're going to play this X amount of minutes, we're going to play you here, you're going to play. Look how much better he's playing. All of a sudden, he knows that I'm going to get some tick in the first quarter. I'm going to play with the second unit. My role has been simplified in terms of play defense, rebound, cut. He's now impacting games without shooting the basketball.
Yeah,
so now he knows his role. So that was the biggest thing over the first 10 games. Nobody knew their roles coming off the bench.
Wouldn't you also agree that the positional change for JaMychal Green going to the backup 5 as opposed to Wiseman has freed up Kuminga to play the 4? Whereas before, I think in the short period, and this is going back to the beginning of the season, at times they tried Wiseman at the 5, JaMychal Green at the 4, Kuminga at the 3. And I think we all kind of realized, don't really love Kuminga at the 3, don't really love JaMychal Green at the 4. So I think having Wiseman not there has slid those guys down to their more appropriate positions.
Well, they hitched that. They basically threw that away quick, right?
Yeah, it was like 3-4
games maybe, and then Kuminga started picking up DNPs.
Yes.
And so now having JaMychal Green, but there's
a correlation there.
And Steve Kerr said, I did JaMychal Green no favors.
Yes.
So now he's playing small ball 5 in the dunker spot.
He looks way better.
And now he looks way better. He's pump faking. He's finishing around the rim. Cool.
He likes to hang on that rim.
He does like to hang on that rim. I like that. You see Jordan Poole hang on the rim the other night?
I did.
Against Minnesota, that was pretty sick.
Yes,
he was just hanging on that thing back and forth.
I've noticed that Jordan Poole is not wearing the leggings. He's showing off the leg tattoos, which I was unaware he had one on his left leg.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Oh, is that a new one?
I don't even remember him having tattoos.
Well, because he always wears leggings.
Yeah, I guess we do have to Google it. But no, he loves the short shorts. He loves the short shorts.
Well, that's obvious.
So Kuminga's playing better in the rotation. They know their roles now.
Yes.
So now everything is starting to fit. DiVincenzo starting to fit, right? JaMychal Green starting to fit. Would I like one more veteran off this bench? Absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
Is it Iguodala? Everybody keeps asking about Iguodala. Iguodala barely played last year. All right.
Well, he was very important the first 18 games.
First 20 games when they started off 18-2.
Yeah, he was very important. He was really good. In fact, I thought he was done, and he had way more left in the tank. But then, yes, he was a non-factor. B, the one thing I keep thinking about as we wrap a bow on the Draymond Green conversation, watching him at the podium Sunday night talking after the Minnesota game, it felt like to me more vintage, comfortable, old school Draymond Green in how he was talking about himself, talking about his teammates, whatever, whether it was the drama from what happened in training camp, whether it was him just feeling reserved, him with the podcast. I don't know what it was.
What about Friday after the Jazz game when he was discussing the youngsters? He going, it's not fair for them to get drafted to a championship team and expect them to play at a championship level where other guys get to go to bad teams and get to play 35 minutes a game. And that's all we've been saying about the youngsters.
And he cited himself, Clay, and Steph Curry as guys that didn't have that burden when they were coming up. But didn't it feel like, he's so back to old Draymond, comfortable-wise, because I could feel it at the podium.
All right, we got to go to break here. Lubman's all in my ear. He's rattled because Miami just stinks this year.
And I thought it was the email he just got from Nahegan, and he's trying to clean his inbox.
Well played. Hit the brakes. All right, we're hitting the break right now. Bruce Frazier coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals.
Final score, Warriors 120, Dallas 110. The Warriors win the West, 4-1.
It's an early tip-off between the red-hot Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks.
Corner three, Stephen Curry. Timeout, Dallas.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30. Tip-off at 4:30. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Wow, look at Steph Curry with the drop. We'll see him in action today at 4:30 against the Dallas Mavericks. A game you can listen to right here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, you're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. NBC Sports Bay Area. Pre and post will start at 3:30 today. 3:30, early start there. Let's get to Bruce Frazier, though. Longtime assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. And a lot of our roasters want to ask a question of Bruce. And let me know when we get him. We'll get him in a second here. He's a guy who warms up Steph Curry before the game. He's assistant coach, 4-time NBA champ. Been with the Warriors since Steve Kerr's been here. 8 years now. 8 years with the Golden State Warriors. Long time, man. Long time. Q with the gray hairs, had the gray hair forever.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. Got to Google it. But I'm excited for this Western Conference Finals rematch against the Dallas Mavericks. Remember that? The Dallas Mavericks? They scared the hell out of me last year. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, they had their moments. There's no doubt about it. I was actually teasing Joe Spadoni this morning, and I said, man, this is kind of a weird matchup. The only person in the world who actually believed in the Dallas Mavericks was Matt Steinmetz.
Shocking. I don't know if you believed it.
I'm
you know what?
Nuance.
No, he said he did it for the culture.
Yeah, he did it for the culture. That's what it was. Okay. Mavericks have lost 5 of 6. 5 of 6. They've lost 4 games in a row at Milwaukee, at Toronto, at Boston, at Denver. At home against Denver. They split up back-to-back at home against Denver. So now they play the Warriors. They're back home. And Luka is playing incredible basketball.
Absolutely.
You can't deny that. 33 points, 8.5 rebounds, 8.5 assists. He's playing out of his mind.
I was watching them the other night. I forget who they were playing.
Was it Milwaukee or Toronto?
It might have been Milwaukee. They were down late in the game. Anyway, Christian Wood being an addition to that team. It was just an interesting wrinkle. They kept running this high pick and roll with the two of them. And, so it'll be interesting to see that tonight.
All right, let's bring in Q. Bruce Frazier, longtime assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors, 4-time NBA champ, kind enough to join us this morning on the Morning Roast. And Q, good morning to you. A lot of our roasters, and even our board op, Joe Spadoni, who is a Laker fan, don't hold it against him, he wants to know how you got the name Q. Why do they call you Q? Now, I know, but I want you to explain it, Q.
Well, first of all, good morning. Good to be with you guys. And that's an old college nickname given to me by some former teammates. And I disagree with the actual event, but it's a pretty good, fun nickname. But my freshman year at Arizona, was out with some of my teammates, and they were claiming that I was asking a bunch of questions. So, it's not an exciting story, but it's an honest and a true one that has stuck over time, especially in the basketball world. And I feel like now it's my luggage has it on. It's almost, I don't know what my real name is anymore. I don't introduce myself. That's the problem with it.
So was it Tolbert? Was it Steve Kerr? Was it Sean Elliott?
It was Steve and a couple older guys, a guy named Brock Brunkhorst, and then a few others. But Steve was definitely involved, and he was the one that sort of helped carry the name along based on our friendship over the years. So it's without sounding arrogant, it's probably an affectionate nickname from some of my good friends, and it kind of stuck.
It feels like the Warriors are playing their best basketball of the year over the last, week or so here. What do you think is the key ingredient to the turnaround?
It's a good question. I mean, I think we're getting really good play, now from Clay and Wiggs. Wiggins has been really good, and we're defending better, and we're moving the ball. There's a lot of parts in that question on why we're playing better. But those things stand out to me. I feel like we missed training camp with our Japan trip too, which hurt us a little bit as far as getting in sync, right away, and not an excuse because all teams sometimes are slow to start, but I feel like we're just connected better on both ends of the floor. We're a little more patient, And Steph has been playing at probably an MVP level since we started the season. But I feel like the additions of the others and their kind of performances, and then our bench is, we've solidified our rotation a little bit. So Dante DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green and Kuminga have all been helpful, and then Jordan Poole is now playing better as well. So all those things kind of go into why you're seeing some of the results in the play. We still could be so much better, and that's the exciting part of this. So still challenges ahead and a long season, but optimistic about it all.
All right, Bruce Frazier here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Of course, they're in Dallas tonight to take on Luka Doncic and the Mavericks, a Western Conference Finals rematch where you guys beat them in 5 games on your way to your 4th championship in 8 years. Q, when you look at, you brought up Stephen Curry, and I try to tell fans, Shasky does as well, let's not take this for granted, man, because this greatness is just, it's unreal what he's doing at the age of 34 in his 14th season. Now, you warm up with him every single game, before every game. You go through his pregame routine, which is, we could sit there and watch his pregame routine all night long, but have you ever seen him start the season this way, in this fashion? Because it feels like he's finishing the best. He's never finished better at the rim. He's shooting the 3-ball well. I don't think I've ever seen him start a season better. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, my memory is not great. I just feel like the guy's incredible, but I'm biased, all the time. But this is an amazing start. I think it's a product of what we saw sort of at the end of last year through the playoffs, where you saw him at a very, very high level. And I think he's at that age, not necessarily the actual age of it all, but just he's at a place in his career where he's in his prime with his physical and his mental. He's seen the game really well. He's seen everything from traps to, kind of hits where guys, he just double teams, triple teams, box. He's seen everything now at his age, and just he's very strategic now about how he goes about the game. And then his skill set is as high as ever. So he's in a really good place. And I think early on, when we weren't getting some of the performances from others, he had to take over a little bit more than he would like. So that may have been a product of some of the numbers too. But he's playing at an extremely high level. You're starting to hear others in our league talk about him as we've never seen anything like him. And he is a special player that we're all fortunate to sort of watch, whether it be in warm-ups or games or whatever. He's amazing.
I'm looking at that start of the second quarter, and it feels like you guys have kind of figured things out when it comes to the lineups, the minute allocations, and Draymond Green alongside DiVincenzo and Jordan Poole. It seems to really open the floor up for all 3 of those guys. Whose idea was that, and what was the thought process behind it?
I think it was a collab. A lot of our ideas are stemmed from meetings and coaches. So and mostly Steve makes the call. Steve does make the call on that stuff. So I can't remember if there was an idea of somebody, but it was we were playing around with different lineups to see what was good, and we felt like Draymond being in there with them may help that lineup, and it certainly has. Anytime Draymond Green honestly is on the floor, it helps us.
Yeah.
He's having an amazing year too. I don't even know if I mentioned him, but he is incredible right now.
We're just looking at some numbers, Q, with Draymond Green. When he scores at least 10 points in a game over the course of his career, you guys win 80% of the games. He scores 10. You score 8. Draymond scores 8. You guys win 76% of the games, which is crazy to me because he could do everything else, like the rebounding, the passing, the defense. But when he's aggressive offensively, which we've seen lately with him, you guys are just so much better. You're nearly unbeatable.
Yeah, he does everything, and he helps to make us go. So I haven't heard those numbers. That's interesting. When we need him to be aggressive offensively. I didn't realize that had that kind of impact on our winning. I just think, regardless, he's impactful for us, and especially when his body's healthy and his mind's right, which he's been incredible. So he helps us on both sides of the ball. He's one of our leaders, and his play has I think it's maybe been overshadowed a little bit by Steph's play, but those two in particular have been phenomenal. And he in that second lineup, as you guys mentioned, has been a critical part of their growth.
No doubt. You guys are on a roll right now, 8-3 in your last 11, over 500. Win your second road game of the season Sunday against Minnesota. Going to be a fun one tonight in Dallas. A Western Conference Finals rematch between you guys and the Dallas Mavericks. Q, thanks so much for the time. We always appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Anytime. Bruce Frazier, longtime Warriors assistant head coach, four-time champ, breaking down the Golden State Warriors. I can't believe that, Shasky. This stat, when he scores 10 points, Draymond Green. 229 and 56.
Well,
They've won 80% of their games.
Were you a little surprised that maybe obviously you don't have the hard stat.
Right.
But, aren't you a little surprised with all the advanced analytics and all of the data crunching that goes on in every modern sport now that they weren't even aware of that?
I think they know they want them to be aggressive.
Well, I get that. But I'm saying, there's a direct correlation. Now, look, is that a hard and true rule? Is that an outlier? Yeah. When you have that much data, that feels like a very distinctive trend.
Right. That's not a small sample size.
No. We're talking 50 games total?
Right. 229 and 56, so that's 300, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's incredible.
That is incredible.
That is wild. So Q's a lot of fun, man. Steph Curry's playing at we don't talk enough about Steph Curry. Let's just be honest.
I want to know what gets into his conditioning, because to be able to run around as much as he does, the way he does, and not have hairline fractures on the feet or whatever it is, no backs, none of those injuries, it's remarkable, because he's basically like a marathon runner on hardwood.
Yeah, no, he's tough to keep up. You saw Cam Reddish. He's he's the greatest. He strained his groin chasing around Steph Curry. It's just I'm not in this shape.
And he's half his age.
So Steph Curry on the season, 31 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds. The shooting percentages are off the charts. 52% from the floor, 44% from three. Steph Curry, it's his world. We're just living in it right now. So I'm not going to get into MVP talk 20 games into the season. But right now, there's not too many people playing better than him. Maybe Giannis. Well,
their record is unbelievable, and they've been out some of their best players.
Yeah.
So you got to give a little nod to Giannis. He's playing unbelievable.
No, he is. Milwaukee's rolling right now. Boston is as well, but Milwaukee 14-5. Boston 17-4.
Boston looks great, and wait till they get Williams back.
I know that scares me, because he was not healthy during those NBA finals.
Maybe the coach doesn't matter for them. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't need anybody to duck after all. All right, we're going to connect with Brian Baldinger in just a second. Baldy's going to join us as we talk Niners, Dolphins, Niners shutting out the Saints. I know Baldy's had his breakdowns about the Niners. You know what? Baldy's on the Zoom right now. He's got the phone up. He's got the suit on. He's in a dark place right now. Whiteboard's got ink all over it. He's breaking down X's and O's. Let's go ahead in a second. Let's wait for Baldy to get ready and get settled. I see him. He just got up. He got up. Oh, the light's on now. Look at the whiteboard. What's on that whiteboard up there? He's writing down all these notes, man. What's going on the whiteboard? I want to know what's going on Baldy's whiteboard.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
This is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Oh, we love when Baldy joins us every single Tuesday, 7:30. I see the whiteboard behind him. He's got all these notes. You see he was at MetLife Stadium talking to Sauce, Quentin Williams. I love when he's on the field before the games, man. Those are some of my favorite photos on Instagram, man. Baldy's in the building, and he's breaking down Niners football. He was breaking down the game against the Saints. A shutout, Baldy. A shutout. 4 straight second halves where an opponent hasn't scored against his defense. Are they playing the best football? When you look around the league at defenses, Dallas and New England and all these other teams, where do Niners stack up?
Well, when teams can't find the end zone, Bonte, you're sort of at the top of the list. Even when they got down there to the 6-yard line, you see Huff knock the ball out, and you just see, just a bunch of BBs just fighting for the ball. They're playing as well as anybody. They're really coordinated. I don't think they blitzed once the other day against New Orleans. I think they rushed 4. The linebackers were as good as I've seen them play all year, including Aziz in there, played quite a bit, along with Huff. That layer of defense it just swarmed New Orleans. And, Alvin Kamara is a great player in this league. To see him fumble twice because of forced fumbles, like Fred just cocked that right hand of his and just punched the ball out. Like, not many guys know how to do that. And then to see Huff just like spinning him sideways going into score. Those are game-changing plays right there. And it started on the third play of the game, and then when the closest they got to the goal line all day, they delivered another punch. And so it was, to answer your question, I don't see anybody playing any better.
Wow.
But, it's all about matchups. And so, you see Kansas City again or somebody like that can really air it out and, got a lot of guys that can challenge you. They'll get challenged with a team like that.
You referenced Fred Warner and the punch out on Alvin Kamara. He's been a great player in this league. Last year, I felt like he over-pursued a lot, and he was trying to prove too much with the money. Is he playing the best football of his career this year?
Yeah, he is. Because I think what you see is just a high level of communication. In both, basically they're a two linebacker team, him and Dre, but Aziz played a lot the other day. And typically tandem linebackers, and you got to add Huff in there because of how much he plays in a box.
Okay.
But you got to play together. If one guy goes back door to try to make a play, you better have the other guy going front side in case you don't get there that can cover for you. And you can't always do that in the huddle. Sometimes you have to do it on the fly. Sometimes you got to be talking, as the ball is snapped. And so what I see is, yes, I think Fred is playing the best he has played. He's always been very smart. He's always been very good in the pass game, getting depth, reading route combinations. He's always been good at that. Now I feel like he does. I feel like he doesn't feel like he has to make every play. And so it's not unusual some weeks where Greenlaw leads the team in tackles or Huff leads the team in tackles. Like, he doesn't have to put up 15 tackles, every Sunday for this defense to be great.
We're talking to Brian Baldinger as we do every single Tuesday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And this Niners defense, I believe, is a championship defense. You brought up Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, we already know about, but also Drake Greenlaw. Drake Greenlaw, I think nobody knows about this guy. And I remember the first game he ever played, Shasky's in the bleachers. I'm in the press box. He goes, this 57 is flying around. I'm like, well, Shasky's got to get under control. Well, you know what?
Preseason game.
It's a preseason game, right? I was like, all right, he's over-pursuing a little bit. Get it. It's his first NFL game. This guy at times can be reckless, but boy, is he a tone setter. And I think he's a throwback linebacker, Baldy, where guys are going to think twice about running that slant hard over the middle because Drake Greenlaw's looking to take heads off, and we need that more in this game. I get all the safety concerns, but he's a throwback linebacker, and he's the perfect complement to me when it comes to Fred Warner. He's a perfect complement to Fred Warner at the linebacker spot for this Niners defense.
Well, you can't have enough speed on the field. Speed just changes games. And so, 15-yard plays, become 5-yard plays, on the outside and on the edge. And so speed is that's what Jimmy Johnson built his defense in Dallas on. He built it on speed, undersized, speed guys. So that's that part of it. And then, the most valuable real estate in a football game is the middle of the field. That's where the big things happen. That's where the big plays happen in the middle of the field, the plays over the middle. You gotta own the real estate in the middle of the field. Sidelines, you got the sidelines. You can get anybody to the sideline, get them out of bounds. The middle of the field is what you got to own. And so when you got Greenlaw and Warner and Huff right now owning the middle of that field, it's difficult. It's difficult to go to work in there.
When you see Hufanga and you're watching this guy run around, there was a player, he blitzes, and he doesn't make the play, but somebody else comes and cleans it up. And I think that was to the communication that you're talking about. He's just all over the place. When you watch this guy, is there things that he could do better? Because it feels like he's got a Pro Bowl bid staring him in the face this year.
I don't know if, all it is, Joe, at this point, early in this career, is just recognition. Just, there's an old thing that we used to say, know the formation, know the play. And it's so true. You can give you all the window dressing and all the motions and all that stuff. But at the end, they got to snap the ball in some formation. And so really, you study formations and formations, what the play is going to be a large part of the time. But so I think it's just recognition right now, Joe. You can always get better because, the quicker you can see things, the quicker you can react, the less time you think. That's part of it. He also does something so subtle that is just watch him go back and watch this game, Joe, again. Okay. All right, because I know you said, watch him after he tackles somebody and how he gets up. He gets up standing over the top of the person, like Kamara. Yeah. 3 times, like Kamara's trying to get up, and he's literally standing on top of him, and he won't let him up. And it's by design. It's just a little intimidating thing. Yeah. Like, you still have to deal with me. Even though you're tackling, we're getting on to the next play, you're still dealing with me. Like it's a psychology thing. Yeah. That, and then the team, Fred, I've talked to Fred about this, but they did it again, and it's going to happen. It might happen this week against Miami. I don't know. But they pick up every loose ball on the field. Mm-hmm. And Huff does it just instinctively. And now they haven't scooped and scored. I don't think they have yet this year. But they're going to because they practice it. You know, if they're doing it in the games, you know they're doing it in practice. And if they're doing it in practice, do it in the games, then there's going to be a loose ball somewhere. And they're going to pick it up and score, whether it's Drake or Huff or Freddie. It's just something that I believe all teams should practice. You just don't see enough teams doing it.
Is the Troy Polamalu comparison just too spot on, or is there someone else that he reminds you of?
No, it reminds me of Troy. You know, but Troy was, he was bigger.
Yeah,
he was bigger. He had Ryan Clark there in Pittsburgh for most of his career. And really, Ryan was, I'm not saying that Jimmy Ward or Gibson or any, I'm not saying any of these guys can't do it. But, the one thing that I always admired about Troy is just how aggressive he was at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. And you'd go, well, how is it that he can be this aggressive at the line, yet they never get beat on the back end? So a lot of that was Ryan Clark covering for him. And then he just had this ability to recover if he was just completely wrong on his guess. But you got to let instinctive players be instinctive. Ed Reed is the greatest free safety we've ever seen because he just had a feeling where the ball was going to go. Wasn't always right, but, nobody has, 60-plus interceptions like Ed. And I feel like with Huff, you have to let him freelance a little bit and let him take chances because he's so good at it. And that's what made Troy. Now, the other part, though, honestly, Joe, I had to do this thing for Troy Polamalu, who went in the Hall of Fame, and I just was putting together this video compilation. I couldn't even put some of the plays in because they were so violent. I didn't want to be that guy who was saying, this is the way the game's supposed to be played. I work for the league. I can't. I had to edit it out. These hits were brutal in the middle of the field. I know the game has changed.
Yes.
It had to change. But, you go back and you watch him play, if Huff was in that era, you'd probably see even more Polamalu from him.
Wow.
Really?
Wow. And you know what? Forget Pro Bowls, Paul, dude. I want to see him make an all-pro team. I feel like he's playing like an all-pro, like Nick Bosa, like Fred Warner Jr., and maybe Charvarius Ward, who is quietly the best free agent signing the Niners have had in quite some time. Could you speak about his game and what he's doing outside at cornerback?
Well, first of all, it's hard to find tall corners. Tall, long corners. That's what he is. But then tall, long corners that really specialize in press coverage. Charvarius, from the day he arrived in Kansas City as a free agent, he literally was just, he wouldn't let people get off the line of scrimmage. And so that's what he's best at. You can't always just play press man. There's different defenses for different situations and different teams, but that's what he's best at. And that's what he loves to do. And, most guys that play that style, you're going to get beat, you're going to get penalties, it's just part of it. But you're going to take guys out. Of the play, out of their game plan because of what he can do. It was a great signing. They needed a corner. I don't know, if they had Mosley and him, that might be just, all they needed. But look, all you really need is one great press corner in your defense. One guy that you can really slow things down, just disrupt the timing, whether it's just, Z slant or, whatever the call is. Just to disrupt that timing between quarterback and receiver.
I was watching your timeline yesterday, and you posted a video about Max Crosby for the Raiders and how great Max Crosby's playing. And, of course, Niner fans are all up in your mentions. And what about Nick Bosa? What about Nick Bosa? We'll get to Nick Bosa in a second. But from someone who's got a zoomed-out, not biased viewpoint, what do you look for criteria as you're trying to figure out who the defensive player of the year is? Because Judon's having a great year. Obviously, the kid in Dallas, Micah Micah Parsons is outstanding, 2 sacks on Thanksgiving. Bosa, we want to say is deep boy. What goes into your criteria?
Well, first of all, you just got to look way beyond sacks. Okay, I mean, I know people love sacks. That's great. It's the first thing that comes out of people's mouths. That's okay. He's just played every single snap 2 weeks in a row. Never come off the field once.
Who's this?
And one of those games was at 6,000 feet in Denver. He doesn't come off the field. He plays every snap. Look at the number of tackles that Max Crosby has. Yeah. Like, none of these guys, TJ Watt, Nick, nobody has tackles, the number of tackles. Then you look, he leads the league right now in tackle for losses. The quarterback hits are way up. You look at him at the end of games. Just watch him in that game last Sunday. Watch him at the end of the game. He just knows how to take a game over. Mm-hmm. And so I haven't seen anybody play the game. I respect TJ and Nick and Matt Judon. They're all great players.
Yeah.
None of them play every snap. None of them put up the total tackle numbers. And the biggest thing is his ability to defeat every block. Not one block, not this block, not a trap block, every block. Nobody blocks him. Nobody. He gets off every single block. And I've asked him about it. Like, how do you do it? Like, how do you see it so fast? And that's the thing is he sees the play so quickly. And so he has the ability to defeat every block that comes at him. And then he is indefatigable. I mean, first play to last play. It never changes.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. All right, we talk a lot of defense here, but we know a lot of people want to know what's going on with the offense. They had a great game in Mexico City against Arizona. They scored 13 points against the Saints. Look, Baldy, I don't care. This isn't the BCS. We're not going for style points here. It's all about stacking W's. But they were sluggish offensively. What led to that? Was it a byproduct of the Saints' defense? Was it the Niners not executing? Were they sloppy? What did you see from the 49ers offense this past Sunday against New Orleans?
I thought they were a little sloppy, a little. I mean, details. I mean, it's all in the details. If you're going to run toss crack and pull Trent Williams, well, you better block the end. The end comes free. The play gets blown up. They run a touchdown right up the middle. Eli right up the middle, touchdown. Gets called back. You could debate whether Kittle has a hold or not have a hold, but it gets called back. They had a number of penalties that just make drives tough. Jimmy sees the field really well. When he gets to the red zone, it's a guess sometimes whether he's going to make the right read, and if he does make the right read, if he's going to make a good throw. It's just you can put all the numbers up, and I saw him against Steve Young and Joe Montana, number win. All that's fine. He makes you hold your breath sometimes in the red zone when things get compressed. And there's just a lot of bodies flying around. And you watch these passes sometimes and you just go, whew, we're lucky there.
Well, Baldy, let's expand on that because the red zone efficiency for the team has been frustrating. And you look up, they actually do score a lot of touchdowns in comparison to the rest of the league. But is that an area where you can kind of separate the elite quarterbacks from the just good quarterbacks, the red zone?
Well, yes and no, Joe. Because if you're going to say if you compare everybody to Mahomes, which isn't really fair, but if you do, his ability just to extend plays is uncanny, and then to have the rocket arm when there is a sliver of an opening to make the throw. We see it every week, right? Mm-hmm. So Jimmy doesn't have that game. He doesn't have that ability to just get outside the pocket and then create. Every once in a while, yes, he can, but it's really not his game. And so he kind of has to do it from the pocket, and it just limits where you can go with the ball sometimes.
Well, you were saying that you were at the Jets game, and so I'm seeing how that team was rallying behind Mike White, excuse me. And we're seeing all these different leadership issues just across the league, whether it's Russell Wilson getting yelled at by a teammate, Aaron Rodgers and teammates have had disagreements. Does the leadership factor, the things that the guys like Jimmy, can that overcome some of his physical deficiencies? Because it feels like it has at times.
Yeah, no, I think there's, first of all, there's nobody else. It's not like they have, one B sitting on the bench right now. Yeah. They don't. It's all Jimmy. So they need to keep him healthy. They need to keep him upright. They need to get him through the season to the postseason. So they need him bad. It's not like, okay, Trey Lance is, he's in the wings. It's not. So they need him, number one. And number two, I think they realize that this isn't you can win a lot of games with Jimmy. To win a Super Bowl now, and that's what it's all about in San Francisco. That quiets everybody when you do it, if you can do it. But there's just guys in this league that are just elite. I mean, Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just on different levels. Period. I mean, they just are.
Yeah,
the
they
Josh
put the ball
Allen
wherever
throw.
they want to put it, whenever they want to put it.
Joe Burrow Sunday in Tennessee was unbelievable. Him and T. Higgins, no chase, no mixing, and they found a way to get it done. And all of a sudden, Cincinnati 7-2.
That pass to Trenton Irwin.
Trent
Irwin
God,
on the sideline.
it's unbelievable. I watched the whole game. I was just like, damn, Joe Burrow. We forgot about this guy because they started 0-2, and now the Bengals look out for them in the AFC North.
Bonte, but it's interesting you bring up Cincinnati because to me, Cincinnati isn't a great team. They played a great game.
Mm-hmm.
They played a great game. They've got weaknesses. Their offensive line isn't great. They don't run the ball great. But they're without Joe Mixon. They're without Jamar Chase.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could be as two of the biggest pieces in the whole team. But, in these games, and you're going to get one on Sunday, like, can you take your team game to another level? Like Cincinnati said, no way Derrick Henry's beating us. And they played the most physical game they played that I've ever seen them play. But they had that in them.
Yeah.
It's in them to do it.
Yep.
And they pulled it out. Some of that is coaching. Some of that is X's and O's. Some of that is just the locker room that you have. And that's kind of what is still waiting in the wings on the San Francisco team. I think we all know they're talented, but so what? Plenty of talented teams never go anywhere in the playoffs. Cowboys are one of those teams.
Right.
So you have to have that ability to pull your A game out in whatever way it has to be. If you're going to see a passing academy this weekend, unlike anything they've seen. So pass coverage, pressure, hands in Tua's face. Like, you've got to find a way to, and then, like, I'm just watching this kid, Jalen Petrie of Houston, like, knock the living stuffing out of Tyreek Hill last week. And Tyreek Hill's slow to get up. Like, you can't let those guys run down the freeways untouched without getting blown up this weekend. You just can't do it.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that's something I've been thinking about when it comes to the Miami Dolphins. I've already turned the page on the Saints. Collapse in the pocket, making Tua face pressure all day long. It didn't hit no small one. Look, Waddle and Tyreek Hill are dynamic. Shaska's asked me, would you rather have those two guys or the personnel of the 49ers? And at this point, Baldy, I don't care. I just want to stack wins. But can you lay a finger on these guys this Sunday, especially with the way they're chirping? They're feeling themselves in Miami a little bit.
Well, they lost Teron Armstead. He was that was the one player they couldn't afford to lose.
Yep.
He's their best offensive lineman. He's the leader. I know Teron very well. Like, he's just a calming influence to be around. He's very smart. He's very talented. Like, you just need him in the huddle, period. They lose him. They got a kid out there that's going to struggle against Bosa, whoever lines up. Like, Bosa has to have his best game of the year because he's going right to the front side of Tua. Now, Tua is very elusive. He's got tremendous feet. He is almost always set perfectly to throw a football. Like, mechanically, he's about as sound as you get. But he isn't tall. All right, so he has a hard time with guys in his face. Their play-action game is spot on. He gets a lot of benefit from that. But, I mean, they've got to ruin these guys up front. This is not an elite offense line, especially without Teron. Like this, last week I thought the linebackers owned that game, and one of the reasons why they pitched a shutout. This week, your defensive line have got to win this game. It's in the hands of your defensive line.
I'm so fascinated with all the quarterback talk, and Tua's a guy that I think the majority of America was ready to write off, and then they acquire Tyreek Hill. They have a coaching change. Is it just as simple as Mike McDaniels and adding Tyreek Hill has made Tua better, or have you seen actual growth from Tua?
Well, I've seen growth, but the growth is due to an elite coach, all right? And there's not enough good coaches in this league.
Okay.
You got a great coach that knows how to communicate really well, knows how to prepare and communicate on an elite level, and just exude confidence. I mean, first game of the season, 4th and 9, midfield, Patriots, he went for it. And it was perfect execution. Most coaches would have just punted that ball away. It was a defining moment in that game, and I think it sent a message to the team that we are not going to ever stop attacking, number one. Tyreek makes a big difference. But, I mean, Jeffrey Wilson, Raheem Mostert, like all these guys,
right.
Sherfield, Craycraft, I mean, all these guys from San Francisco have been really, really good. And then, look, somebody said, Connor Williams can be an elite center in this league. I didn't think so because he wasn't a very good guard, but he's a very good center. And so, they personnel-wise, they really added some pieces to the offense line. Now they're crumbling a little bit. Left guard's out, left tackle's out. So they're getting to their depth right now, and that's going to get tested, on Sunday.
Tell us a little about this Dolphins defense. We know they made the trade for Bradley Chubb. Xavier Howard's out there playing corner, but I don't know too much about this defense. What are the challenges for this Niners offense against this Dolphins defense?
Well, they've got a great free safety in Javon Holland. He's about as good as anybody in this business. He kind of covers the back end, number 8. He's really good. Howard is not having a season like we have used to seeing, but he's got elite ball skills. He's an excellent man-to-man coverage guy, and he will travel if he feels like if it's IU or Debo, he will travel with guys. They've been down corners this year, so they haven't played as much press man as they like to. And then, they've invested heavily in their defensive front. I mean, they got number 1 draft picks all over the place, whether it's Jalen Phillips or Christian Wilkins or Bradley Chubb. I mean, talking about guys at the top of the first round on their defensive front. So they are very, very big, and they are talented up front. So, running the ball against them, and teams have run it against them, is a little bit of a challenge. Wilkins is a very good challenge for the interior of your offensive line. He's an elite player that doesn't get much recognition or a mention, but he's a very, very good player.
Yeah, two natty championships at Clemson, Shasky.
Baldy, is there frost on the pumpkin? Is it officially frost on the pumpkin season?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I came out. I mean, I had to, actually turn the heater on in the car, get the frost off the windshield this morning before I could, it was 5:30 in the morning. To get down here to films, it was took a little bit of de-icing to get that thing done.
This is the best part of the year, though.
We're in it right now, Joe.
Right.
The season started.
I love it.
It's like
December.
Every one of these games is just magnified at this point.
I mean, think about last weekend, man. You had Cincinnati upsetting Tennessee. Buffalo going out to the wire against a tough Lions team that's trying to find its way. You had Washington hold on. Nobody's talking about the Commanders. They're playing some good football, and they hold off for dear life against Atlanta. Last weekend, and in college football, I mean, it was a hell of a weekend, and now we're into December. This is where people get paid, man. I can't wait. Where are you at this weekend, Baldy?
I'm right here in Philadelphia, Tennessee and Philadelphia. Ooh. Sunday afternoon at the Link. Tennessee's gonna bring their A game to Philadelphia. That would be a war. That'd be a war inside right there.
Baldy, tell Philadelphia's tailgating scene I'm coming for them in the playoffs.
Oh boy.
They're already lining up right now. It's Tuesday, Joe. They're already making the plans.
Joe wants to
they're
see
getting the grills out there right now and getting their tent set up. It'll be a wild, wild scene. In fact, maybe I'll shoot a little video.
Please.
Walking into the Link on Sunday. Share it with you, Joe.
Please do it. Please do it. Hey, look, Baldy, Joe wants Philadelphia.
I do. I want them.
I'm a little petrified of that offensive line and that defensive line. They win in the trenches. They run up for over 300 yards in a game over the Green Bay Packers. Philadelphia's playing at a high level, man. That's a scary football team.
When they ran it like Oklahoma did back with Barry Switzer, like against Wichita Baptist. Right. That's what it looked like.
Brian Baldinger.
353. Nobody runs for 300 plus yards.
This is unreal, dude.
49 times.
It was Nebraska versus Iowa State in the old Big 8 or something, man. It was.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that team.
Let's go. We're not going to throw the ball today. We're going to run it every play. Try to stop us.
Baldy, you're the best, man. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
See you, Baldy.
I'll see you guys.
All right, man. Tom Osborne in the red pants. Tommy Frazier, option quarterback.
Wasn't that everybody's high school offense in the 2000s, the early 2000s, late 90s?
We ran at Washington. We ran the speed option, the veer option, and the read option.
The T.
And we had 4 pass plays.
Yeah. Coach Peralta ran that T-wing.
Oh, yeah, the wing T. Yeah, you run it every single play.
Of course. Those were our best players.
Oh, my gosh. All right, it's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Kyle Shanahan confirmed everybody's worst fears about Elijah Mitchell as he suffered a severe sprain to his left MCL and will be out once again for 6 to 8 weeks. Mitchell will go on the injury reserve list for the second time this year, but could be set to return should the Niners make a deep, long playoff run. Mitchell already missed 6 games this year, tearing his right MCL in the Niners season opener against the Chicago Bears in Chi-Town. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We'll react to Brian Baldinger, what he had to say about the 49ers defensively and offensively. Says some things about Jimmy Garoppolo in the red zone I want to pick apart. And, of course, the Golden State Warriors taking on the Dallas Mavericks tonight in Dallas, a Western Conference Finals rematch. Are the Warriors back, folks? Are they back? We'll discuss here on the Morning Roast.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Saatsaz, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
the Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. Take him out! You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
I'm a roaster. Oh, baby. Are you a roaster? Are you a roaster? Max Crosby, DPOY? No, I'm not sick about that. He deserves consideration. He deserves respect. Max Crosby's a hell of a football player. I like Max Crosby.
Let me ask you a question about that, because I've been thinking a lot about Nick Bosa, and I feel like we moved the goalposts depending on the sport, depending on if our team is involved or our player. What is your general consensus for these types of awards? MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year. Do you have to be on a winning team? Is it the guy with having the most outstanding season regardless of standings?
I used to think that, but obviously with some of the players winning DPOY, winning MVPs in the NBA, it doesn't matter if you're on a winning team or not, it feels like. Guess you got to just be a baller, right? I mean, I don't know what the criteria is anymore. I've been, like when Westbrook won the MVP, the Oklahoma City Thunder were a 6th seed, didn't get out the first round. I'm saying, how can the MVP play on a 6th place team?
What do you mean?
Jokic last year. How? What I mean is, they're not winning a lot of games. Now you could say, well, you take Westbrook off the team, they're not a 6th seed. But I'm thinking to myself, well, how can you reward a player who's on a team that's the 6th best in a conference?
Oh, so so for you, then you need to have team
I feel like you need to win.
More. Okay.
Nikola Jokic last year. Denver Nuggets were 6, and I get it. They were not 6 if he's not on that team because they don't have Jamal Murray, they don't have Michael Porter Jr. But I don't reward mediocre teams. I can't reward. To me, that's just my criteria.
Does that change for different sports? So, like, for example,
no, it doesn't.
Mike Trout gets an MVP in baseball, do you look at that sideways?
Absolutely. I did look at it sideways. Okay. I looked at Shohei Ohtani winning the MVP sideways.
Even though what he was doing it's
incredible, but I'm saying your team's in 4th place.
Okay.
Your team's in 4th place. You know, like I don't like so now Matt Max is on the team with the Las Vegas Raiders who are struggling. TJ Watt was DPOY on a team that didn't even make the playoffs, right?
Yes.
Or what did they lose in the first round of Cleveland, I believe?
They were 8-8 or whatever it was. Yeah,
they weren't destroyed the last 2 years. Chiefs and then, the Browns.
Right. So, like, why?
Well, so let me ask you this question, because when it was Steph Curry, I can't remember what your opinion was, and I'm not trying to hold you down to this, but like when the Warriors were in the play-in game, I thought Steph Curry should have at least been the 2nd place MVP getter that year because he was having an outstanding season and dragging his team to the playoffs. But I also understood, he wasn't one of the top 4 or 5 seeds.
Right.
But me, as a biased Warrior fan, was like, I think he's the MVP. So where were you on that?
My mindset was, okay, if you change the goalpost for Westbrook and you give him the MVP as a 6th seed, then why wouldn't you consider Stephen Curry for MVP during that year they made the play-in game? Because if you take Stephen Curry, we saw when he missed those games
they
with
were
the butt injury. Remember he had the tailbone injury? He broke his butt. And,
were they 1-9?
1-9 or something like that. You take Curry off that team, the Warriors are a 15-50 team again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, he's averaging 37 for the month, so the goals pull shifted. So now,
where are you at now?
I don't even care now. Now I don't even care who wins. Those awards, to be honest to God, Shasky.
Yeah.
MVPs, Coach of the Years, I don't really care anymore because of the way the narratives. Ramona Shelburne admitted sometimes the narrative plays into an MVP award.
Was that Ramona or was that Rachel Nichols?
Oh, that was Rachel Nichols. Excuse me.
Yeah, Ramona, because I was going to say Ramona does a pretty good job.
No, it was Ramona. It was Ramona. Yeah, I knew it was Ramona. She said that on NBA Live, on the jump with Rachel Nichols. The narratives matter. And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, these awards are done. Iguodala won Finals MVP.
Yeah, we agree on that one being not fair, because I did think that Steph Curry was the most outstanding player on the Warriors team, and they're not winning a championship. Now you could say, the same thing applies for Andre Iguodala. You're not winning a championship if 4 or 5 guys don't have a great series. I don't care what sport it is, baseball or whatever. So right now, defensive player of the year as we look at this, Mad Max is obviously in consideration. Max Crosby for the Raiders, but I think the majority of the NFL that are following it, they're not going to consider him because his team's not very good. Would you agree?
Maybe. I don't. But again, Shasky, I'm looking at it like this. I don't know. I don't know what the writers are thinking. I don't know what the players are thinking. I don't even know the criteria anymore for DPOY. Well, who's voting on it? Who's not voting on it?
Well, it feels like to me sacks are something that's very sexy. We're not going to look at double team rates. We're not going to look at pressure rates. We're not going to look at pass rush win statistics or advanced gen stats that are available on PFF or ESPN or whatever. So I think sacks is something sexy. And then the narratives I do think matter in the NFL. Right now, Micah Parsons plays on one of the best teams in the NFC, plays on one of the most marketable teams in all of sports for the Dallas Cowboys, and had 2 sacks on Thanksgiving in front of one of the largest audiences the NFL has ever seen for a Thanksgiving game. If you don't think that that's swaying the public, I think you're kind of crazy.
Well, especially when the Cowboys lead off every national show in America. So I'm looking at the criteria for DPOY in the NFL.
Yeah.
The Associated Press votes on it, the most outstanding defensive player in the NFL. And it's been awarded since 1971, and 50 AP sports writers sit down on a panel and vote on this stuff. Now, do these 50 AP writers watch every single game and every single team? I would doubt it. I highly doubt it, right? I doubt it.
They're not grinding tape.
Right. Maybe they are. Maybe. I don't want to speak for everybody. Maybe they are. To the point where I don't even care, because if you're not, for example, if Evan Longoria was at the Tampa Bay Rays, he's playing third base, you got people saying, Evan Longoria's a third. Nobody's watching Tampa Bay Rays games, especially during that time. So how do you know if he's a great player or not? You know what I'm saying? It's just an example. I'm not
I think
throwing shade at Evan Longoria.
No, I know you're not, but I think what ends up happening, it does matter. To the players, I think it matters, and I do believe to certain fan bases it matters, like the one that, for example, if you're an Angels fan, it does matter to you that Mike Trout wins MVPs because that's all you can cling to. You know, when the Giants had Barry Bonds, I clung to those MVPs.
But the Giants are also winning.
No, I know, but I did.
Winning. Mike Trout hasn't won anything.
I know, but
what has he been to? 1 postseason?
Yeah, 2. I believe. I think it's 2. I think it's
one.
2.
Spinoni saying 1.
Got swept against the Royals in 2014.
That was the only one. Okay,
that was the only one. 1 postseason. This guy's won all these MVPs. So
But that doesn't take away from how great he is. And also, when I look at a body of work for a career, part of those achievements do matter when we're making the case on who's the greatest player of all time. Like, I look at Roger Clemens, I'm like, 7 Cy Youngs. 7, not 2, not 3, 7. You know what I mean? Like Barry Bonds, 7 MVPs. Like, those things matter. And you look at like Kobe Bryant. How did he only win 1 MVP? Was LeBron a 4-time MVP?
Yeah, Shaq only won, I believe, 1 MVP.
Right? It almost doesn't feel fair. How could LeBron dominate the sport for 15 years, 20 years, and only win 3 or 4 MVPs?
So this is why I gravitate towards team accomplishments a lot more than individual accomplishments. Like, what I want to see, obviously the players, they want to be on all pro teams.
Yes.
They want to be in the Pro Bowls. I saw Fred Warner Jr. tweet yesterday, please vote for me in the Pro Bowl. Get me to the Pro Bowl.
Well, and it helps his contract status.
No doubt. It gives them incentives, money, all that stuff.
Exactly.
So I get it. The player standpoint, of course they care about those awards. James Harden told everybody, he was sad about not winning MVP.
I remember that.
James Harden with 3 years, like, well, I thought it was this. And he wanted, so the players, let's exclude the players. The players care.
Yeah, they do.
Some of the coaches, I don't know. Maybe they care. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But as a fan of the game, I gravitate so much towards team accomplishments
I
now.
agree with that.
And, like, is it great? Like, do I want to see Andrew Wiggins make an all-NBA defensive team? Absolutely. That matters to me. He's playing great defense on the spotlight, on a highlighted team that's playing on a platform that no other team has. And the Golden State Warriors playing on national TV every single week. Wiggins didn't get any respect. Why? Because of narratives. And that bothers me. Narratives come into place with these awards and these writers and the criteria to vote on these awards. It's all flawed.
No, I know. I agree with the process stinks. But I do think, and me as a fan, for the Warriors, you're wearing a Warrior coat right now. It mattered to me that the Warriors didn't have an all-star for almost 15 years. It hurt my soul. The only part of All-Star Weekend that we would have any part of was the Rookie-Sophomore Challenge, was the dunk contest. And it used to hurt my soul. I didn't even need my guy to play.
Right.
I just wanted him to be part of the announcements when everybody's getting announced as an all-star, and a guy with a Warrior jersey would be up there. And so it hurt me. Then when the Warriors got 3 guys in there, I was like, oh my God, can you believe we don't have 1, we don't have 2. We've got 3.
I get it.
So I propel this forward and I say, I really want Nick Bosa to be Defensive Player of the Year. I just don't think he's going to get it this year. I don't think his accomplishments on the field have warranted it. I think he's really good. He's having a great year. I think he's in the mix. But I do think Micah Parsons is higher than him right now based on what he's done on the field. I think his notoriety is higher. And I also believe that Judon for New England has had as remarkable, if not more impactful season in New England.
Chris Jones in Kansas City is
Chris
having
Jones
a
has been
fantastic
amazing.
season. But here's the deal.
Good call.
You heard it from Baldy, and we're in the thread yesterday. Bosa with the Armstead for Miami. And Tristan Wirfs is going to be out for Tampa Bay, their star left tackle or right tackle, who was drafted in the same pick ahead of Javon Kinlaw in the 2020 NFL draft. Bosa has a chance over the next 2 weeks to rack up a lot of numbers, a lot of sacks. And then you play on Thursday night against Seattle on Amazon Prime, where everybody's going to be watching. This 3-game stretch can determine whether or not he's going to be in that conversation for DPOY, because those are games. These games coming up against Brady, against the Dolphins, against Seattle. All the writers are going to be watching these games. They'll be watching the 49ers against the Dolphins. They'll be watching Brady come back home against the Niners. They'll be watching Thursday Night Football against Seattle. Those are the games where you just have to dominate. Yeah, remember TJ Watt? He had like a 4-sack game on a high-profile game. I'm watching. I'm like, damn, TJ Watt's good. Maybe the only Steelers game I watched that year.
You were like everybody else.
But everybody else, you get influence, and that's the problem. Maybe let the players vote on these awards. Well, how about that? Will the players be biased? Probably.
Yes, and also, some players aren't a student of their game. You know what I mean? Some are, most are, but some aren't. And so it's just like with anything. You're going to have some great, some mediocre, and some bad. So I don't know. Maybe it doesn't mean a lot to everyone, but I know that there's a certain segment of this fan base. Nick Bosa being in consideration for Defensive Player of the Year absolutely matters. To me, it does. And maybe I'm holding something from my youth, in higher regard as I age. But I do think that these things matter.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to the lines here. People want to chime in on this conversation. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Dennis, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Good.
I enjoy you on the Warriors, Bonte.
Thank you, Dennis.
It's a pleasure watching you.
Appreciate that.
And Festus.
Appreciate
it. Warrior fan. I was a Warrior ball boy in the '60s with
very cool.
Rick Barry, Nate Thurman, Al Attles, Fred Hetzel. It was quite a time. But anyway, what I want to talk about today. Oh, and another thing, you almost had me in tears when you're on with your aunt with Willie Mays thing.
Oh, that was awesome.
That was great. I'm a native San Franciscan. I'm 68 years old. I used to go to Candlestick. Willie was my idol.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Anyway, and we used to have Willie Mays night at our school at St. Cecilia's in grammar school.
Wow, St. Cecilia's.
He'd bring McCovey and Marichal. I'll never forget it. Great childhood memories like you guys were talking about.
Awesome.
But anyway,
go Irish.
Getting back to the Niners, I just think Shanahan shoots himself in the foot all the time. Look at where we're at with our running backs right now, and there's no Jeff Wilson. I remember Dante Whitner after the game. He was saying, what do you do with Jeff Wilson? And Dante says, bubble wrap him, save him. It's a long haul. you're going to need these guys, and I don't understand why they traded them.
Yeah,
and
Well-
I just
Let me jump in, and I'll try to defend Shanahan on this one, because I agree with his thought process, and I understand everybody looking up, going, I can't believe Elijah's hurt, and they drafted Davis Price from LSU in the 4th round. They like Davis Price. At least that's my assumption. Now, have they cut running backs after 1 year, after not even seeing them really in a real game? Yeah, they have. I mean, Joe Williams got cut. He never even saw the light of day. We've seen them get rid of Sermon, who they drafted from Ohio State after 1 year, and he barely got any run. But they drafted this guy, and they like him. They find running backs. Jeff Wilson Jr. was set to be a free agent. They got a 5th-round pick for him. They churned him and used him. He wanted to go. I thought they did right by the player by moving him. And I also think that Jordan Mason might have a little something. They see these guys in practice. When I was at training camp, I liked Jordan Mason. I'd like to see him get some touches. I had no problem with them. And they were banking on Elijah being healthy. And when you acquire Christian McCaffrey, the odd man out is Jeff Wilson Jr. And if he's unhappy and he wants to go, get something for him.
Dennis, you still there?
Yeah, but I agree with you. But I really like Jordan Mason too. But I think that Wilson was also a locker room guy, well liked.
He was. That's true.
And it's just like and we're in this. We're in this to win now.
I agree.
And he has a lot of experience with the offense, Jeff Wilson.
Point.
And I just didn't like the idea of getting rid of him,
It's fair.
Dennis, that is
It's a fair
fair.
point.
And I think about it more and more,
Thanks for
especially
calling,
with the
Dennis.
Elijah Mitchell injury, where now this is, both seasons he's had some major issues when it comes to injuries.
Bonte, it's
Hasn't been durable. Hasn't been durable at all.
I think he's snake bit. I think this is a guy that you can't count on moving forward.
So-
I hate to say that.
So with that said,
God,
they knew he was coming off an injury. Knowing the 49ers injury history under Shanahan, Jeff Wilson Jr. is like, I'm going to be the 3rd string back. Let me out of here. I may have waited on that one. And I get that the deadline was right there. You had to figure something out. You traded him to Miami. Jeff Wilson Jr. just had some big games as a 49er. Some big games. The way he gets discussed where, you got a 5th-round pick. And this guy won you a lot of football games. Big-time games. I may have hesitated on dealing him, knowing that injuries could happen, especially at that position. At that position, the young know how do we know what Elijah Mitchell is going to look like coming off that MCL sprain?
He did look great.
First
off,
he did look great. He did look good, but we didn't know. And then all of a sudden he's hurt again. Just like that.
I know.
He didn't even make it 2 games.
But B, you can't if you run the risk of having a malcontent in the locker room. I think that's the last thing that this version of the 49ers needs right now. Right now, I have the losing hand. Shanahan has the losing hand. And I understand Franz's frustration. And a lot of people said this in real time. Keep Jeff Wilson Jr.
Yep.
I'm not losing sleep over it. He wanted out. He was going to be the odd man out. He's set to be a free agent. You got something back. I trust Shanahan and his guys to find a running back to replace that output.
Here's the deal. You got 2 rookies now. Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price.
I know.
Who haven't had a lot of reps. Mason, maybe he looks good. Maybe. It's something to monitor, though. It's something to monitor, and it's something that could backfire on this football team, getting rid of a good guy like Jeff Wilson Jr. I don't think – if they didn't trade him, I don't think he just starts blowing smoke and disrupting the locker room. I don't think he's that guy. I think that's unfair.
Here's the other part that people, I think, are failing to realize. Jeff Wilson Jr. has also been hurt every year, every single year. In fact, he started this season off being injured. To act like he's the only healthy back and he's been healthy throughout his entire tenure, that's false too.
I don't think anybody's acting like that, but he has played a lot more than Elijah Mitchell.
Absolutely.
Played a lot more. And he's taking a lot more pounding than Elijah Mitchell. So we'll see what happens there in the foreseeable future.
But Elijah has had more in one year. Last year, his rookie year, had more yards than any Jeff Wilson Jr. season.
No doubt. So, Jeff Wilson Jr. Hasn't had those carries, but he's been hurt. He's hurt twice this year. Look, Mickey D, this is a crucial question. This is interesting. Does Mason know how to pass block?
I think that's part of why he wasn't out there. I think that they are reluctant to use him. If you notice, when Christian McCaffrey wasn't playing in the second half, the first snap he got before he got a rush attempt was him as a pass blocker. Did you notice that?
Yep.
And I think there was a reason for that. That's going to be something that they're going to have to figure out. But that's also why you have Juszczyk.
That's a good point, though.
I have the highest paid fullback in the league. Every now and then he could be my pass blocker.
Yeah, but I don't want to tip off. I don't want to tip off plays. I want to have threats in the pass game too.
Well, of
like,
course.
you got to think that Mason or Ty Davis-Price could be bigger threats than Juszczyk in a pass game. I don't know. Let's get to Robin in San Francisco. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, you guys, and happy late Thanksgiving. Here, I have 4 things real quick, so I don't want to get kicked off. Shasky showed my thunder, right? Jeff Wilson does stay hurt. And not only that, I mean, forgive me, you guys, he's slow as hell. I don't care what nobody says, okay? He is. He's slow, okay? With respect to the you guys were talking about the players
Yes.
being voted DPOY. I don't know about the NFL, but in the NBA, I think it does matter to the ones that are being voted because it doesn't have an effect
On your money.
in terms of getting.
Yeah, Jason Tatum lost like $40 million. He lost like $40 million because he wasn't on like a first or second team.
Yeah, so in that regard,
30 to 40,
it does matter. And it's all about favoritism. Really, it is.
Yep.
Only clear-cut MVP for me that stuck out was really Steph Curry. Because where the Warriors had been and what he was doing, it was clear. I mean, Ray Charles from the grave could see that. The third thing I want to say is that with the Miami game coming up, do you guys think that, we should buy into all this heated talk and all these narratives being painted? Because the most important game, I think, is winning the Seattle, the conference game, not the AFC game.
Yeah. Right.
I know that people are getting the realness on the how real the Niners are based on this Miami, but I wouldn't buy into that, and I would save some of my players and not put them out there just to prove a point and look at the long haul. Peace out, you guys.
Yeah, that sounds good, but I'm not saying these guys can get hurt in the Seattle week.
Of course.
These guys can get hurt next week. The one thing in sports is we got to get away from is, let's bubble wrap them for this week and then play them next week. Well, after they get hurt on the first play of the game, you bubble wrap Mostert to start last year, and he got hurt 3 plays into the season.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference between bubble wrapping and playing someone who's compromised or could further injure themselves.
If they're hurt,
there's a distinction for me.
If they're hurt and they're compromised, then don't play them.
Yes.
But if you're 80, because nobody's 100% right now.
No.
Nobody. You're lucky if you're 85% at this point of the season. You're a little nicked up here and there. I'm sure the team will manage. They'll have their doctors. They'll have their coaches. The player will tell you, "Go. You got to play." But this whole thing, like, I'm starting to get annoyed here with the whole. Let's sit these guys and let's preserve them for January. There's no guarantee they're going to be there for January.
No, but when you look at it, I think her bigger point was, like, as much of a cool litmus test and a fun matchup as this is, Dolphins versus Niners. The reality is they could stumble and they could lose both these games to both the Dolphins and the Tampa Bay Bucks. And as long as they handle business against Seattle and then obviously the rest of the way, they should be good. 10 wins should get you into the playoffs and win the division if you can beat Seattle.
But here's what's going on.
I think her larger point.
No, I got what her larger point was, but here's the deal. Well, you keep saying, well, the Seattle game's more important. Seattle, and I get all that. The Commanders right now are 7-5 in the 7th spot.
Yes.
Seattle is 6-5. They're out of the playoffs right now.
I know.
Out of the playoffs. So you lose a couple games and you still look at Seattle. You may not just go from not winning the division. You can go from not winning the division to out of the playoffs. Well, so you still got to win to at least secure a wild card spot. You got to keep winning.
No, but Bonte, right now their clearest path to getting into the playoffs is winning the division. And then you get the home game, and you get a more favorable setup in terms of seeding.
But if you don't win the division, I at least want to get in as a wild card. And you got the Commanders at 7-5, and you got the Giants at 7-4. You don't win, you start to lose a couple games, you stumble, and all of a sudden it's division or bust. Division or bust. And you don't win the division, you may be out of the playoffs, and that would suck.
That's of course, but that's my whole thing is that the division's the most important thing. And I think that's what they should be aiming for and doing everything that they can. And that's why when you look at the NFC, like, yes, winning the NFC games matter. The AFC games, not the end of the world, is what I'm getting at. To think that they're going to run the table from here to the end, that feels unlikely. They're probably going to lose 1 or 2 games. It's not the end of the world if it happens to so be a Miami game, as much as I want it.
All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got some Peter King sound on the other side about the 49ers. Don't forget, Warriors Warriors and Mavericks later tonight. Western Conference Finals rematch. I'm kind of excited for this game.
I am too.
Mavericks have lost 4 in a row. Luka's playing at a high level. I want to see if the Warriors can continue this roll here. Can they win their 4th straight game and improve to 12-10? I'm excited for this one tonight in Dallas. All right, that's all coming up by Fremont Bank, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Pfizer. Pfizer.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals.
Final score, Warriors 120, Dallas 110. The Warriors win the West, 4-1.
It's an early tip-off between the red-hot Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks.
Corner 3, Stephen Curry. Timeout, Dallas.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30. Tip-off at 4:30. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Now presenting at Osh. If you need a great gift idea, head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for your favorite DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, or anyone in between, you can choose gifts they're gonna love. From a huge selection of name brands like DeWalt, Traeger, Carhartt, and Stihl. Swing by and let Osh's friendly faces point you to presents you'll be proud to give. Is that special someone hard to shop for? Don't fret. Osh has gift cards too. Savor the season at Osh with 14 convenient locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
The new Michelin silicone plates last through everything.
On a world record-breaking drive from Alaska to South America in unpredictable conditions.
Thunderstorms, ice storms, they just don't quit.
Rainier Zeidlo chose Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades with advanced Quad-Tech 4-layer coated silicone that repels water, snow, and ice and lasts 2 times longer than other blades.
It's coming down in sheets.
Real world proven. Extreme weather wiping performance. Upgrade to Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades today. Only at Walmart.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Cool and sunny in Sunnyvale with highs today about 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately and hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Hey, it's Willard from the Willard and Dibs Show. Listen to us every day, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with the Bay Area's biggest Jimmy G fan, Bonte Hill, and a great guy to share some garlic fries with, Joe Shasky. All yours, guys.
Wow. Professional.
Very professional. What's Jimmy going to do in March? 888-957-9570.
I want to ask you about Jimmy G because Joe Spadoni and I were talking about this earlier this morning. I'm looking around the NFL right now, Bonte, and I'm seeing a lot of leadership issues. Zach Wilson, clearly, his teammates hate him. I think that's pretty clear, right?
Seems like he's lost that locker room, I would say. Yes.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, they're hugging the football afterwards.
Oh, dude,
I'm so glad that I could see you again.
Dude.
Nobody thinks Mike White is the second coming, but at the same time, clearly the teammates of the Jets do not like the kid Zach Wilson, and they really like Mike White.
You know what's funny? Remember we had Boomer on before that draft, Boomer Esiason, WFAN, former Cincinnati Bengals quarterback, and I asked him, I said, are you guys really locked in on Zach Wilson? Is Zach Wilson a bust? And he was like, yeah, it's no doubt he's going to be the number 2 overall pick. He's coming to New York City, and they're all about it. And I was like, why? And I kept thinking, why did they want Zach Wilson?
Well, why did they not look at anyone else?
Right,
that was the question that we kept asking. I'm not saying you can't pick him,
right?
But why was it so unanimous without exploring the other options?
Unbelievable. So to your point, yeah, his leadership skills. So we saw that against Coastal Carolina, and we basically saw the same thing.
Yeah, and so now Zach Wilson's done nothing in the NFL. Okay, nothing. Mm-hmm. So for him to not ingratiate himself to teammates, pretty stupid, right? Mm-hmm. Russell Wilson has a decade-worth resume, probably going to the Hall of Fame. I don't know, by most people's estimation. And his teammates clearly hate his guts, right? Clearly, as you see a defensive tackle just curse him out on the sideline.
That was unbelievable.
We could talk till we're blue in the face about all the throws Jimmy can't make. And believe me, I have been guilty as any about he can't hit this throw, he can't extend that play, he can't do all that. The one area I cannot dispute, whether you want to call it likability or leadership or something in between, his teammates do love him.
Yep.
Whether you think that's leadership or they just enjoy being around him, I'm not going to sit here and be like, George Kittle can't stand being around Jimmy G. That is one area that you can't quantify and put your finger on, man. He's really good in that department.
No, there's no doubt. That's very underrated, and a lot of people – and that's why – we had the conversation earlier this offseason where people say, well, he ghosted the team and he ghosted teammates and he this and that. Do his teammates, I should say, look like a bunch of guys who were ghosted by Jimmy Garoppolo? No, they wrapped their arms around him. They love this guy. Like, that's why the whole ghosting thing, I was like, where's this stuff coming from?
Well, I can see from the coaching staff's perspective why you'd be frustrated.
Right, but the players are like, dude, we know who Jimmy is. Jimmy's fine. We're gonna make it happen. They worked out in Nashville, George, so just Jimmy is a leader. Now, how big of a leader, how much of a voice does he have? I don't know.
Does that help you on third? Does that help you on 3rd and goal?
Right. Does it help you make a throw? Like,
No.
we can all talk about leadership all day long.
Yeah,
Does it help you win big games? You know what I'm saying? Warren Moon never won a Super Bowl. I thought he was a good leader, right? Dan Marino's a great leader. He never won anything.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He threw for all these yards. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks to never win a Super Bowl, but never won. No. So leadership, I think, can be overblown. However, from the quarterback spot, you definitely have to have command of that locker room. You have to have a respect. There has to be some sort of respect. And Zach Wilson lost all that respect.
I do.
Like Kyler, I think Kyler's on his way to doing that too.
It's a great
Kyler
point.
Murray. Kyler Murray's on his way to losing respect from the Cardinals. You watch Hard Knocks, and I'm sure you watched the one with the Niners in it. That team doesn't respond to him very well.
And I think there were times when you were watching prior quarterbacks for the 49ers, leadership was questioned. Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith, in his voice, his trust of his own teammates and where they were at in their careers and how he might help or deter them from getting contract extensions because he can't get them the ball. Like, there's a lot that goes into this. I just look at what Jimmy has done this year in a positive light, and I was like, look, man, he may not be able to rip that 40-yard throw with 20 seconds to go the way Josh Allen can. And I would love him to be able to do that. But I can't question that his guys love him. Like, they do clearly love him. And that is it's not everything, but it's certainly something. As I look around the NFL today, and there's a lot of teams where they hate their quarterback.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of leadership, how about Draymond Green's leadership recently with the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, it feels like it's coming back into the light, no?
I mean, I asked this question earlier. Don't we want Draymond Green to opt in again? How many Warrior fans want Draymond Green to sign an extension with this basketball team? I mean, Draymond Green, we questioned the leadership. We know what happened at training camp, and he lost the trust of the team. Well, apparently he was the guy who orchestrated the team meeting after they lost to Phoenix a couple Wednesdays ago. Talked to Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson last 5 games. I haven't heard anyone talk about him coming off the bench anymore. Draymond Green's leadership, going to the second unit, stabilizing that unit, being a team player. Draymond Green plays some good basketball. I'm not sure I want to see him in another uniform in the foreseeable future.
I agree with that. But isn't there also, like, when they paid him a little prematurely, didn't we all go,
right?
Maybe I would have waited till the end of the season. Right? Now, I know we don't want to count everybody's chicken, and Joe Lacob can afford X, Y, and Z, but there is a financial component of who are you actually bidding against if you were to give him an extension? Because I don't know that answer. How do other teams view him financially? How many teams covet him specifically right now? What does that do to his focus level throughout the regular season? I'm not questioning his playoff focus, but what does that do to his focus for the interim? Like, all these months that you have to wait between now and getting to the playoffs. I want him playing his best ball. So I don't know. I think letting this thing kind of play itself out is not the worst thing in the world.
No doubt. But
I do want him back on the Warriors. Like, I don't
season,
want this to go to where he feels alienated as well.
Next season, when they start the next season, and I believe, and I'll say it right now, I believe the Warriors will be hanging their 5th banner at Chase Center to start next season. I want Draymond Green in Warriors uniform. I want him there. I just, Steph Curry's vibing right now with them. Draymond's pushing the rock. He's barking orders. He's running the break. He's shooting the ball. Again, they win 80% of their games when he scores at least 10 points. And it's not even a small sample size. Like, Draymond Green, we could talk about Clay, we talk about Steph. Draymond's been just, all right, Steph. I get all that. I don't know if you win those championships without Draymond Green, and it feels like he's got that trust back.
Well, there's a part of me, and as a joke, I want to be like, well, Draymond earning his trust back after he's the one who made the mistakes to begin with. That's like me saying, honey, I made dinner and I cleaned the kitchen after I made a huge mess. It's like, yeah, you're the one who made dinner and you made the huge mess. Yeah, congratulations, you cleaned it back up. But I want to ask you more this question, B. Is Klay Thompson listening to him? I know you don't think that meeting was that big of a deal. You've kind of poo-pooed that in terms of the.
I mean, I haven't necessarily poo-pooed it. A meeting was needed, and it obviously helped. So I'm not poo-pooing anything.
Okay, but is Draymond Green the only one outside of Steph Curry that Klay Thompson would actually listen to? Because that's something I was thinking about.
Andre Iguodala.
Yeah. Okay. But does Andre have the equity of not playing? Like, with him not playing, does he have that same equity and cachet to actually resonate with Klay? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I maybe. I don't know the answer either. I don't either. But I think having championship teammates like Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala definitely helps.
Yeah.
And since that meeting, Klay Thompson's been he's been better than last season's Klay
way
Thompson.
More efficient. His floor game's been way better. The passing, the defense. He's not just flying out at someone 40 feet away. He's understanding the situation, the personnel he's going up against. And I just like his shot selection and his ball movement much better.
Let's go to Eric at Fremont. Eric at Fremont here on the roast. What's happening, Eric?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Long-time listener. My kids hate me because this is all we do now. But,
sorry, kids.
So I just want to, they'll be all right. They just got dropped off to private school over here in Oakland at Pack Christian Academy.
Nice.
But my take on the Draymond Green situation, right? Of course, me as a Warriors fan, longtime Warriors fan, I want him to opt in. I want him to be on our team because you need that type of guy on your team. And personally, if I was a GM, an owner, a coach, I want him off the Warriors as soon as possible. I'm pitching whatever you need, Draymond. Come punch the next rookie we got coming up. I don't care. Just make sure that you're on the Warriors, providing them with more championships. Thank you.
I don't.
Yeah, rookie orientation now. The second step after you get your team handbook and all the HR stuff. Draymond's gonna punch you real quick. Come on, it's funny, but
it's not funny. No, it's not. It's not.
You know
funny.
what I'm saying?
It's
like,
not
come on.
Funny. Austin, San Jose. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey.
Hey, fellas, what's going on, guys? Good to talk to you. Listen, hey, Bonte, who says that Draymond lost the trust of the locker room? I never heard that. That sounds like a media thing to me. I never
Steve
believed it to begin with.
Steve Kerr and Kevon Looney said that. Steve Kerr and Kevon Looney said that, Austin. They said that. He's got to earn the trust back. Yeah. He has to build that trust back.
So you're saying he lost the locker room?
For a time.
All right, Austin.
Sounded like he was getting in and out of his truck.
Yeah, he can call us back if he
Sounded
wants
like he was trying to check you, and then you hit him with facts, and then he was wrong.
Am I not mistaken? Steve Kerr said that?
No, he did. Looney said it multiple times, and I remember Looney was one of the few that would actually go to the podium and be like, he's got to build it back up. It's he doesn't have a lot of trust right now with everybody, and I remember it being a poignant thing that we talked about the very next day.
I thought I was tripping. I was like, man, I know it feels so long ago.
No,
I thought it's not, because. Here we go again. We want to blame the media for everything. The media didn't punch Jordan Poole.
New media did.
New media.
That's pretty funny, Sedona.
That's a 4.
That's a 4.
Funny. That's a 4.
Pretty funny.
Well played there. Well played. So, look, we're past the punch. We're past Klay's struggles. Now, Klay may go through another slump. It's all good. But we know he's not washed. That's the biggest thing. He's not washed. And Jordan Poole's now coming around. Jordan Poole's now, he can focus on scoring and not facilitating and over-dribbling now that Draymond Green is in that second unit and Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. And that right there is a big development. So now the foundational 6 is balling at a high level. Now who's going to be those other 2 to 3 players to help them in the playoffs? Well, JaMychal Green's going to get a chance. DiVincenzo's going to get a chance.
DiVincenzo playing a lot better.
And
a lot
Jonathan Kuminga is playing a lot better.
Yeah.
And I do not like... One of the young players, like we hear about all these trades and all these fake rumors or whatnot, I'd have a hard time letting Kuminga go.
No, I'm not.
I just can't do it.
No. Kuminga's upside is too good.
Yeah,
I'm not releasing him at any moment. I need to see more from Kuminga, if anything.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
Oscar.
You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, Bonte? How you guys doing this morning?
We're good, man. We're good.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to you and your co-host. You guys do a damn good job. You do a good job on TV with Chris Mullins. But besides all that, I'm a longtime Warrior fan. I call in all the time. I'm used to doing the morning with you guys, but Warrior fans was panicking last week. They want to sit Klay down. You stood up for him. And Steve Kerr always say the same thing. Now, I say the same thing all the time, too. Let the Warriors play. And Steve Kerr, I'm gonna give most of the props right now to Steve Kerr because everybody was talking about the second unit. That's right. But it's on the coach to make moves to make sure the second unit will preserve what the first unit is doing.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do? He mixed the first unit with the second unit. We're not going to put them youngsters out there by themselves because most of them play probably 1 or 2 years of college basketball, and they don't really have all the basketball knowledge to play in the Warriors system like that. But what Steve Kerr do? Stabilize the unit, put Draymond Green out there. The only thing I want to say is that Draymond Green is playing all-star level basketball.
Yes.
And don't count the Warriors out.
Well,
no doubt.
And I think there's a misnomer. There's a misnomer that they were playing like Jordan Poole and Moody and Kuminga and Wiseman all at once. They weren't. Like, it was one guy or two guys at a time. But the move that nobody had, and we were throwing out all kinds of different suggestions of how to, make that second unit better. I don't think any of us had Draymond Green being a part of that on our bingo card.
No,
it was like,
didn't.
is it Poole and Wiggins? Is it Poole and Clay? Is it play Steph Curry in these moments? Or what do you do? And the Draymond Green one has infused him. And I also think DiVincenzo playing better. But I don't think it's an outlier that DiVincenzo's playing better alongside Draymond Green, who's another playmaker on the floor with him.
Yep.
Now you have the three ball handlers who can set up for themselves or others. It's just opened the floor up for everyone. How many easy dunks has JaMychal Green gotten at the rim?
JaMychal Green's gotten easy dunks. Andrew Wiggins, the first play of the game against Minnesota was an alley-oop to Andrew Wiggins. It was just nasty.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, he caught a lot of slander last year for being a quote-unquote worst All-Star game starter ever. Well, he's going to be going back to the All-Star game.
You think
season.
so?
Oh, absolutely. You see the way he's playing? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how teams are viewing him.
I mean, but he should. He should. I mean, you go look at the numbers. You go look at his defense. You go look at the way he's locked in. He's averaging 19 points a game, and he's shooting 50% from the floor. He's shooting 44% from three.
I just have a tough time when it comes to these All-Stars. Like, there are certain marquee names you just marker them in. Like LeBron will be markered in, whether he's having a good year or not.
Anthony Davis.
I never know, like, unless there's obviously injuries or something, I never know about someone like Wiggins. I don't know if he has that cachet. I don't know if the championship run last year carries over into this year. I'm not sure how people are doing the math.
I'm looking at his three-point makes. He's made 18 threes over his last 4 games.
What's his percentage?
18 threes, 18 out of 33. 18 out of 33.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's better than 50%.
I told you I've never felt better about him taking a three at the top of the arc than this year.
Right.
Like, it feels like he's turned the corner as a 3-point shooter.
Doesn't it feel like we're back to Warriors basketball?
Oh,
we're thinking big. Like, there's 100%. No panic. There's none of that. Hey, this guy needs to do this or this guy. It feels normal again.
It's not the record for me, even though the record's been great. It's the way that they're playing.
Right.
It's the joy that they're exuding. Like, all of the little things, body language, the communication on defense, the celebrations after they hit a bucket, like, everything feels more united.
Right now, the Warriors 8th place in the Western Conference. 3.5 back of the Phoenix Suns. 4 back in the loss column of the Phoenix Suns here as Portland starts to fade. Utah has faded. Sacramento's lost 3 in a row. Order has been restored in the Western Conference. Let's go to Coach and Vallejo. And the Lakers. Wait, the Lakers are...
What are they?
They're right above the San Antonio Spurs. 7-12. Spurs are 6-15. Rockets 5-15. Lakers, tough loss last night.
Oh, if I hear another person, while you're stopping on the Spurs, if I hear another person, Pop just really wants the team to be in a good spot before he bows out. I mean, just walk away, Pop. You're not going to leave the team in a better spot at the end. Just stop it. Stop. Anybody can tank at the end. Stop it.
What's our boy's name in France? Victor what?
Wembanyama.
You think he's the answer for them?
I don't think it is. I don't even know the kid's going to be good in the NBA.
Who knows?
Who knows? The coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, Coach.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. Good morning, Butcher, Bonte.
Good morning.
Glad to hear from you. Have you guys, this sort of rhetorical question, been a fan of a team, but there's always one player on that team that you kind of don't like?
Oh, yeah.
I'm like that. I'm a Cowboy fan, but I don't like Dak Prescott, okay? But I'm a Warriors fan, and I have a hard time liking Jordan Poole. Okay, I really do. Here's why. I'm glad you asked that. Here's why. He seems to be a cocky type of guy. I saw him mean mugging the referees and things like that. Also, he makes 1 out of 8 3-pointers, and he acts like he's the best player in the world. And I just don't like his on-court antics, and I don't like him being called a foundational player of the Warriors. He's okay. He's an average shooter at best. He's not a great shooter. I mean, he all these elbows and knees and herky jerks and stuff, and then gets a shot blocked at the rim.
What Coach, what can Jordan Poole do to win you over?
I love that question. I think he could act a little humbler on court. I don't think he should act like he's one of the top 5 on the team, okay? I think he should act more in his supporting role and act more like a 6-man, just be a little humbler.
Coach. Steph Curry's probably one of the most, if you're not a Warrior fan, one of the most arrogant athletes of all time. The guy's shooting a 3, spinning around, doing nights to people before the ball even goes through the net. And yes, he has earned that status. I'm not denying that. They don't win a championship without Jordan Poole last year, Coach. Come on. He is one of their foundational pieces. They just gave him $130 million.
But Butcher, and I think that's a waste of money. But they don't win a championship without Payton. Okay, they do not.
Payton didn't play for 2 rounds. Payton didn't play for 2 rounds, and they advanced.
They don't even
effortlessly.
But I tell you, they don't even get to the championship without Payton. Okay, coming in subbing for Jordan Poole to play defense. So I'm sorry.
No, I hear you, but Coach, it seems like you've got one out for JP, and I get that. But you need to go back and look at minute logs of the final 3 rounds and look at JP's minute logs versus Gary Payton Jr.'s.
Let's go to Mike in Oakland before we flex. Mike in Oakland.
Am I tripping, B?
No, he didn't play in the Western Conference Finals. Mike in Oakland was happening.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I'm just gonna toot my horn just a little bit here.
Give it to me.
I was the first one to say that Draymond Green should play with the second string because I knew he was the difference maker. I said this November the 14th on Dub Fans. If you don't believe it, go look at it.
Hold on. What's Dub Fans?
Is that a message board?
No, that's it's like Dub Nation. It's a Dub Nation, but it's called Dub Fans. It's another intricate part of the Dub Nation fans. It's another piece.
Nice.
Man.
So he said it first, Ponte. He plowed this land and claimed it for England.
Hey, man. Hey, don't act like you don't.
Speaking of
we
which,
all like to be first on things.
I know we're gonna flex here. Are you ready for this USA game, B? I got my jersey on right now. I'm ready.
I'm ready, but I'm scared that my body may not be ready. Your boy may be napping during 11:01.
Because you're probably rooting for Iran.
No.
Iran's now my 7th best team.
We've got a 3:30 pregame show today, so your boy got to get that quick nap in there. Yeah. So I may nap. I may just have it on in the background and maybe wake up from time to time and okay, there goes USA. Big game. Is this Spinoni? Is this the biggest game for USA in its history? Or
no, probably back in 2002 when they actually advanced to the final 8 in the group stage.
And who they lose to? Germany?
Against Germany. They lost 1-0. They played really well.
Oh, I was at that. Thomas Harwell played really well.
Yeah, that was the last kind of hurrah for the USA.
Yeah,
that was Landon Donovan?
Correct. That was his first, I think Landon Donovan's first ever World Cup, I
remember I went to SFAC to watch that. San Francisco Athletic Club. Shout out to SFAC. Ezra out there, SFAC
Were you
on
wearing
the Viz.
a German jersey? Or
No. What was I wearing?
Not an American one.
Probably just a hoodie. I don't know. I don't have any USA gear. Brazil, go Senegal right now up 2-1. They're dancing left and right.
Don't be
France.
the anti-American.
Dude, no, I'm not the anti-American. I'm not going to show fake love. Hey, I hope USA wins.
We want winners here in America. That's what we like.
We want winners.
So if they win here, Bonte will be right back on.
We want winners, baby. Winners. I want winners. You know what? Those Brazilians, those are winners.
This is coming from the guy. This is coming from the guy who shamed Warrior fans who may not know who Bruce Frazier is.
Well, you should. He's been here since Steve Kerr.
But yet Bonte wants the USA soccer team to win some more before he jumps on the bandwagon.
Dude, how
this is just.
If you're a diehard Warrior fan, how would you not know who Bruce Frazier is?
I'm just saying there might be people out there.
Man, who's the guy warming up Stephen Curry for the last 8 years? Oh, that's Q. That's who they call Q. Warrior fans, you got to give them more credit to that. The bandwagon fans who jump on board every 6 months may not know, especially the bandwagon fans who jumped off board when they were 3-7. Come on.
I'm a bandwagon soccer fan, and I'm here for it. Let's go.
I am a bandwagon soccer fan.
USA.
Love it's going for Iran. He's not wearing no USA gear. He's wearing green. How dare him?
He's big into Miami soccer.
Yeah, he is.
There's literally no green on me right now.
No, you had the green hoodie on, didn't you? The green Miami jacket?
Oh, yeah, I wore my green Miami jacket.
Oh, yeah, it looked like
it.
I thought it said Iran.
No. It says nowhere close.
He's a big Inter Miami guy who are about to sign Messi.
I am too. Pink jerseys.
Oh, I rock with the Earthquakes, dog. That's my hometown team. Avaya Stadium.
Name
baby.
a current
PayPal
player.
Stadium.
Name
I
a
can't.
current
I
player.
can't. They're bad right now. I can't. But I can tell you about that bar that they have outdoors, right in front of the San Jose Airport.
Longest outdoor bar in North America.
Yes,
Tony, if
sir.
they win some more, bandwagon Bonte will be right there.
I go to Earthquake games. I'll go, no matter what the record is. Earthquake games are a good time. I went down to a Sharks game a couple weeks ago. They suck right now. I go down to another Sharks game.
Although they're
I rep my
Threads.
base.
Did you see those throwback Oakland Seals jerseys?
Yeah, they
wore?
were pretty sick.
Those were sick. All of the hockey world was talking about it.
Gaki. Bonte, it's fine if you hate America. Just own a Rocco Morocco jersey next show. Don't tip me. I'll buy it right now. Let's flex. So the Warriors have won 76% of their games with Draymond Green scores at least 8 points.
That's insane.
They are 285-87 when he scores 8+ points over the course of his career.
8. Not 28, 8.
76% of their games they win when Draymond scores 10 points. And it's not a small sample size.
No.
So when he scores at least 10 points, get this. When Draymond Green scores 10 points over the course of his career, the Warriors are 229-56. They win 80% of their games when he scores at least 10 points a game.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Bonte, I know that you just had Tim Jordan in the camera. For those that watch us on YouTube, they may not know. TJ is the guy who makes everything happen when it comes to the technical side. Whether it's us
don't go
on
sucking
air,
up to him now because he hooked you up at the cabin.
Yeah,
Don't start sucking up to TJ now when you were saying those bad things about TJ.
St. Cecilia's 20 years ago.
I know what you said about TJ earlier.
Sunset Westlake legend.
Dude, what you said about TJ earlier. I never see TJ around, man. He's never working. Where's our engineer at? You were throwing him under the bus.
Yeah, he's
don't do
usually
that.
on a roof
Don't suck
fixing
up
a
to him now.
somewhere.
Don't suck up to him now. All of a sudden because he got you hooked up in the cabin. TJ, what's up, TJ? My guy, man.
He's the best.
Tim Jordan, everybody. Tim Jordan.
30-something years in the game.
His son, you know the whole Westbrook episode that I had at Oracle Arena? His son was with me in the press box, and he was like, and I took him down to the media center, and I said, hey, stay in the Warriors media section. Stay here in the media Warriors. So he stayed in the Warriors presser and didn't come with me in the OKC locker room. Oh, man. I should have brought him in the locker room. Maybe he would have saved me.
Used him as a meat shield.
I tried to.
Don't rip me, Westbrook. Rip him.
This is the guy who I'm just asking a question for him. He's the intern. I'm trying to help him out. All right. Anyway. Senegal wins. They're moving on, baby. They're moving on. Let's go, Senegal. Ecuador. Bye-bye.
2-1.
You're done.
2-1.
Bye-bye. 2-1. Let's go, Senegal. Yeah, that's how you get it done.
That's your 11th favorite team?
Probably my 12th.
12th.
USA's 15th. Come on, USA. Show me something today.
Hey, show
Shout
me what
out
you're working
Africa.
with. No,
Shout
listen,
out Africa.
Well, you guys can help us out. What are we supposed to do in the middle of the show if they score? Because a goal, especially if you're Team USA, this is to be cherished.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of these.
No, you don't.
And they need to score in the first half today, and that first half is going to take place between 11 and 11:45. That is the Willard and Dibs show, and so we're going to be in the middle of making amazing points about Jeff Wilson and who knows what else. Steph Curry, Mavs tonight, Chuck Cooperstein, Timmy K are both going to be on the show in the 11 o'clock hour. You tell us. What do we do if they score?
So, Mark, as someone who I know you did nights for a long time, doing counter programming to live sporting events.
Yeah, but it's different at night because people are home with TVs.
No,
this is 11 in the morning, right?
Here's where I'm going with this. I've done the Masters, and I know Dibs has done the same thing.
Hello,
I've done
friends.
the Open in the morning. You have to have one eye on the television, and you have to wait the appropriate amount of time, because if you start doing play-by-play, the next thing you know, the Cough, a.k.a. Stacey Kaufman's going to be sending you a personal letter to take you off the air because we're getting sued by one of the big box companies.
No play-by-play. That's not what I mean.
You call her the Cough? Because that's a flex moment.
That was big. Wow.
I only like it if she likes it. I mean, the Cough.
The Cough.
That's
really close with the boss lady.
Well, especially this time of year.
Seriously, you talk about managing up.
Managing up or sucking up? Which one is it?
What's the difference?
That's true. There's no difference.
Well, and then I did.
This time of year too, after COVID, do you really want to be called the Cough? I don't know.
How big of a flex to be able to be live from the shed or live from the cabin,
the basement?
I mean, my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if I was closer to the Cough, I could work from home too.
Hey, look. My wife only has so many weeks off per year where her boss is out of the country, and this is one of them. And it was either I take the whole week off or I try to patchwork this bad boy. And luckily, I got away with it.
Do me a favor and close the Venetian blinds.
It just started happening.
I mean, right now it looks a little bit crazy on the YouTube and the Twitch.
I am disappointed in you, Dan Dibbley. Biggest soccer fan at the station.
Yeah.
I would have taken the day off.
No, I mean, my dedication to the craft. And by the way, it's still the December book. I mean, if I understand
like
it.
me.
Yeah, well, I mean,
dedication.
Joe could have waited till the holiday book, which is, it's still about a week and a half away. But, you got to grind. These are the days that matter.
Exactly.
We're coming off of a Niner win, victory Monday. You got a Warrior team that has somehow righted the ship. You guys talked to Q earlier. Q was great. And I do want to get into a lot of what Baldy said. Hopefully the boys in the back aren't mailing it in just yet. They pulled some clips about Jimmy G and the red zone. I don't know if you heard Baldy.
I have not been able to hear see it on my board. I don't see it on my board.
We'll get it. Baldy was talking about
Jimmy
G in the red zone and how it's kind of like hold your breath and cover your eyes kind of an experience.
Did you agree with him, Dibs? Did you agree
absolutely.
with him?
Why'd you say sure like that, Willard?
Because it's always been that way. Like you can be. This is that middle ground where we always end up getting stuck. And it's like we force people either to be a lover or a hater. And you can't be anywhere in the middle where you do see the good and the bad. Jimmy Garoppolo's a good quarterback. He's not great. He's not a red zone king like Mahomes and Allen.
It's the dread zone with Jimmy G.
But
see you later.
Yeah, see really? I didn't feel like that was a mic drop.
No,
I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a 3. It's 9:04. Like if you want to watch the game, go watch the game.
It's 9:04. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. So don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there.
Yeah.
Mark, it
you
reminds me.
You had more time than you thought, but good job.
Anyway, Mark, it actually reminds me a lot of my relationship with Brandon Belt, Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know
it's different. You were dating.
Baby giraffe.
Go ahead.
No, but it's a very complicated relationship in that I don't think he's terrible. I think he's a solid player.
Yep.
I think we've overrated him at times. I think he's been
underrated him at times.
Agreed.
1 year.
We've miscast him at times as a middle of the order guy. I think in an ideal world.
I thought you were talking about Jimmy. Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Jimmy's been underrated at times.
Right. Yeah, no, but I'm talking about Brandon Belt. I think they have a lot of similarities between the two of them in that they're good, not great. They can leave you frustrated at times, but like I see both sides of the coin, and yet it feels like you have to pick a side. Either you're in or you're all the way out.
Well, that's part of our world. That's part of sports media, right? You want to be strong with what you're feeling and whatnot. But yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo dropping back from the 11-yard line and going through progressions. That's never been just like I'm going to kick my feet up. This is going to go well. Like he's not perfect at that.
That doesn't make me feel good about the playoffs.
It's not.
That doesn't make me feel good.
But by the way, I that is a tough spot for almost every team. I mean, even Josh Allen, who leads the NFL in interceptions, he's done it a bunch at the goal line this year. Things get condensed down in there, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on. There's a lot of turnovers right there.
We got a question on YouTube.
Yeah, what's up?
Are the Giants re-signing Brandon Belt?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No. I hope not.
Hot stove, Steve. Hot stove, Steve.
It's not high yet.
Kind of lukewarm.
Yeah, well, the winter meetings
next
The
week.
winter
hot
meetings
stove
haven't
is
started
over.
yet. Yeah.
It's a
There
hot
is no
plate.
hot stove.
There's no hot stove ever.
No, the hot stove now is a 4-month-long thing. We talked about this,
Yeah.
how Major League Baseball, in terms of what they should do to make this actually a thing, like the NFL, you have the illegal tampering period, and then boom, 3 to 5 days of we got action. NBA, same thing. It's 1 week, boom, everything happens. MLB, well, the World Series ends in November, and, we'll see in March when we all thaw out. And in between then, there might be something that happens. You never know.
Dibs, the winter meetings are in San Diego Monday through Thursday of next week.
You guys going?
No. No. And to your point, though, they have all this arbitration
We're waiting
stuff.
for Aaron to invite us. Anyway,
Right.
Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that they have all this arbitration stuff that kind of like freezes all the salaries because a lot of guys like, well, I want to wait and see what X, Y, and Z player gets in arbitration before I sign my money. And it's almost like they've set these rules in place to screw their own free agency frenzy.
Well, that is what they're doing. They're like the sides in all the sports. Look, the bosses and employees this is every company in America, right? They're sort of built to have angst between one another. But of all the sports, there's no bigger gap in the way people are thinking than in baseball between the players and the owners. And so free agency now, instead of becoming something that's condensed and fun, where you could, for a week and a half, you could own social media the same way the NFL and the NBA do. Instead of creating that, they just get to the off season and they play a game of chicken with each other, and that's why big contracts end up being led into February, which is positively the worst thing that you could do. You remember the Bryce Harper wait? It was excruciating. It took way too long.
Yeah, it took 2 weeks before spring training.
There was also a labor
ridiculous.
shortage. There was also a labor
Martinez had one.
There was also a labor thing that year.
Yeah, JD Martinez, did he sign late with the Red Sox?
Yes,
super
7-year, 130.
But it was super late.
Machado
So it's going to be a while.
It's a perfect thing for them to do, actually, in December. College football sort of goes away. It goes into a sleepy Chick-fil-A bowl thing or whatever it's doing on December 15th, right?
Music City Bowl coming.
The NBA has not hit its Christmas Day
Bettor's Delight, baby.
extravaganza yet. Like the MLB could own, or not own, but have a big presence from December 1 to December 20 if they would just be like, okay, let's go. Everybody get aggressive, get signing, make some deadline spur action. They could do it, but they don't. They don't think that way.
Warriors? Draymond Green?
What about Draymond in particular?
Would you be sad to see him go?
Why are you saying it? Why are you doing it with that look on your face?
And with a tap, tap, tap.
Yeah.
Tap, you
That
know,
was like
a villain.
I mean,
I've been watching. Listen.
You just look like a parent who got the report card in the mail, and the kid comes home from school and doesn't know that mom and dad know that they got a D.
Really
what the hell was that look?
Listen, I've been watching a lot of Godfather, part 1, part 2. I'm in the middle of part 3. I just do it every single year.
Are we about to get capped?
No, you're not. But Vito Corleone and Michael Corleone, I learned a lot from those two guys.
I'm smart, Michael.
He was the
Fredo.
worst.
Shout out Fredo.
Fredo is such a sucker.
That was spooky.
Dude, he like, oh, man. Fredo.
No, why you want him to go?
I don't want him to go.
Or why are you suggesting that he might?
We're asking the question because of where we were with Draymond a few weeks ago.
Sure.
Or right at the beginning of the season. You look at the way he's playing now, helping to turn around and to go to State Warriors, and it's like, damn, I want this guy to pick up the option, or maybe he gets an extension.
Yeah, I don't know about that. He's asking for too much money, and it's not something they need to deal with right now. Dibs pointed this out over the weekend. I thought that this was really something that got lost because it was over the Thanksgiving weekend and the Warriors played the same time as the 49ers. That Steph tech after the Draymond tech in the Minnesota game where Steph runs out onto the court and purposefully goes overboard and gets a technical foul. If anybody missed that, looking at the bench afterward where they are all leaning on each other and laughing and having fun in a blowout victory, I was like, there you are.
They're back.
We've been looking for you guys.
They're back.
That was a bonding moment and a fun moment that we haven't seen all year long. It looked like the tension finally got cut.
It was big. And I mean, I laughed about it just because Steph Curry, I mean, I've never seen Steph. I don't know how many texts he had before this year, but he's got 4 techs this year, which is by far a career high. He might be on his way to like trying to surpass Draymond Green for most techs on the team, but Steph's playing with an edge that we've never seen before, and I'm always very supportive of the refs. The Draymond tech I thought was ridiculous, and I know it's probably a point of emphasis. And by the way, it's a point of emphasis because the way the Warriors carry on in terms of their bench. You saw last year where guys are spilling out along the baseline. It's too much.
Theo Pinta from the Dallas Mavericks, we'll see him tonight, literally in street clothes, all on the floor, coaching.
Right.
Like, dude, sit down.
Exactly.
You're not playing.
All of you. And don't get me started on courtside seats. They need to be banned. I know they never will be. And you've had, like, drinks spilled. You had Lonzo Ball get hurt by a fan courtside. He went over there and rolled his ankle on a fan. But for Draymond Green to get a tech in that fashion, I thought was just terrible. Let him get his techs the way he gets his techs. And so for Steph to react the way he did and for the team to all be laughing the way they did, I don't know if you guys asked Q about that. I was getting on the ferry this morning.
We had to run. We had to run the ball.
Piece of it, but really good with Q this morning, and also great with Baldy.
Dibs, if you were to assemble a roster of bench players as your all celebration team, guys you want, if you just want to have the greatest celebration bench, guys pouring onto the waving towels, I'm going to start with Kent Bazemore.
Good. Yeah, good towel waiver. I'm gonna add in Andre Iguodala, a guy who's really looks good in street clothes, and has he logged a lot of time on the bench.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ML Carr. I'll go meet you with ML Carr.
Good, it's good.
Big time towel waiver and an NBA champ.
Wow,
that's a good call.
Greatest towel waiver of all time is a guy by the name of Ed Kazarian with the UCLA football team. I don't know if you guys ever remember or watched UCLA about 10, 15 years ago. It was literally his job. Now, he was some sort of an assistant coach. I don't know what he was in charge of, but his deal on the sideline before every play, I don't know how the man's arm didn't fall off. Before every play, he would get literally out on the white, out on the sideline, and just ferociously wave a towel as if to get everybody excited. And that was back when there were at least a few people in the stands at UCLA football games. But I don't know where he is now, but that's the towel waiver.
They're not
That's
talking about
his name.
They're not talking about building a new stadium for UCLA and moving out of the Rose Bowl.
I mean, that's
how many is it going to seat? 9,000.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Better be mini stadium. Better be mini.
I mean, you think about college football in the state of California. Forget the Bay Area, where Coach Shaw retires. He steps away, and it barely even makes a ripple.
That's crazy.
The winningest coach in Stanford history.
That's crazy.
One of the greatest coaches in Bay Area college football history. And you didn't bat an eye. None of us really batted an eye because we don't care about college football. But then you go down to L.A., USC, UCLA, this year, they both were good. They both drew big. But beyond that, they're both leaving. They're going to go take on Purdue and Iowa and Illinois. It's over, bro.
UCLA really didn't draw big. They drew big last week.
That's what I'm saying.
When they hosted USC.
Yeah.
So USC is fourth in the nation, and they're drawing again. Like, they've got an atmosphere. But it's tough, man. I mean, I felt terrible. I'm listening to, the great Joe Starkey retires. His career comes to an end over the weekend, and I'm listening to him a week and a half ago build up the Cal-Stanford game and talking about how the whole Bay Area is locked in and loaded for this football game, which was 3-7 versus 3-7. And I felt terrible because I was just like, gosh, no, they're not.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Nobody cares.
You know what I mean? Like, they're just – it's brutal. I love that game. I love college sports, but, we've always been a pro sports town. That's always been the case. But, college sports up and down. It's now you are either you are very good or they're not there.
Before we get out of here.
What happens to Cal? I'm sorry. What happens to Cal and Stanford next year when UCLA and USC go away?
It's still a couple years away.
Well, and if Notre Dame decides not to come back out to because now they're going to have different affiliations. Maybe they join the ACC. Maybe they take Stanford off their schedule altogether because they don't need to come to the Bay Area for recruiting for whatever reasons. There's a lot going on. The thing on David Shaw, because I've been all over David Shaw and Stanford, it's just really sad. It ran its course. You know what I mean? Like he did a great job maintaining what Harbaugh built.
I can't let you get away with this. You've been all over David Shaw Stafford.
I watched them like religiously for 7-8 years. He built a factory.
What's a lot in that? You literally ripped me for talking about going to Stafford games. All right, I'm just having some fun. All right, but go ahead.
I feel like it ran its course, and I don't think anyone can have a sustained run at Cal or Stanford. They don't care about sports like that. Like it's like the 7th thing on their agenda when they're creating their colleges.
Hey, I just saw this like over the last 15, 20 minutes, and I wonder what you guys think. Niners up to a 4-point favorite against the Dolphins. Money flying in on the Niners at -3.5 is up to 4 against the 8-3 Miami Dolphins, who've not lost a game with Tua as a quarterback for 3 quarters or more all year long.
Outside of the Buffalo Bills, who have the Dolphins beat? New England.
Right, but who have the 49ers beat? Like, we could do that with almost anybody.
We could do that with every
Well, they
team.
beat the Ravens. They beat the Ravens in that crazy wild game where they scored a bunch of points.
And that's the Ravens thing. They blow fourth quarter leads.
And it was week 2. No, you're not wrong, Bonte, that this 4-game win streak they're on, 5-game win streak they're on, Steelers, Lions, Bears, Browns, Texans. It's not that impressive. However, the definition of an impressive team is the team that consistently beats all the bad teams. Because there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad teams.
There's a lot of them, you know? But look, to me, the Super Bowl is, I give you 3 teams in each conference, and I confidently will state that the Super Bowl will be a matchup of somewhere in this group. It is Kansas City, Buffalo, Miami, and the AFC. It is the 49ers, the Cowboys, and the Eagles in the NFC.
Did you think of Cincinnati as a Super Bowl team last year heading into the playoffs?
No, and I still don't.
Nor does he think Tennessee is this year. And your last confident statement is not looking so good when you said that Tampa, Green Bay, and the Niners would all make the playoffs. And it's not looking too good right now for Green Bay. Yeah, you did. That was about 5 weeks ago.
No, I said I would take
but
the
who's
odds.
counting?
No, I said I would take the odds on the
dog.
I said I'd take the odds on the bet.
And I gave you odds, and then you scoot.
That was not a prediction as much as a bet. That was a bet. Yeah,
And I
but
gave
anyway,
you odds
I hear
and
you.
you backed the truck
I hear
up.
you. Yeah.
By the way, let's just before we let Joe get back to his vacation, the total number of bowl games this year in college football. Any idea?
26.
I've done the math.
413.
34.
26.
The correct answer is 43.
I win.
No.
Including the national championship game.
Is that including the Division II or just at the NCAA
Just
Division I level?
Division I level.
Total number of people who will attend the games that are played prior to January 1st.
I think you had it right.
Also 413. That's exactly
how
right.
many bowl games are being held in Major League Baseball stadiums?
Ooh.
3. Yankee Stadium.
Okay.
Wrigley Field.
How about Oracle Park?
Ooh.
No, I'm going to go. They got
Emerald's not there
Yeah,
anymore.
no.
the old Texas Stadium, Texas Rangers. The Marlins ballpark.
I'll go 4.
They're having a bowl game in the Marlins ballpark. I'll say
3.
6.
I'll go 4.
The Marlins ballpark? Is that Hard Rock Stadium?
No, Hard Rock is the Miami Dolphins Stadium.
The correct answer is, to my math, is 4. You've got the Wasabi Fenway Bowl.
Oh,
Wasabi.
Of course. When I think of Wasabi, I think of Boston.
You've got, I'm scrolling down here. We're doing it live.
Is there really a Wasabi Bowl?
The guaranteed
I want to
rate,
go.
Guaranteed rate bowl at Chase Field.
That's in Arizona.
Oh, that's in Arizona. I've been to that game. I saw
traditional-
Air Force go on a 12-minute drive against Wazoo in that football game.
One of the last great bowl games.
It was the day before Clemson, Ohio State.
The bowl
I'm a
game that
football
used to be at the Murph that now is at Petco.
Oh,
that's cool.
The Holiday Bowl.
Which
Yeah.
is still one of the good classic
Holiday
bowls.
Shout out
Yeah.
Cal 2004.
And then this one, the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl at
Yankee Stadium.
We could do a whole segment of you just reading the names of bowls.
I
would be
attended
very
that
entertaining.
game at Chase Field in Arizona. It was very, very weird. It was like $2 tickets to go see Air Force
Which
Wazoo.
one of these two has a bowl named after him? Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon?
Wow.
I hope
Kimmel.
it's Jimmy
I'm going to
Kimmel.
get Kimmel because he
Yeah,
has
that's just
he has a charity that he's working on.
Yeah, thank you. Jimmy Kimmel. The Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl presented by Stifle.
Where's
Do you
that
guys
game
know
at?
Stifle.
Where's that game at?
At SoFi. Do you guys know what
nobody's gonna
Stifle
be there.
makes?
Yeah, that's what I do to you on this show. What?
That's a damn 5. Feel free to stifle me at 11 because I'll be all locked in.
You got it.
On Anyway, I mean, we can play the bowl game. We should get into
The
it more.
Jimmy Kimmel Bowl?
Yeah.
It's just called the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
All right, we're going to let you guys start. We're going to get out of here. We're on that cutoff here. Go USA.
Why you ask it with a question mark? You're all Team Africa. I heard you.
Come on.
Team Africa, Team Brazil, Team France, Team England.
Over under half a goal for USA today.
Over. Over.
Better be.
We're winning today. I can feel it.
I think it's going to be a draw today.
After watching a full 90-minute game, I'm ready.
I'll wake up and watch the highlights because it's nap time for you, boy. Early start.
You are not napping through the match.
I got 3:30 pregame tip, Coach. I got to get a nap in.
The highlights.
The highlights. The highlights.
Watching.
Have a good day, everybody.
Bye.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mike Silver's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll get into the Jeff Wilson trade and how that's affecting the Niners now. The Warriors play the Mavs tonight. We're going to get into this, but we need a game plan. We need a game plan right now, okay? Let's talk this out on live radio because we all know who you are. You've been traveling around to bars all over the Bay Area, visiting other countries. Do you drape yourself in these flags when you're there? Where have you been over the last week and a half? You are Captain World Cup.
Yeah.
And we are 1 hour and 38 minutes away from Team USA, the U.S. men's national team, playing for their World Cup lives against Iran. Don't call it Iran. They get very, very upset.
They should.
Yeah. Who's not? Everybody mispronounces countries. This thing's being played in a place that technically is called Qatar.
Exactly.
Qatar. But nobody calls it that, and I don't see anybody getting mad. We all mispronounce names. That's what we do for a living. So, but anyway, it's Iran, and we need to have a game plan in terms of how we're going to handle this during our show at 11 o'clock.
Well, I feel like that I, as the number one, I would say I would put myself number two as far as on-air soccer aficionados on this station.
Spadoni?
Ray Ratto.
Ray
Ratto knows way more about soccer than I ever will. He's been a fan of soccer longer than I have.
God, I hate that guy.
You know, you love me, Ray, is the thing.
No, he really doesn't.
No, he actually adores me. He and I have a very deep kinship.
Okay.
But I would defer only to Ray and the rest of all y'all bandwagoners, your every 4-year fans. I feel like I should be the one primarily who should be allowed to check out when that game gets underway. Now, the thing about it, Mark, and this is for the YouTube audience, normally I'm here, locked in with you.
You're here,
and you're
I'm
there. And the TVs are over there.
They're over there.
But come 11 o'clock.
Yeah, well, let's just do this.
Yeah.
Let's just do the show.
It's a no eye contact Tuesday.
Or like, yeah, and, cheek to cheek. Like, YouTube will just be looking at our. I'm fine with that. I'm more like, let's not get in trouble. We don't want play-by-play, but it's 11 in the morning. I think a lot of people are going to be driving around. People are going to be at work. Bonte's going to be napping. All of these things, right? There are a lot of people who can't just go, well, I'm sorry, from 11 to 1 today, I'm out. I'm going to go watch soccer.
I'm out.
So I think it's upon us to keep people up to date.
Right.
And
he dribbles it and he passed it.
No play-by-play, but I think like we're fans.
And he fell down, but no one touched him.
I told you when Landon Donovan scored that goal against Algeria to put us into the knockout stage. I was working at ESPN 710 down in Los Angeles. They have a long hallway, and I ran. Not Iran. I ran.
That works.
I ran so far away. I ran, and that was an extemporaneous piece, Dibs.
Yeah.
I didn't plan that. So I don't know what I'm going to do if they score. Like, we are fans. That is an emotional moment.
No doubt.
We've scored one World Cup goal.
I was at
the
the
whole time.
Amici's in Redwood Shores doing a live broadcast on a different station. And thank you. His drop is a little bit better. I was doing local. He was doing national.
No, local. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
And it was exciting, and the full house, and the crowd goes wild. But today, I would imagine that many Americans who aren't normally soccer fans will be locked in.
Of course.
We'll be watching 11 o'clock against Iran, and we must win. It's none of this like, well, if a draw in a goal differential.
Gotta win.
And if this happens, and if that happens, win and you're in.
Win and you're in.
It's a must-win, Mark.
And if you don't win, you're out.
I'm out.
You're out. You're out. That's it. So Iran is going to be guarding the goal.
We're going to park the bus.
They're going to park right. They're going to pick them up off the team bus, and they're just going to stay there. And so we got to work that out. And no shaming. If you are a World Cup only soccer fan, if this is when you show up to the party once every 4 years, welcome. Get on the bus.
Yeah.
We got to win today. So we got all of that. And then ponder this. And 888-957-9570, the number. We always welcome your phone calls, your texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. And good morning, Twitch, YouTube. We love having you here. Let's get the comment feed going. Let's have some fun. Did the 49ers mess up by trading Jeff Wilson? Ponder, consider, think, form an opinion.
Shout out Christian.
Share it. We're going to do that next, and Mike Silver joins us in a half hour. It's all brought to you by Pfizer. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Today on Fox.
Wow! Oh, my goodness!
The Stars and Stripes must come out strong in a huge World Cup group stage clash.
And he just rifles his home.
Christian Pulisic once again leads the U.S. Young Guns.
Now that is magnificent!
As they take the field for a crucial showdown against Iran.
A moment of magic!
USA, Iran. Coverage begins today at 1 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
This week at Staples, save 60% on.
Thanks for your business this year.
Save 60% on.
Happy holidays, Nana.
Save 60% on.
You are cordially invited.
Right now at Staples, you can save 60% on custom printed holiday cards and invitations. So you can say, thanks for a great year, happy holidays, or come on over, all for less. For everything you need printed this holiday, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online. Ends 12/3. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Qatar, here we come.
Kristen's travel agency has one goal.
Talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
What's up, birds? Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. You know you can listen to us every single morning, 6 to 9 a.m. Check us out on YouTube while you're at it. Now back to Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Well, you know, we're doing what we do. We're doing the show, Joe.
Right.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good to see Bonte and Joe this morning. But Bonte, night-night, go to sleep. The Morning Roast or What Are You Doing t-shirts, among the things available at the 95.7 The Game shop. Go to 957thegameshop.com. Get yours. Where's ours? I thought I knew a guy. Do we get a free What Are You Doing t-shirt?
I'm not sure.
We came up with that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I thought they were going to be delivered in-house so that we could wear them and showcase to the people what they look like.
Yeah, on the way, as all things always
En
are.
route,
Kind of like Mike Silver, Chuck Cooperstein, and Tim Kawakami, and a World Cup match for the USMNT. I believe that we will win. All of that is coming up. We got a lot of Warriors stuff today, too. Fascinated by this game that you'll hear on 95.7 The Game later on this afternoon. Dubs and Big D. We've been asking for a while, why aren't the Warriors better? Why aren't the Mavs better? 9-10. Look at this matchup between last year's Western Conference Finals. Both of these teams just like struggling, and I know there's only 3 games that separates the top and the bottom of the whole playoff thing right now, so it's no big deal, but like everyone's struggling to even be in the 10 seed right now with these two teams.
Is this a Western Conference rematch or is it a play-in preview, Mark?
Neither.
Right.
Neither.
Which one is closer to the truth, you think? Are these two teams like going to be trending toward being what they were last year, or are they looking more like they're going to be in that 8, 9, 10 kind of slot?
I think the Warriors are definitely trending to where they were last year. You're starting to see things normalize. That whole Utah-Portland thing at the top of the Western Conference is now not what it was. And you look at the top of the Western Conference standings, and who do you see? The Suns, the Nuggets, the Pelicans, the Grizzlies, and the Clippers. Those are your top 5. That's what we expected. And you're seeing the Warriors at the 8 seed with an upward bullet. They've won 7 of their last 10. They've won 3 in a row. They've got a positive point differential for the first time all year. We get it. All of the things are happening.
Look at that. Yeah, you're right.
But party crashers.
2-9 on the road.
But, granted, right. But they were 0-9.
Yeah,
so like 2-9 sounds great. But there's party crashers. I can't figure out Minnesota. Looks like the Gobert thing was misguided.
Yeah.
I can't figure out Dallas. And is Sacramento real? They've suddenly lost 3 in a row after their party at the top. So I do think there will be party crashers. Dallas didn't belong in the Western Conference Finals last year. So that's the other part of it. I think Dallas is solid. I don't think they're at the top of the heap.
But if you look at the bottom five, Dallas, OKC, the Lakers, the Spurs, and the Rockets, the only one that feels like they don't belong there is Dallas.
And
the Lakers are a mess. And, Houston and San Antonio and OKC, you could argue they're tanking. So if you move Dallas up into the top 10, which of those teams is the one that doesn't belong? Is it Sacramento?
It's either Sacramento, Portland, Utah, or Minnesota.
Right.
That I think that one of those four at least, but I think one of those four will not be in the top 10 and Dallas will be.
Right.
But I think the Golden State Warriors are going to be in the top 4 when it's all said and done.
At least the top 6. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I don't think it's a play-in team.
Well, and if you look at if the Warriors can go 50 and 32, which it seems plausible right now, they'd have to go 39 and 27 the rest of the way. You figure this team should be able to be 12 games above 500. If you go 50 and 32, you might be the 3 seed. You might be the 7 seed. It's going to be that close, I think, at the top of the West.
Could actually be drama in the end of the regular season, like the last week or two, like with seed positioning because of this play-in thing. There's obviously huge motivation to get the hell out of the 7, 8, 9, and 10 seeds and get into the top 6. So we'll see how that goes. But Warriors have definitely righted the ship, and we got some good stuff on that for you coming up. Okay, Mike Silver, who joins us in 23 minutes, tweeted yesterday, so that Jeff Wilson trade is looking regrettable.
Did he sniff?
I think he did. He did a Twitter sniff. Yeah, he did. I don't know. Guru has definitely been rubbing off on me. That's 2 days in a row since I returned from the yeah. Anyway,
next thing you know, you'll be doing the or the skirt.
No, that's my dog. My dog is a panter. Oh my gosh.
Penny.
By the way, is it dog people? Anything to be concerned about? She is as healthy, knock on wood.
Yeah. Penny.
She is as healthy as can be. And she's awesome and all of that stuff. But man, when we go to the park and we get a good run in, she pants for 25 minutes. She'll be in the car just right on your right shoulder, and you're just like,
as you drive home, she's going right shoulder.
Yeah, Chica, back down. You're all up in my space over here.
Do you have a window open so she could pant out the window?
Sometimes,
if she needs to?
Certainly, if I make a stop, if I got to go, to whatever gas station or whatnot. But yeah, I got the air on in there. She's
Isn't that
fine.
how dogs sweat by panting?
I just know that I've been around other dogs and they're not. A little bit after you run, but I mean, 20 minutes. That's
Sounds
my
like a fitness
gosh,
issue.
Calm down back there.
She's going too hard.
Yeah, so
are you at altitude?
No, we are. Yeah, good old Bay Area flat ground. So I'm not a panter. That's my dog.
Okay,
but anyway, Jeff Wilson trade regrettable? Would you put that label on it?
Not yet, but you are one tweaked hammy or one pulled groin away from it being regrettable. And we don't know if Jordan Mason can come in and actually carry the load, quote unquote. Ty Davis-Price hasn't really carried the ball at all this year. What does he have, 4 carries? Or
I can look that up.
It's not that important.
Yeah, healthy and active.
Healthy and inactive, healthy and not really carrying the ball. So now you look at your running backs and you've got Eli Mitchell, who's out for 6 to 8. I saw the report yesterday. We'll get to do a Doc Pandia tomorrow or Dr. Brian Feely. I'm not sure which one is in. But
16, by the way. 16 carries for TDP this year.
Yeah, and it feels like
averaging 2.3 yards a carry.
If he's going to be a guy who can carry the ball, this would be a time where he would be up and active and maybe he gets a chance, because otherwise right now you've got Christian McCaffrey, you've got Jordan Mason, and you've got Deebo Samuel. That's it.
Yeah. So I like the way you answer it, because to me it's a ... And there even was a ... in Silver's tweet. He said ... regrettable.
Yeah.
And I was like ... wait and see.
That's where you put the sniff in for the ...
Because if I'm going to try to get into the mind of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, let's think this through. Because the easy snap react is, dude, you traded Jeff Wilson when Elijah Mitchell was coming back from a major injury, and the other running back you're relying on is Christian Flippin McCaffrey. Ask any fantasy player the last 2 years if maybe he ever gets hurt. So I know the immediate reaction is, y'all should have known that he was going to get hurt. So I'm sure they're not stupid. they're like, yeah, we may need more than these two running backs the rest of the way. Okay, let's play that scenario out. They're doing a few things here. Jeff Wilson's about to be a free agent. He's probably going to leave. They would like to replenish some draft capital. They've used a lot of draft picks. So those are the two positives. But you lose an experience back and you lose your depth. So they play that on their mind. All right, if we trade Jeff, what happens if Elijah comes back and it's not right or he gets hurt again? What happens if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt? Are we prepared for that? The answer to me is let's wait and see what Jordan Mason and potentially Davis Price do if they end up getting some run. Mason has looked good now. Again, very limited work. He actually has fewer carries than Ty Davis Price. He's only got 10 this year, but he's ripped off 46 yards, 4.6 a carry in very, very small action. but 4.6 a carry is good. That's a good number. That is a higher number than Christian McCaffrey is averaging, for example, this year. So if Jordan Mason can do the job, who cares? Who cares? Let's stop acting like Jeff Wilson's a star. He's not. He's experienced. He knows the system. Solid player. Yeah. But if you get rid of a free agent to be, get a little draft capital, and rely on some young guys, I'm cool with it unless Mason goes out there and stinks. If Mason goes out there and misses a bunch of blocks and somebody crushes Jimmy Garoppolo and he gets hurt, now we're in a space where we can be ... regrettable.
And I also think, and this maybe is going to be something that happens today or tomorrow, you still have Tevin Coleman on your practice squad. So in terms of, what the team thinks about Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price and the fact that Christian McCaffrey is a little bit banged up, if you get into practice this week, Tuesday, today, Wednesday, and you start to move closer to Sunday's game, if you feel like you don't have enough, you do have Tevin Coleman that you can elevate again. So I'm not as concerned about Jeff Wilson Jr. yet, but we are one injury away from it being a real thing because I don't want to have Jordan Mason and TDP as my only two ball carriers going forward into a real big game in December or January.
I also think the 49ers value this, and you can criticize it because I don't think Jeff Wilson was going to make waves in the locker room, but I think the 49ers, based on what I've seen in this particular locker room, this era, they really value their guys all being on the same page. They really do. Like, I'm uncomfortable right now seeing some of the comments from Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward went public a couple of times now. He did again today. He went public with, man, it's been really hard to move to nickel corner. Like, he made the comments today, like, I'm in the NFL top 100 as a safety. That means the rest of the world outside of this building are giving me recognition. But inside the building, I get replaced by Tashawn Gibson. I'm in the NFL top 100. Like, think about that. That's not, it's just a ranking list. But by the same token, there's nobody else in the NFL top 100 that loses their gig when they're healthy. All of a sudden, he becomes a nickel corner in a contract year. Now, he also stated, I understand that's what this team needs from me right now, and so I'm willing to do it, and he's doing it well. But the 49ers value everybody being on the same page, and Jeff Wilson was not going to be on the same page when Christian McCaffrey was acquired.
And Jimmy Ward is maybe not on the same page, but at the same time, he understands in a contract a year that this can help his value if he goes out and he balls out, because if you look at that roster and you don't have anybody else who can play nickel corner as well as Jimmy Ward can play the nickel corner. And by the way, Jimmy Ward, this team has stood by you on about 5 different occasions when you had injuries.
No doubt.
So it's, and I know he's 30, 31 years old, and he's looking at probably his last contract coming up, and he doesn't want to play nickel corner because he knows he's a better safety than he is a corner. But in this spot, Mark, and he knows it, this defense is so nasty. Tashawn Gibson can come in and play safety, better than anybody else can come in and play nickel corner.
No doubt, no doubt. And I think he gets that, by the way. I don't want to paint the picture that Jimmy Ward hates Kyle Shanahan or something like that.
Yeah.
I think he gets it. I think it's disappointing. I don't think it's where he wants to be.
Right.
It's a trickle down from Mosley getting hurt.
Exactly.
And so your nickel corner has to move over and just play corner. And they don't have a replacement. And so they got Jimmy Ward. And in some ways, there's a hidden compliment in there, which is that, dude, you're incredibly versatile. We can move you around. You're a smart football player. You're exactly right. He's 31 years old. He's been around this system. He gets it. There's not a lot of people who can do that. But Jimmy is also looking at this in two different ways, which is, hey, not only am I NFL top 100, I'm in a contract year. And a safety gets paid a hell of a lot more than a nickel corner. And so it, I'm sure, feels to him like his money is getting messed with what's taking place. Again, you understand it. You're not going to like it, though. And so the 49ers feel very, very uncomfortable with that stuff. And so I wonder if that was somewhat of a motivating factor to get Jeff Wilson out of the building.
Maybe. And, I think Jeff Wilson sees the situation, and the team does too, where, okay, we're going to acquire Christian McCaffrey. So now we go McCaffrey, Eli Mitchell, Jeff Wilson Jr., you're the third stringer, and we really only use two running backs for the most part. We have, and you saw it when Eli Mitchell was hurt for that brief moment, McCaffrey got all the carries, and then when it came time for a closer, you brought in Eli Mitchell between the tackles. McCaffrey, much more versatile. He can run routes out of the slot. You can split him out wide. He's a totally different back. Eli Mitchell, much more of a between the tackles guy, and that's where you look now at this situation, and it could work short term because Jordan Mason is a big, bruising, physical back. So he can come in and take the Eli Mitchell role of, mostly between the tackles, not a big-time speed guy to the outside. You still have McCaffrey, and you've got Eli Mitchell, and I wonder if they don't elevate Tevin Coleman from the practice squad just to try to add a little bit of depth because TDP, so far, they haven't had a lot of faith. He looks closer to be in the Trey Sermon role, which sadly, than he does in the Jordan Mason role.
I mean, stop drafting running backs.
Right?
Stop drafting running backs and then not using them. Stop drafting running backs and then...
Kyle's an addict.
Jeez.
He's addicted.
And I actually don't... I don't even believe what I'm saying. Draft who you think is... every year, no matter what has happened before, you got to go with who you think is the right pick at the right time. So I'm not telling the 49ers any rules about positions, but this is an odd truth, which is that they keep drafting running backs, and then when the draft is over, they're like, hey, yo... You get over here. We'll get this. Sign this piece of paper. We'll give you a couple of bucks. Come to camp. And that hey you guy beats out whoever they grabbed in the third or fourth round. Seems like it happens every year right now.
TDP, third round pick, 16 carries, 37 yards. You go back to the previous year. Trey Sermon,
third round pick,
43 carries, $186, and he's no longer with the team. And then you go back to 2017. Joe Williams, fourth round pick, 0 carries.
Never saw the
0 yards.
Right, not an NFL player is what you got in the fourth round. However, you grabbed Elijah Mitchell in the fifth round and then go to the UDFA list with the San Francisco 49ers, and it is Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson and now Jordan Mason. And as mentioned, Mitchell in the fifth round. Those are the guys who have actually done some things. So, listen, I don't see what they see in their workouts. I don't know what they're going to do this weekend. You're right. Tevin Coleman might get elevated. And would anybody be surprised if he's actually the number 2 along with McCaffrey this weekend? I don't think anybody would be surprised. I'm hoping that's not the case because if that is the case, that's a referendum on Jordan Mason and TDP telling you that neither one of them knows how to pass block yet. I hope that Jordan Mason has learned a thing or two on this especially because of the type of runner he is, the body type he has. Look where it feels like the 49ers have struggled this year. Those 3rd and 1s and those 4th and 1s. Jimmy Garoppolo's over here doing RPOs for crying out loud. Give me a back who can get a yard. And doesn't it feel like Jordan Mason, even more than McCaffrey?
Yes.
Is that guy.
Inside
or can
the guards,
be that guy.
Inside the tackles for sure. And I do think Jordan Mason will be up, and Jordan Mason will get a chance to run the ball in those situations. Christian McCaffrey, I think, obviously is going to be split out and used as a receiver a lot. He'll get to run the ball as well. But if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm looking at my game day roster, I'm concerned about the what if portion of the program. What if McCaffrey is over there doing calisthenics again in the second quarter? And now my only running back is Jordan Mason. And now we got to use Deebo Samuel a bunch.
But then again, if your last name's Shanahan, that's kind of what you do. Like that. Like, what's the likely scenario? Let's say McCaffrey's over there doing lunges again. Okay, and now you're playing the game, and here you are. It's the second half of the season, and you're looking at Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price over on the sideline. What's more likely? 49er run game comes to a halt, or a star is born and everyone runs to their fantasy football free agent wire? What's more likely?
Right. I would say the third most likely scenario is, hey, Deebo, remember how we gave you that contract? P.S. We may not keep you next year, but in the meantime, would you mind toting the rock again? Let's pretend it's the snow in Green Bay. We're going to need you to carry it 14 times, kid. That to me is the most
likely. Stop putting out there that
likely.
he's leaving next year. He's not going anywhere next year.
He might be.
He might have, I mean.
If you want Jimmy back, you can't keep everyone. And I know you talk about, doing, Parag Marathe doing salary cap gymnastics.
Everybody line up. Can you imagine the meeting? All right, Deebo, you sit there. Kittle, we got your seat right here. Fred Warner, we're going to need you to have a seat right there. Come on in. Have
Armstead.
a seat. Oh, Eric, right there.
Ayuk.
Hey, Trent Williams, come over here.
Everybody.
Have a seat. Here's the deal. We're restructuring all of you.
All of you.
You guys want to win? You guys remember that Super Bowl we just won? You want to stay? You want to try to do it again? You're all restructuring.
Remember that pick Jimmy threw early in the fourth quarter and how close we were? Well, darn it, we're still close, and we're bringing him back.
No, it can be done. It can be done. There's a cost. I mean, here's something else we can ask Silver about, because he's on this on Twitter this morning.
I'm not getting laughed at.
You are not in control of whether or not you get laughed at, and you love being laughed at. It's your thing. Laughed with, I guess.
Well,
anyway, whatever.
Towards,
yeah, exactly. I'll laugh at you, just in your general direction.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd laugh in your general direction.
So he is talking to everybody. He's like, yo, the Rams are done. Not this year. Everybody knows that. Like, done. They're getting the Rams are getting married to last place, and it's going to be a while. Have you seen what Sean McVay is talking about this morning? Aaron Donald's got a high ankle sprain. Okay,
is it gone, McVay?
It might be.
yeah.
It's a 3. Don't walk off though yet. That's for 11 a.m.
Exactly.
Anyway, Aaron Donald's got a high ankle sprain, so they're not giving an update, but we know high ankle sprains. He's not playing this week. Matt Stafford, not playing this week. Cooper Kupp, not playing this week.
Can't stop Cooper Coop.
Allen Robinson is out for the year.
Man.
Darrell Henderson plays for the Jags. I mean, all of these things have happened.
They're tanking for Wembanyama.
Big problem with their tank. The Lions have their pick.
Sugar.
The Detroit Lions,
That's
who, by the
awkward.
way, upward bullet for the Lions. Go back to the Matt Stafford trade. If it were to end today, and it doesn't, but if it were to end today, the Lions have the number 3 overall pick in the draft, courtesy of the Los Angeles Rams.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
You're damn right. You're going to bite the Rams' helmet off.
And we can get into this in February
right
or
now,
March.
it's
We can
definitely
break
the
it
Rams.
down.
No, it's definitely the Rams. They won.
Yeah.
This is a funeral for a 98-year-old, not a 60-year-old. Okay, this
Man.
isn't sad.
Rest in peace.
Like, they did it. They got the trophy.
Yeah, it's a good life.
But they are up a creek. Like,
what creek, Mark?
I don't know the name of any creeks.
You could say the name of it. It was a TV show.
Crick? Oh, Dawson's.
Oh, God.
You're not going to get me to swear on the air. I'm not doing it.
You could say Schitt's Creek because it was a TV show.
You push the envelope. I'll be over here.
All right.
I got to.
You won't even lick the envelope.
Yeah, licking envelopes is gross. And
you're not. What do you do when you have to seal an envelope?
No, they've got the ones now with the little tear off.
What do you do if you have to actually?
I don't buy those envelopes.
Oh
That's
my
what.
God,
I mean,
this guy.
No, I lick the envelope, but it is funny. Like, why did
you don't
it take?
Lick your finger and then dab. No,
I don't buy one of those. I did have a job once upon a time to have a little sponge, and I just sat back there. I was in the mailroom at Cal Poly, just whoop. Whoop, I was just sending all those letters to people. No, you didn't get in. No, you didn't get in. No, you didn't get in.
Crushing people.
I'm kidding. It was actually usually the welcome packets. But anyway.
Totally.
Why did it take so long for somebody to come up? You know what? We don't need people getting paper cuts on their tongues. We could just do this self-adhesive thing. That took a little longer than it should have.
Why did it take us that long to come up with Velcro, for crying out loud? Same thing.
Thank God. Well, except for that's caused kids to not be able to tie their shoes at age 11. But anyway, put that aside. How done are the Rams? Is the Jeff Wilson trade actually regrettable? Mike Silver joins us in moments, and that's what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
The NBA's two leading scorers face off in the Lone Star State.
Curry will fire it away with 5, and he hit it! Falling away. Doncic with it to the far wing. Steps out, shoots over Wiggins. Rainbow 3, good!
It's Curry versus Luka.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30.
You gotta ask yourself one question.
Tip-off at 4:30.
Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Maine. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's beggin'!
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, not just Will and Dibby. It's also Mr. ... Yeah. We'll explain to Mike Silver in a second why we're calling him that.
I'm not asking him a darn thing. He laughed at me.
Mike, do you know that your awesome cackle has become an amazing part of our show in the last 2 weeks? Do you even know that?
No idea. I'm sorry. I've been running around and I'm out of that loop.
So let's let you in on it. It was a couple of weeks ago where Dibs brought up the idea of Jimmy Garoppolo on the 49ers next year. And before he could even finish the question, this is what came from you. And we loved it. And that now it's a supportive piece of our show because now our team just can play that whenever we say something and it makes us feel like we're funny. So we appreciate you.
Well, and for context, I'm not saying there's no way that Jimmy Garoppolo will be on the 49ers next year. I'm saying that the notion that the 49ers might decide, hey, we have decreed that you will be our guy going forward, here's the deal, is laughable because he will have the power in this relationship for the first time, at least since 2017, in that scenario. And by the way, that would be a good scenario for 49ers fans. It will have meant that they had wild success in the end.
Well, just for context, when I was watching the big game and I saw Stanford cough it up and Cal had a scoop and score, I reacted the same way that you did to my Garoppolo question. Exactly.
I mean, I was not laughing. I was going crazy. I was much less happy when we proceeded to witness another end zone interception that could have clinched the game a little earlier. So it was an emotional journey, but it ended with bliss.
That was a Garoppoloian throw in the red zone. Back foot into double coverage? My God.
To a little used receiver who didn't fight for the ball. But other than that, it was a good moment. Hey, listen, we have the act.
There you go. Yeah, he was trying out for the 49ers. It works for them. So Mike Silver with us, as he is every week here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, before we actually move on from that, let me ask you this. With regard to that Garoppolo conversation and him having the power, here's one thing that a lot of us don't feel like we know. I wonder if you do a little bit. What would Jimmy's openness be to continuing with the 49ers? Or are there hurt feelings there? Does he want to be elsewhere?
Let's give me 1 week and let's talk about it next week on the show, and I'll have much better insight.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fair. Now, with regard to why we called you Mr. ... I saw the tweet. The Jeff Wilson trade ... is looking regrettable. Do you feel that way, or do you think the 49ers are ready to let Jordan Mason get some run?
I think it's regrettable. Obviously, they didn't know that Elijah Mitchell was going to suffer another MCL injury that would keep him out. But, this is a system that is very intricate and that requires a degree of familiarity. And it is, having a guy like Jeff Wilson who knows it well and obviously has some physical skills too, I think was a luxury. They tried to do right by him. He, in the wake of the McCaffrey trade, he apparently came to them and said, trade me. They could have said no, and you deal with it. And I think in retrospect, knowing what they know now, they probably would have. But, it is what it is. They obviously have McCaffrey, and they can go to Jordan Mason and Ty Davis-Price as the next guys. And it might not be disastrous. I'm just saying, knowing what they know now, they wish they hadn't done that. And knowing what they know now, the Dolphins are stoked that they did that. And Jeff Wilson will be at Levi's on Sunday, just on the other side of the field.
And Raheem Mostert. And when you think about a Dolphins-Niners matchup, you wouldn't have thought about a blood feud or a rivalry game. But does it feel like this matchup is maybe the hottest contested Dolphin-Niner game since the famous Super Bowl from decades ago?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and research, but yeah, it's got some spice to it, right? Obviously, Mike McDaniel, who got his first ever head coaching interview and nailed it and became the Dolphins head coach, is doing a fantastic job. He inherited a situation where, Brian Flores, who was a very good coach, was not a super popular guy in that building. Especially with his quarterback, who was kind of beaten down, and Mike McDaniel has given Tua unconditional love and schemed it up, and among other things, really energized that building. And they went out and got Tyreek Hill, which obviously was a bold move that has been a game changer for them. So they're explosive. Obviously, they're playing a defense that's been very, very stingy. So that part of it's cool. And then, of course, we had the Raheem Mostert comment saying, hey, now I got a quarterback who can fling it. And then, the 49ers reacted accordingly. So that makes it fun, too.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, a little more on that. Like that, what's your reaction to Raheem Mostert saying that, trying to walk it back, Debo calling him out? A little eyebrow raising, right? I wouldn't have thought of issues between Raheem Mostert and not just the 49ers, but actual teammates.
Well, the Dolphins lead the league in hyperbole when it comes to Tua, right? Tyreek Hill said that he was more accurate than Patrick Mahomes before the season, which seemed like the most laughable thing ever. Now it's less laughable, but look how far Tua has come. We're talking about a guy who, they couldn't wait to get rid of him not that long ago, and now they're like risking his health to keep him out there in a game against the Bills in week 3, right? So it's definitely changed. But yeah, the thought that somebody would be talking about Tua as a quarterback who can really sling it in relation to Jimmy or anyone else would have seemed kind of wild a few months ago. So, I don't know if Raheem Mostert meant, to slight Jimmy, or was just speaking truthfully in his mind and not checking it, or if he sincerely wanted to, throw some shade. But, these guys are very, very, intense people who get motivated in a variety of ways. I don't think something like that is going to impact what actually happens, but it makes it more fun.
Mostert intimated also that the Niners were rushing him back and not forcing him, but encouraging him to play hurt. Is that a notion that is unheard of in the NFL, or is that really more endemic of the entire 32 teams?
Oh, I would say it's heard of. Yeah. It's there's a players association to try to protect players to the best they can, but a lot of times players have to look out for their own interests, and those interests will necessarily at times quarrel with the interest of the team, which is keeping the chains of commerce moving and trying to win football games. So, do the 49ers organizationally care about Raheem Mostert's long-term health or, future career prospects after leaving the 49ers? Maybe a little, but that's not their primary concern. So, I think in this case, there probably was just a difference of opinion. The 49ers were like, yo, you can do this and come back in 8 weeks. It'll really help us. And Raheem Mostert was like, I get that, but I'm trying to take care of myself in a position that is not getting premium contracts relative to production, and 11 people try to hit me on every play. So, I commend Raheem Mostert for looking after his own interests. They don't always align with the team.
Mike Silver joining us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Mike, I'm just going to throw this straight out to you. I remember 3 weeks ago you saying, hey, this idea that the Chargers are not a good test for the 49ers. Chargers are a solid team. They passed that test. The Dolphins are even better. They're 8-3, but Vegas is telling us the 49ers are better. Who do you think, through your eyes, who's a better football team, 49ers or Dolphins?
Well, we're going to see, right? I mean, the Dolphins have been really, really good, but we don't trust them the way we do 49ers, as a national viewing audience, because we've seen, something close to this 49er team go on a run last year and almost get to the Super Bowl. We have not seen this Dolphins incarnation win a really big game. That was a nice win over the Bills, obviously, early. But, we're going to see. And we have a really explosive offense against a shutdown defense. I mean, I feel like the 49ers are better right now, but Dolphins are playing in what looks like a tougher conference, and they're doing really well. And we know they're both going to be coached up because McDaniel and Shanahan will bring it. So I think who will be better on this Sunday is an interesting question. Both of these teams are trying for something bigger, and ultimately there will be a reckoning come January, February.
I know it's too early to put this defense in historical perspective, but is this that unusual to see a defense this good in the second half of games, 4 straight shutouts after the intermission?
It feels unusual to me. I'd have to look up the numbers. Second half is a big deal. Now you can look at things like a field goal being missed and a false start preceding that, and some other things that could have led to points. It's not always perfect, but yeah, they obviously have to have your attention when they do something that significant. And a shutout's a shutout, and they just shut out an NFL team. So yeah, they're pretty good.
Mike, is DeMeco Ryans gone next year for sure?
Well, in a fair and just world, yes, he would be gone for sure. He is a home run candidate. He schematically is showing you what he can do. He had a decorated career as a player in terms of locker room interactions and leadership. He was known as a leader from the second he arrived at the Texans. He is working under an accomplished head coach for a first-rate organization, and it's hard to find anyone who comes in contact with him who doesn't talk about his great qualities as a motivator, as a leader, as a strategist. So if the world is fair and just, he's at the top of everybody's list. I would caution you that people with D'Amico Ryan's skin color have not always received the fairest treatment in the NFL collectively. There is systemic racism. That was the charge in the Flores lawsuit, and the definition of systemic racism is what has happened, certainly during my 30-plus years covering the league, anecdotally and statistically, and it is happening now. So he should be gone, but I've seen a lot of things happen that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, no, that's a totally fair answer. You keep saying if it's a fair and just world, which it is not. We already know that. So, Mike, thanks for that. Appreciate it. And sounds like we get to talk to you again later this week, yeah?
Yeah, let's talk later this week. Hopefully I won't be in an Uber that time, and it'll be a little smoother, but yeah, it'll be great.
No, it was all good. Where'd you just arrive, by the way?
Just arrived at my parents' house in Los Angeles for a very quick visit before I get back up north.
Well, beautiful.
While you're down there, if you can fix the Rams, well, never mind. You don't have that kind of time.
Yeah, the Rams are not going to be fixed. It's over. But, if you're the Rams, you're like, cool, we got a ring. It's over.
Yeah, exactly. Over for how long? How long of a rebuild is that?
Let's see. They don't really have any draft picks. The cap is stretched. They're star heavy, and some of those stars might hang it up. And the head coach is probably going to walk away after this year. I think it's a long rebuild.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Sounds good. That's a great answer. I love it. Mike, thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. There he goes. Mike Silver. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mike Silver. Bye-bye.
Go on.
Talk to you on Thursday.
He did great for being in an Uber. That's not a comfortable conversation.
We've all done those, right? I mean,
yeah.
Because you're a guest on many shows, and I've done many spots, and sometimes it's like the call comes in, it's like, ooh, okay, I'm.
I do it in the car all the time. I don't know if I'm not in an Uber very often.
Yeah, true.
I'm not an Uber guy. But
if you're traveling, like he's traveling to LA,
right,
and you're there for a quick visit, you're not going to rent a car.
Yeah, probably not. But
especially nowadays, where car rentals can be a little pricey, right?
Everything is. What the heck is what is arriving through distribution channels quickly and inexpensive? Go ahead, name the list.
Not many things. Yeah, even like my beloved BART. You take BART to the Oakland Coliseum BART station, then you jump on the BART extension, and they're going to hit you for an extra like $6 or $7.
Seriously.
Thank you. Same thing, SFO. There's not a lot these days that.
I hit Trader Joe's yesterday. Kyle, yeah, what's up? I hit Trader Joe's yesterday. I mean, I've never seen so many empty shelves. Now, granted, Monday, it's got to be one of the top grocery shopping days of the entire year.
It's a big one.
Right, because you're coming out of the Thanksgiving week, and your house exploded, and there's pie everywhere, but you don't have, the kids' lunches or just dinner for the next whatever. So I get it, because I went at about, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but I'm telling you, I didn't even have any lettuce left. It was just gone.
Yeah.
Empty shelves everywhere.
And to your point about and transit and transportation, so I live in the East Bay, and so my choices are a $7 bridge, which it's an hour at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza guaranteed, and you get cut off by 10 to 11 people, and you want to hurt somebody. Or you take BART, $8 round trip. I've been taking the ferry, $9 round trip. So it's basically a pick your poison kind of deal. Do you want to save $1 and idle your car and burn gas at the Bay Bridge? Do you want to jump on BART next to 17 people with BO and not have a seat? Or do you want to jump on the boat and just take the boat over and walk?
I vote whatever takes you the longest. Just hang out with us, and we'll make you feel better. That's my vote.
Time spent listening.
That's my vote. So
everybody's doing all of it. By the way,
well,
so you don't have to worry about that.
Joke. Yeah, all of it. By the way, is what we've got today. Good stuff from Mike Silver on the 49ers. We got the voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, coming up at the top of the hour. Warriors and Mavs today. We spent 3 weeks going, why aren't the Warriors better? Now they're better. So let's find out why the Mavs aren't better. They're 9-10. The Warriors are road favorites tonight.
1.5.
Yeah, a couple points, 1.5. But yeah, they're favorites in this game tonight at Dallas. Dallas is much better at home, but Warriors favored in this one. And we got the World Cup coming up here in 41 minutes. So I know you had mentioned earlier today the Brian Baldinger visit this morning with Bonte and Joe. Get into some of that. 10:30, we can talk about that moment with the Warriors over the weekend, plus a little World Cup primer. You should let everybody know what's going to happen. I know you've got a very specific prediction as to how I looked at your prediction, made me want to throw up a little bit because it sounds nerve-wracking.
Big time
sounds
nerve-wracking.
very, very nerve-wracking. So I hope you're wrong, even though your result was good.
Yeah.
But we can talk about that in a little bit.
Well, we do nerve-wracking. We don't do a comfortable advancement in the World Cup. It's what we do as a United States men's national team. We don't do comfortable advancements.
Yeah,
we just don't.
You're right. You're right. I'm hoping today is different on that. But here's Baldinger. Bonte and Joe this morning have Baldy on, and his breakdowns, as you know, if you're a 95.7 The Game listener, are absolutely fantastic. And I think there's two things right now that are at the forefront of everyone's mind if you're a 49er fan. Number one is the defense.
Number one. Thank you.
Yeah. We, as an organization,
You're using it all.
feel like our defense is our staple. And they are. I mean, come on. No matter who you're playing, these stats, 4 shutouts in the second half in a row. So Baldy had this to say about the actual effectiveness of the defense, which will face its stiffest test this weekend.
They're playing as well as anybody. I mean, they're really coordinated. I don't think they blitzed once the other day against New Orleans. I think they rushed 4. The linebackers were as good as I've seen them play all year, including Azeez in there, played quite a bit, along with Huff. I mean, that layer of defense was just swarmed New Orleans. And, Alvin Kamara is a great player in this league. To see him fumble twice because of forced fumbles. Fred just cocked that right hand of his and just punched the ball out. Like, not many guys know how to do that. And then to see Huff just, like, spinning him sideways going into score. Those are game-changing plays right there. And it started on the third play of the game, and then when the closest they got to the goal line all day, they delivered another punch. And so, to answer your question, I don't see anybody playing any better.
Okay, so here's the thing about this defense right now. They're a little bit like a Snuggie. You know how everybody and all the flu and the COVID and everything's going around, and when you got it, all you want to do is just like curl up in your bed with that big blanket. That's the 49ers defense, and here's what I mean. Like, this is what, when you need comfort food, you've got the 49er defense. We can scream at each other, and we will, for at least 6 more months about Jimmy Garoppolo and why don't they get this guy involved? But when you got the best defense in the league, you go far in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a rule. It's literally.
It's a statistical, historical fact.
Statistical fact. And so.
And when Fred Warner cocks his arm and punches the ball out, you're onto something.
Good things happen.
And Huff able to rally up and drive the ball out. A couple of big red zone turns.
I'm anti that nickname, though, because if we start calling him Huff, then we don't get Hufanga. I want to say the whole name. I don't want to call him Huff.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and I got other reasons in the history of this city for not wanting to call him. Yeah,
exactly.
It's a Hufanga. I'm not calling him Huff. He's not a Huff. He's a Hufanga.
I mean, shout out Michael Huff, and I know you're referring to a different Huff, whom had about a 6-week run on this radio station, which I don't even know if you knew that era.
Yes, I did.
So we get blown out, the Rise Guys, in 2014, and they replace it with Bucher, Towney, and Huff. And it lasted about 6 weeks.
Okay. All right.
Gone.
Yeah.
Gone too soon? No.
Not really.
No. Stayed too long.
No, and he had a 6-month run of helping the Giants to a 2010 World Series championship. So we will always have that. But anyway, I'm not calling him Huff. I'm going to call him Hufanga.
Okay. That works.
Are we good with that? Yeah.
It's
I
good.
got
It's
time
good
for
me.
3 syllables. Okay? I do.
you
know
have
what
the
I mean?
time.
I saw a great comedy bit over the weekend that was like, why does everybody, when they're giving you a website, why do they do the www? Like, what's www short for?
World Wide Web.
How many syllables is World Wide Web?
3.
How many syllables is www?
6, I think.
9.
WW. Oh, yeah, my bad. Wow.
Why are we? All you did was make it way harder. So worldwideweb.hufanga.com. I'm keeping it there. You mentioned Jimmy in the red zone. So here's Baldy on quarterbacks and ranking them through their red zone play.
Yes and no, Joe, because if you're going to say if you compare everybody to Mahomes, which isn't really fair, but if you do, his ability just to extend plays is uncanny. and then to have the rocket arm when there is a sliver of an opening to make the throw. We see it every week, right? Mm-hmm. So Jimmy doesn't have that game. He doesn't have that ability to just get outside the pocket and then create. Every once in a while, yes, he can, but it's really not his game. And so he kind of has to do it from the pocket, and it just limits where you can go with the ball.
So here's the thing about that. I think that's all truth.
Baldy speaks the truth.
But I also don't think that's something that we can hang around Jimmy. Like what he just said in that comment was, he's not Mahomes. Yeah.
He's not Jalen Hurts.
Right.
He's not Lamar Jackson.
Even Jalen Hurts.
He's not Russell Wilson.
But Jalen Hurts, he's way better than Russell Wilson this year.
But at least Russell could bring it down and maybe make something happen with his legs.
Back in the day, but Jalen and Lamar can't do what Mahomes does. Now, they do it a different way. They do it with their legs. Josh Allen, he can do it in every way. He's going to do it with his legs. He's going to do it with his arms. He's going to do it with all the stuff, even though he leads the NFL in interceptions. If all we can say about Jimmy is he's not Mahomes, well, join the damn club. The red zone has not been perfect this year, but it's been okay, right? Jimmy hasn't been bad. He hasn't turned the ball over in the red zone a bunch this year.
They are 55.55% in the red zone, which is 15th.
It's not all Jimmy, though. Some of that I know is play calling. We've had a lot of questions
about. And the fourth
and
one, I would put on Kyle Shanahan. That was a bad play call. Red zone down 9 percentage points from last year. Yeah. Last year they were 64.4. This year they're 55.6. So red zone has not been as good. And again, you're right, Mark. It's not all on Jimmy, but what Baldy said I thought resonated with me. You're very one-dimensional when it comes to the red zone offense in terms of the quarterback position because if the play breaks down, he can't make a play on his own.
Warriors looking to make it 4 in a row tonight when they visit Luka and the Mavs. Coverage at 3:30 with a 4:30 tip right here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs, did the moment Warrior fans have all been waiting for happen while you were watching the 49er game? Plus World Cup primer, we're 33 minutes away on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
And here's something that I'm just not going to tolerate. Xfinity Mobile text line right away says, remember when this station's narratives that Shanahan and the 49ers totally botched the Jimmy situation? I do. That's not a narrative, it's fact! It's fact! Kyle Shanahan said, I'm done with him! Thank God he isn't. Thank God he wasn't.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Okay, smile naturally. Perfect.
Cam's Photography knows wedding season ramps up in a flash. They need to say I do to a studio assistant before clients go full bridezilla.
I'm so sorry. I have to get a different lens. I'll be right back.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Craftsman Days at Lowe's are going on now. Get limited time savings across the store like $100 off a V20 6-tool combo kit. Plus, enter the Craftsman Days Ultimate Garage Sweepstakes for a chance to win Craftsman products valued at over $10,000. Learn more at Lowe's.com/Ultimate Garage. Offer valid through 12/31 while supplies last. No purchase necessary. Ends 12/31. Residents of 50 USDC, 18 or older, and age of majority, and have a Lowe's.com account. Void where prohibited. See rules at Lowe's.com/Ultimate Garage for entry instructions, odd prices, etc. Sponsor Lowe's.
November is Native American Heritage Month. The Cultural Conservancy, a Bay Area Native-led organization, invites you to learn about our Native Foodways program. We provide culturally rooted, hands-on learning opportunities in Native farming to support food sovereignty and healthier lifeways. We grow, source, distribute, and donate Native heirloom foods and seeds to Indigenous communities. Learn how to get involved at nativeland.org.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
From the creators of Kentucky Fried Chicken comes the Taste Good Holiday Event of the Year, KFC's $5 Famous Bowl, starring crispy chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and everyone's favorite, melty cheese.
I'm in love with you, Famous Bowl.
Treat yourself to the bowl critics are calling a whole lot of food that even a Scrooge couldn't resist.
A humbug, that's tasty.
Gift yourself a KFC Famous Bowl for just $5. Now on the app and at a Kentucky Fried Chicken near you. For a limited time, prices and participation may vary.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard Dibs. And you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves, what are you doing? I'm listening.
Oh, yeah, Goo. I tell you what we're doing. Getting ready.
Oh, yeah, we are. Look at you.
Getting ready. Let's
Get
go.
the red, white, and blue on, kid.
Let's go. Let's go.
You're so into it. You stole that jersey.
I stole it.
From one of our fellow staff members. He walked out of the office, and Jake's like, dude, what are you doing? That's mine.
No, he actually didn't do that because poor Jake, and I try not to do this, especially, like you and I, we've been around the block a couple times in this business. We've been around the block a couple times.
I'll say. Oh, boy.
Jake's been working here for about 14 seconds. By the way, he works with me over at Pac-12 Network as well. We have broken bread and watched Penn State football together.
Did you steal from them there, too?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm like those sandwiches in the other room, and if there's only one left, I get it. I've been working here longer, okay, brother?
Nice.
So I came out there, and this beautiful USA jersey is just sitting there on the couch. And I look around at about 10 people. Whose is this? And everyone's like, oh, not sure. Till finally great E-Dog comes out and goes, oh, that's Jake's. Jake's like hiding down in the boss's office or something, probably getting scolded for something he didn't do yesterday. I don't know.
Look, Jake.
Again, he's only been here 14 seconds, so he gets blamed for everything.
Look, Jake.
Comes walking down the hall, and he's like, oh, yeah, that's mine. And I'm like, I'm wearing this. And that young man, had no opportunity to say no. Like, I stole his clothes.
Sucks.
I completely used the juice that I've got. He looked at me like, you could tell in his eyes, he's like, I don't like this. I don't want you.
I'm in my 90-day trial period.
I don't want you, but I don't think I want to anger you either. So sure.
You won't like him when he's angry, Jake.
Put it on. Yeah. Yes, wear it.
Go ahead, Mick.
So I told him I'm not going to steal it, but I'm going to wear it at least for right now as we get a little primer. Okay? We got some dub stuff. Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, going to join us in 25 minutes.
For those who aren't on the YouTube and the Twitch feed, it is a hockey sweater.
It is a sweater.
It's not a soccer jersey.
It's not a soccer jersey. No.
He gets full points, though. It's America. It's red, white, and blue. It's USA.
And I believe that we will win, and I know that's a campy chant, but I actually do. I believe that we will win.
Yeah, today. And I believe that we will fall behind 1-0. As I previously indicated, yes, it'll be a Pulisic equalizer, a Weston McKennie late game winner, USA 2, Iran. You hear that, Steiny? Pronounce it right. Iran won.
Yeah, so I hate your prediction, except for the whole winning part.
Right.
But that sounds...
Oh, my God.
That sounds like more than I can take. We're not going to fall behind. We can't fall behind.
I believe that we will trail.
If we trail, Iran is going to just stand in front of the goal.
They're going to anyway.
I understand that.
They're going to do an 11-man barricade.
Iran only needs a tie. The U.S. needs a dub. And so...
By the way, Iran can draw and still not advance.
That's true.
If Wales beats England...
Unlikely.
Well,
but possible.
Very possible.
Sure,
if Wales beats England, then Iran can't just advance with the draw. And this is the beauty, and I know Chuck Cooperstein in moments, but the beauty of the simultaneous
he's in 24 minutes. You got plenty
I thought we were doing it at 10:30.
Are we?
Oh, then I'll stretch it out.
Yeah, no,
the
Chuck's
beauty
at 11. Chuck's at 11.
One of the beauties of the World Cup format to me, Mark, is something that Major League Baseball and actually the NFL have finally started to emulate. It's an emulation sensation.
Cha-ching.
Simultaneous matches. These matches will happen exactly at the same moment. The games will kick at the same moment. That way there's no advantage for example, if Wales went out and they lost to England before the USA takes on Iran.
Now Iran knows
exactly what they need to have happen.
Yeah.
So there will be an Iranian expert, somebody watching and giving advice. Hey, Wales is up 1-0. A draw is no longer good for us. So there will be sort of an evolution as this match goes on, not only for Wales and England, but for Iran and the USA.
So you think Iran will come out with a certain level of offensive aggressiveness?
No. Absolutely
no, they
not.
won't.
No.
Because they're assuming that Wales is not going to beat England.
Exactly. But if Wales is able to strike, Gareth Bale, if he's able to strike and take a lead on England, they're going to know that. There'll be a scoreboard in-house. People will be monitoring it on their phones. And at that point, Iran may have to change their tactics.
Okay. All right. So your prediction is we fall behind 1-0 and then come back to win. That sounds like a terrible watch with 10 seconds of elation sensation at the end, and I'm out on your prediction. The U.S. needs to score in the first half. They need to, especially because of the story of what has happened so far. They have only scored one goal in the entire World Cup. To suddenly go into the second half down 1-0 or even just anything nil. I think at a certain point I don't know how you don't have a confidence issue offensively at that point.
Especially when you're the third youngest team in the entire World Cup. And this has been a pattern not only in this World Cup, this cycle, but throughout the history of the U.S. And I tweeted this out. I believe in 35 career World Cup matches by the United States, we've scored 38 total goals. We average about 1.08 goals per match, which is putrid.
It is. Not Pulisic, it's putrid.
It's putrid.
Okay.
Pulisic will score today, and go ahead and put that as your wild prop bet.
All right. One goal is fine today. We can score just one as long as Iran scores none. That's fine. I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I'm totally good with it.
2-1. Go ahead and bet the over. It's a 2-1 final.
All right. What is the over-under on this one?
Probably 2.5.
Right,
Might just be 2, actually. I'd have to Google it.
One of our faithful listeners on and watchers on YouTube, Drew Down. Mark looks like he's about to coach the Mighty Ducks. Yeah, I do. By the way, I went to and I know that they're just the Ducks now. I went to a Ducks game over the Thanksgiving holiday.
I saw that.
Yeah, my family down there, they're Ducks fans. And we are what you would call hangers-on, me and my kids, where we get invited to these Ducks games every Thanksgiving, and we're like, yeah, well, you have nothing else to do. Let's just go to a Ducks game. And I always do a little thing. I don't tell my nephew and I don't tell my nieces because they're actual fans. Like, they've got gear. They've got hats. They've got sweaters. They've got hoodies. They are like, I mean, screaming and yelling about the Ducks, who are, by the way, the worst team in hockey, and the building is at least half empty. And
they got more cups than the Sharks do, though.
That's fair, but they're playing the New York Rangers, and so that's always a fan base, right? So Anaheim is half empty, and then the half that's full is half Rangers fans. So you got a quarter of a stadium with Ducks fans. But I always I go to my betting app, and I'm like, we'll take. I took the under on Rangers goals, so that way I can act for one night like I'm a Ducks fan. And the Ducks got their only regulation win of the whole year with us in the building. Got outshot like 2-1, but they won.
Yeah.
So it was fun. It was fun. Yeah. So maybe this is, I don't know, it's getting into my blood here.
Maybe. I almost got thrown out of the Honda Center at a Sharks-Ducks playoff game. I went down there with a guy named Primetime. I don't know if you know Prime.
Primetime. Been around the block once or twice.
Prime Smith. Primetime. So I get off the air and I go, Prime, let's go. Road trip. We drive down to Anaheim, Sharks-Ducks playoff game. By the time I get there, it was an inebriation sensation, without a doubt. And, I'm pretty lubricated in the first period. Sharks score to take a lead, and I go crazy. Rally towels were given out that night. So I over-celebrate. I run down the aisle down by the glass, and I'm pumping my fists, and I'm pointing at Ducks fans. I'm giving them the whole thing. I walk back to my seat, and this older gentleman whips me with the rally towel in the face. So I swivel around.
He did? At a Ducks-Sharks game?
The guy had to be about 60. And at the time, I was about 39, 40, whatever. And I look down at him, I say, whip me again. Whip me again. Because I would dive at him headbutt, because headbutt's my move. So by the time I confront this guy, security comes up and they grab me, and they're like, telling me this and that. And I said, sir, to the security guard, I said, the man whipped me with the towel. I simply said, whip me again. I didn't strike him. I didn't touch him. They go down there. They apprehend the whipper. They come up. They talk to him. They talk to me. The whipper gone.
Oh, the whipper got snapped.
Ejected. As he's getting ejected, my buddy Dion walks up with 2 giant 32-ounce beers, and I'm giving him the sign like, no, not now, bro, not now. Meet me at the seats.
Beer, I got you a beer, dude.
We're back, bro, we're back.
Hang in there, big guy.
Totally, bro.
Brighter days ahead.
Sharks lose, but I won that day. It's the only time I went to a Ducks home game.
What did he do when you said whip me again?
He was just kind of standing there menacing at me. I was like, dude, whip me again.
Yeah.
Just whip me again.
I mean, you kind of Jock Peterson.
Oh.
I mean, everybody ripped Jock because he didn't hit back. Maybe he said, slap me again, Tommy.
No, he didn't.
Slap me again.
He said, oh, Tommy, it was a legal pickup based on the rules of our fantasy football parameters.
Join my league this year. Call 1-800-JOCK-JOCK-JOCK. Join my fantasy league.
Anyhow.
Hey, did you miss the entire Warrior game on Sunday?
Nope.
It happened to be right in the midst of, I don't know, a 49er game. I know these are accidents. They're not happy accidents. Stop putting Warrior games during 49er games. I don't like it. Yes, I have multiple TVs. I don't like it. I want to focus. Thank you, Warriors, for playing on Tuesday night, because as you know, Tuesdays are the worst day of the week. There's no football. We're not smelling the weekend yet. We need something. Give me Warriors Mavs.
No love from Maction, huh?
Nah. I'm out this year on the Maction. So anyway, we got World Cup, we got Warriors, and here's the thing you may have missed. This was beautiful. and it was hilarious all at the same time. Can you give the blow-by-blow of Jordan Poole hitting the three and then Draymond Green getting teed up? From the bench.
Yeah, Poole drives in and gets a layup.
Oh, was it a layup?
Nifty
Okay.
move. Draymond Green celebrates, but doesn't really over-celebrate. But Draymond Green comes off the bench, and he's on the floor. And the officials, and by the way, this is about a minute or so to go in the game. Warriors are up by 15 or 20. The game is over.
Right.
Draymond celebrates, comes on the court. All of a sudden, you see it off camera. You see Jordan Poole look like, wait, what? Draymond Green gets a technical foul for being on the floor and celebrating. And the Warriors are, they're not super mad. Draymond's animated, but like, are you kidding me? I got a tee for this.
Why'd you tee me up?
Right. I celebrated, and Draymond was actually showing, I only came to here. I didn't go to there. I was only here. And the refs are like, I don't want to hear it. It's a technical, whatever. They hit the free throw. It's good. Couple trips later, DiVincenzo wide open, spot him, got him, 3-ball. Steph Curry comes off the bench, gets under the basket,
all the way under the hoop,
and he is waving the towel, and he's basically like towel snapping it at the ref as if to say, look at me. You want a celebration? This is over celebrating. How you like me now? And with his like mean scowl face, and he gets a tee,
technical foul,
turns to the bench, and they are just dying.
Yes.
Dying.
Kevon Looney's holding his stomach. He's laughing. Draymond and Steph are obviously connected on the whole thing. This started with a Jordan Poole drive bucket, as you said.
Yeah.
And I just watched the whole thing, and I thought,
Kerr's laughing, Q's laughing. They're all laughing.
I'm like, there you guys are.
Yep.
We missed you. We've been looking for you. You were on the side of a milk carton.
The joy.
Where the hell have you been?
Yeah.
And I know the answer. We all know the answers. Losing combined with teammates punching teammates, pressure of the championship, Japan trip, everything. I get it. So this isn't a lack of understanding of the story, but that's one of those things, almost like a golfer's confidence. You can't just say, let's get it back and get it back. It has to come back organically. It starts with the fact that the Warriors are now winning basketball games. They look like themselves again. Is that because all of the young guys, starting with James Wiseman, aren't on the floor anymore? That's a different concern, but it does look like that. As soon as they got those guys out of the rotation, things started to click again. So it starts with that. But as you and I sat there and watched that together, I thought to myself, man, that is a way more important moment than people will give it credit for. You will either not see it because it's in the middle of a 49er game and is a 20-point blowout in the fourth quarter, or you will see it or you'll see the highlight and you'll laugh. I'm going to take it way deeper than that. For me, that was the moment that the Warrior joy returned to the floor. It is how they play. It is who they are. It is why they have 4 rings, and they are not going to do anything close to a 5th until they get that back. And that was the first moment that I saw it up and down the whole bench from the front of it to the end of it.
Except for the one guy in the middle who may have been more worried about the barnacles on his bow. You watch Klay Thompson during that.
Well,
it's like Klay doesn't even know what's going on.
Klay's in his own world, and he always has been, so that's fine.
No, and it's hilarious, though, because
Klay's
you
just
look,
like,
and
what?
everybody's like, they're either openly laughing or most of them are covering their mouth so that they can say, like, I can't believe you blank and did that to that ref, or like, blank you ref, you see that? Whatever they're doing, they're laughing, they're holding their sides, and it was a pretty funny moment because it was Steph Curry, the baby-faced assassin, Mr. Mild-Mannered. By the way, 4th technical foul for Steph.
He's on a mission.
Do we
Don't
have to
stop
start
him.
worrying about the 16-tech suspension?
Totally.
The mandatory 1 game?
Totally. Just time it so it happens with a game where you were going to load manage anyway.
Exactly. That's
like
not
whatever.
bad.
I mean, it was.
He's on one, but it was a truly beautiful moment. Even Steve Kerr, he couldn't help but laugh. I mean,
Wiggins was laughing.
Yeah.
You got Wiggins to smile.
Yeah. And
sure,
that,
not Klay, but whatever. Clay's just like,
doesn't even matter.
Man, I wish my boat was here.
Seriously, I'd like to sail on out of here. This game is over. I'd love to get in there and shoot a couple more threes.
Hey, you know what you and I haven't had a chance to do because I departed for a week. Can we circle back for a second? Not just the return of the joy for the Warriors, the return of Klay Thompson.
Yes, sir.
When I left here for Thanksgiving break, this whole city was talking about benching, was talking about shot selection, was talking about finding new ways to minimize Klay Thompson on this team. And I think we all got it. We understand that it's a push-pull. He wasn't playing well. He wasn't shooting well. It was a factor in the Warriors losing. But what I think the Warriors understood that maybe some fans didn't or in the moment couldn't is this. The Warriors aren't going to go anywhere without Klay being Klay. So you might as well take the patience to see if you can get Klay to look like some form of Klay, because it's not going to work anyway. You can bench him and, we're going to start Poole. And then if you don't have these guys at the height of their powers, you're not going to win. So you might as well invest in the patience and hope that you can get them going. And what I think the Warriors also do better than us emotional fans is they're like, that's Klay. He didn't forget how to play basketball. Yes, his career is on the downward end. He knows that. He's been through hell. But man, there was nothing better than that first quarter where Klay came out and just, I can't remember what night that was, but you remember.
Against Houston.
Yes. Well, I mean, just hit all the threes. Just went crazy right out the gate in the first quarter. And no surprise that has coincided with a winning streak.
Yes. And I'm just really glad that I never got off the Klay bandwagon. Said no one. I mean, we all. I to my defense, I never once said that he should come off the bench, because I never thought that was going to be a possibility. Now, did I say Klay needs to take better shots? Yeah, the team said the exact same thing. So, and that's what we've seen since the game where he went 3 of 13 in a win over Cleveland. Then they lose to Sacramento. He goes 6 of 16. They lose to Phoenix. He goes 6 of 17. Since then, they're 5-0 when Klay plays. 8 of 16. 14 of 23 in the win over Houston. 5 of 10 in the win over the Clippers. 7 of 16. He had 20 points in a win over Utah. And then he came out in 30 minutes, 8 of 13 for 21 in the win over Minnesota. Klay feels better about himself, and it's showing up in his play.
The whole thing suddenly feels and looks different. And it's interesting, too, when Klay needs to take better shots. Did Klay need... Look, you're right. Steve Kerr said it, too. So who am I to say, shot selection needed to change. But it's not really that he needed to take better shots. Shots needed to go in. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry have made a living at taking bad shots. Go back to Oklahoma City Klay. Those aren't good shots. They're terrible shots. They're low percentage shots. They're contested shots. They're awful, but they go in. That's why they are the two best. That's why they have a nickname called the Splash Brothers. There are a few things that I've learned to live with Warrior basketball. Bad shot selection and turnovers. They're going to be higher than they are with other teams because of who they are. And they're able to function in that environment and still win. Go back to turnovers per game last year. The Warriors are one of the worst teams in the whole NBA and had a parade.
Yes.
Right? So,
but at the same time, when they have a team meeting and they talk about elephants in the room, and one of the first elephants that they address is Klay Thompson's shot selection. This is the team themselves. It's more than just, it's Game 6 Klay. It's the Klay maker. Go ahead and shoot every time you want. Well, you're not that player right now. You might be that player again, but for right now, you got to knock it off. And he's responded to that. He's taking better shots. He's not taking the first shot that comes his way.
Yep.
So you're right, Mark. And there's a certain amount, especially with Klay Thompson, you want him to play the way he's always played, which is, do you, Klay? I mean, he wasn't laughing at Steph Curry and his over-celebrating. I don't even know if he saw it. Klay was doing his own thing.
He's always...
Yeah, Klay's on his own journey.
You know what I want for Christmas? I want that screen, that invisible screen that's over Klay's face.
Right.
I don't know what he's watching. He's watching the bay, his dog, he's meditating.
Exactly.
It's like he doesn't see what the heck's going on, right? He's just in his own world.
I want his ability to compartmentalize,
world.
exactly, to not be affected because, I'm sure he thought about, geez, I'm not having a great year and all that, but I don't think that he was struggling because of all the outside noise.
Well,
he was struggling in a lack of confidence because he knew for himself he wasn't playing great.
No, he admitted that social media got to him. We've all been there. That's a skill. That is actually a muscle that you need to train. It's a little surprising to me sometimes when massive celebrities have a hard time with social media, except for they get a whole lot more of it. Lamar Jackson got into a situation where he made completely inappropriate comments because somebody on social media got under his skin. But look, I mean, I've had conversations about this with people who, we get 1/1,000,000th of what an actual celebrity is going to get on Twitter. But there's also not a day that goes by where there isn't someone on social media who's like, dude, you suck, you stink, or that's stupid what you said. You have to train the muscle to be able to just be like, whatever, right? Like somebody with a keyboard,
right?
Whatever. But we all went through that. I'm sure when Twitter started, whatever it was, what was it? 20 years ago? Whatever it was.
About 15, yeah.
Yeah. You probably had to get, and I remember, gosh, it used to be emails before it was Twitter, where like when you're a young broadcaster.
Check the fax machine. Those faxes will blow you up.
Have a take, don't suck. Fax us.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it bothers you for a while.
Yeah.
Until you learn how to not let it bother you.
Yes, and I think that the thing that bothered Clay the most was the fact that he was letting his teammates down. Since the team meeting, Mark, in games that Clay played, they are 5-0, and he is a plus 83.
Damn.
Plus 83.
That's like the best meeting of all time. Meetings don't usually work. That one did.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Chuck Cooperstein, who joins us next, about the one area that I'm most troubled about for tonight, and it doesn't involve the opening 6 minutes of the ballgame.
Okay. All right. And we'll
it's
also...
called the teams, paintball.
It sure is, and we'll find out why the Mavs aren't better. They're 9-10.
I got Mavs stat even Chuck doesn't know about. That's coming up next on the A's Cast. For you, Spadoni, thank you.
And that is what's coming up next on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by ChooseChange.org, voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, coming up next. And yeah, all rise, not for Aaron Judge. I believe that we will win. Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at ChooseChangeCA.org.
The NBA's two leading scorers face off in the Lone Star State.
Curry will fire it away with 5, and he hit it! Falling away. Doncic with it to the far wing. Steps out, shoots over Wiggins. Rainbow 3, good!
It's Curry versus Luka.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30.
You gotta ask yourself one question.
Tip-off at 4:30.
Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately and hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Where can you save big on Black Friday and go big on holiday prep? Lowe's, actually. Buy more, save more on top appliance brands at even better prices. Like the 4-piece LG stainless steel kitchen suite was $4,267, now $2,986 for a total savings of $1,281. Black Friday is here. Save on perfect gifts for the holidays and get all of the upgrades for your home. Don't miss the deals at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/3. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I still think it's Tampa, but I may be going down with the pirate ship on that one.
But yeah, I mean, this might be a sinking pirate ship. I mean, who are you going to pick? The Niners? They don't have any players left. You're going to pick the Packers? Desperately need to trade for a wide receiver, and one just went to Arizona. Maybe the other one will go to Green Bay.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ready to go? TV voice, correct? It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, 6 to 9, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dibs, that's a 3, my man. That's a 3. Well, maybe he's predicting how many goals the United States will score today. We will keep you up to date, Willard and Dibs, but we will also be looking at a very big and early interesting rematch of last year's Western Conference Finals between the Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks, looking to make it 4 in a row tonight. They visit Luka and company with the Mavs. Coverage beginning at 3:30 with a 4:30 tip right here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. And to get into that game a little bit with us right now, the radio voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, is with us. Hey, Chuck, what's cooking? How you doing?
Just like everybody else, 3 minutes into the soccer game.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll all watch along together, but talk a little hoops while we're doing it. Hey, the Golden State Warriors fan base spent a long time, until maybe a week ago, trying to figure out why the slow start. What's going on with this team? If they pick up the standings and look at the Mavs at 9 and 10, we'll send the same question out your way. What's going on with the Mavs so far?
They are very, 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 very Luka-centric. And they've not been able to find a way to take some of the heat off of him. The loss of Jalen Brunson in free agency and the lack of a replacement for him, the Mavericks thought they could get away with it on some level, and that has proven to not be the case. Their three-point shooting comes and goes, and I realize that's true pretty much for everybody, but when you take as many threes as the Mavericks do, and you are as streaky as they are, and you have all these guys that have been really brought to the team to surround Luka and force teams to play Luka with two, and then if Luka gives up the ball, they have open shots. They're supposed to make those shots. Well, those shots aren't being made. And right now it looks a lot like how the beginning of last season looked. The Mavericks were 2 games under 500 going into New Year's Eve, and then they went 36-12 the rest of the way. I mean, I don't know what's in store here, if there's a repeat in the offing, but suffice to say, until they either start making threes or start taking fewer threes and taking more twos, where right now they take the fewest 2-point shots of any team in the NBA, and they have the 4th best 2-point percentage in the NBA, and Luka's shooting over 60% on his twos. Unless that happens, they've got problems that may not be easily solved.
One of the big issues that the Warriors have had has been with the second unit, and I look at the Dallas Mavericks, and it looks like that's where, aside from the Luka minutes, that's where Dallas has been able to make its hay. What's the key for the Mavericks in terms of their bench productivity?
Well, I don't know that their bench has necessarily been that productive. I mean, Christian Wood obviously can score. I mean, he's got 8 20-point games this year off the bench. Only Benedict Mathurin in Indiana has more. But, Tim Hardaway has not played well. Josh Green has been, very, very inconsistent. Maxi Kleber is not shooting the ball the way he shot it in the playoffs last year, and he just came back from injury a little bit ago. They spent a lot. They spent their taxpayer exception on JaVale McGee, trying to give them a little more rim protection. And JaVale McGee does not look like the JaVale McGee who won a couple of championships for the Warriors, or even the one that played and was a starter for the Lakers and Jason Kidd in 2020. Their bench really hasn't been very productive at all, which is problematic. Which is why Kemba Walker's been signed, and they hope that at least for the 15 or 20 minutes that he's able to play, that he can give them a more consistent boost off of the bench. Not to mention to be able to handle the ball so that Luka doesn't have to have this absurd usage rate that could have him wiped out by Christmas.
Chuck Cooperstein, the radio voice of the Mavs, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Chuck, it was interesting watching Jason Kidd speak in the playoffs last year. We almost had a tongue-in-cheek conversation or two about it. He almost sounded like, we're just happy to be here. Like a lot of his interviews were like, we're here to learn. And it felt like maybe reverse psychology. But now looking back on it, what are your thoughts? Like, what did the Mavs learn from that series?
I mean, they learned that Golden State was better. That's what they learned. Learned that that you got to play better defense than what they played, because they didn't play very much defense in that series at all. Golden State cooked them, especially they made Kevon Looney into a star, which he's not, but he's a good player, but they made him literally into a star. I don't know that necessarily anything was learned other than the fact that you got to be there. You got to be on that stage. You got to be able to perform on that stage. And let's face it, if the Mavericks do what they were supposed to do and hold a 19-point lead in Game 2, and that series is tied to game apiece, that series probably looks a little bit different. But that allowed, I think, the Warriors to really get the full feel for themselves as to their ability to win the series. And then, of course, in Game 3, Wiggins was incredible. That's one of the best games I've ever seen Andrew Wiggins play. Maybe the best game I've ever seen him play. But I think it was just a matter of being there and being on that stage and trying to perform on that stage. Now, they lost a pretty significant part from that grouping in Brunson that has not been replaced. And so right now they're not nearly as good. They pretty much, rolled it back with the same grouping, save for Christian Wood. And, Christian Wood has never played an important game in his life. So, it all remains to be seen.
And you look at the landscape in the Western Conference, is there a sense inside the Mavericks organization that, there's still plenty of room and plenty of chances for Dallas to move up? Because it seems like it's a pretty well-packed Western Conference. Where is this organization coming off of the disappointment of last year's Western Conference Finals?
They obviously think they're a very good team. And as long as they have Luka, there's a certain floor that they will always have, and it's how everybody else plays around him. They're sitting in 11th right now, but they haven't lost any confidence in their ability to ultimately be, a top 3 or 4 seed again, especially with everything being as packed as it is. You're one good winning streak from moving up significantly, or one long losing streak, as the Mavericks are on right now, from falling down significantly. That's kind of the way it is right now. It's almost amazing, frankly. The Mavericks have never had longer than a 6-game winning streak since their championship season. It's in 2011. It's crazy. But they need something like that at some point in order to make up for a lot of the mishaps here in the first month of the year, which obviously has included, blowing any number of big leads and losing, and also losing to teams that were not playing at anywhere near full strength when they pretty much were at full strength. And, those are games that they're going to have to, they're going to look back on unless they reel off something really big here at some point during the year. They're going to look back on it and say, that this just killed us. It just did not give us the positioning that we wanted or required in order for us to make the run that we ultimately believe that we should be able to make.
Chuck, give us the primer on tonight. The Warriors have played a good portion of the season looking mostly like themselves at home, but being kind of dreadful on the road. All teams are better at home, I get that, but give us the primer for tonight in terms of what you expect from the Mavs being in their home building.
Well, the Mavericks are 8-3 at home. One of those losses came to Houston on the second night of a back-to-back when Luka didn't play, but it was a pretty dreadful performance, to say the least. They only scored 92 points that night. I know the Warriors are playing much, much better. They're looking much more like themselves. Splash Brothers are splashing. They're actually guarding people right now, which they've not done or did not do in the first 11 games of the year. I think that, for the Mavericks to win, the Mavericks will, number one, have to drive the ball. They will have to do what Golden State has done all year and force Golden State to foul. Golden State has a hard time defending without fouling. They foul more than any other team in the league. They give up more free throws than any other team in the league. That's all well and good for the Mavericks, except for the Mavericks are a bad free throw shooting team. And Luka is in a terrible spot right now as far as his free throws. He's so streaky. In his last 4 games, he's shooting 56% from the foul line on 36 attempts, 37 attempts, which is it's unacceptable. But that's one thing that they could make up for what figures to be Golden State's edge in 3-point shooting with getting to the foul line a ton, because and the Warriors don't get to the foul line at all. So that's one way that it happens. And another way, and we've known this to be the case with the Warriors for years, is yes, their offense is very pretty to watch, but their offense also ultimately results in a lot of turnovers. Only Houston turns over the ball more than they do. The Mavericks have been much, much better this year in not only forcing turnovers, but scoring off of turnovers. But you've got to be able to score off of those turnovers that you force. Those are the 2 ways I think the Mavericks win the game tonight. I can't see them out shooting Golden State, out field goal percentaging them. I can't see that happening. I'm seeing it, just sort of on a vibe of keeping their own turnovers down, getting fouled, getting to the line, making free throws, and then forcing Golden State into mistakes that will offset what figures to be a pretty good shooting game by them.
Luka, a handful to guard. It'll be Wiggins and Draymond taking on the most of the burden, maybe a little bit of Clay as well. What do the Mavericks do to try to guard Stephen Curry?
what does anybody do? I mean, he's an impossible cover. I mean, the thing about Curry that is just so great, and I think it's just so unappreciated, is he is constantly moving. Nobody runs more than he runs. You know, it's not just him handling the ball; it's him coming off all those screens and you know, can do this, you know, for 20 seconds in the shot clock. It's impossible to stay with him. I mean, the Mavericks do a lot of switching, and I think that's pretty much been their standard operating procedure. You know, they had some success with it last year. Certainly in the regular season they did. One fourth quarter of the game in Dallas, the last game of the season in the series, Curry didn't score. In fact, didn't take a shot in the fourth quarter. The other game the Mavericks won here back in early January, Curry only scored 14 points, and he was in the midst of a really serious shooting slump at that point. He's not in a shooting slump right now. He looks like Curry. And if he looks like Curry, then he's very, very difficult, because no matter how much you think you have him covered, where you think you are on the floor, he's open. The bottom line is he's open. It's like Jerry Rice. Okay, Jerry Rice might have been double covered. Jerry Rice was always open, and that's the case with Curry. You know, you've got to stay with him. A step over the midcourt line is not too early to get up into him and try to make his life difficult.
Chuck, great to have you on a game day. Have a great call, and thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
All right, there he goes. That's Chuck Cooperstein, the radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks. I saw someone on YouTube chat in and say, Chuck Cooperstein is the most announcer name I have ever seen in my entire life. And I think it is. So he's in the Hall of Fame in terms of play-by-play names.
And he's got a great announcer voice. And
yes, he does.
He does a nice job. And I think he makes a good point about last year in the Western Conference Finals, where Dallas was in some sort of control early, and I think it was game 1 or game 2, and all of a sudden the Warriors went on that run and flipped the entire series in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think it was game 2, right? Game 1, I remember we were in attendance for that one. Warriors had control most of the way. I think it was game 2 where the Warriors were maybe down by 20 or so.
Yeah.
And then made a furious comeback, and then that was pretty much a wrap for the series. Like, I know the Mavs ended up getting 1, but it was never a dramatic series at any point.
Right, and I like what Chuck said about Steph Curry in that he's always open, much like Jerry Rice. You know, no matter where Steph is going to be, he's always in range, and he's always open. And, man, if you look at what Dallas has done throughout the course of this year, it has been all Luka all the time, and yet it's not enough for them to get carried through the majority of the season.
I wonder where we're sitting. Tonight's an interesting game for the Warriors from this perspective. I know they've quote-unquote righted the ship, right? Like they are better. They are better than where they were previously. They've won a couple road games, but it was Houston. It was a struggling Minnesota team. Dallas is struggling as well, but as you said, they're 8-3 at home. I don't know, like, they're fine, but are the Warriors this is the type of game they're going to win if they're all the way back. Are they all the way back, or are they just kind of back?
I think this is the kind of game they win if they're just kind of back.
Really?
Absolutely, because they're playing much better. And, they've won 5 straight with Clay in the lineup, and you're coming off a situation where you got comfortable at home. Things are starting to go your way. You came off 137, 129 the game before that, 124 the game before, but also, you're starting to play a little bit better defense.
Yeah, Chuck said it. They're guarding people now.
Right, but Chuck also mentioned the biggest problem with their defense this year, which has been fouling. They foul too many times, and they don't get to the foul line themselves. So, really, for me, it comes down to how do you deal with Luka Doncic. And I was surprised to hear Luka shooting 56% from the line.
That's crazy.
Over the past 36 attempts. Yeah, that's like Kevon Looney levels of free throwing.
Well, and you know what? The other part of it is, and the Warriors are an example, and the 49ers are in a different way, but these teams that we're following right now are asking their fans, I don't mean they set out to do this, but they're asking their fans in incredible ways to really stay in the moment. You really have to stay in the moment, because the Warriors, at the beginning of the year, it was, look, we have got to hand our young guys some responsibility and get them ready for whatever their future role is going to be. And then it was evident to them very quickly, in the span of about 15 games, it was very evident that they're not ready. They're not ready. And I don't know if they're going to be ready. Like, I don't know what James Wiseman's career is going to be, but this idea that he was going to play a key role, is at minimum on hold until way later, and maybe it's completely off. They've started to play well once they took the responsibility away from Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody.
Right.
So they're asking their fans, as Bob Myers told us, just enjoy this year. We're going to worry about the contracts and do they have a future core and all that stuff. We're going to worry about that later. 49ers doing the same thing. You and I talked about it yesterday. I find it difficult to hold the Garoppolo/quarterback question. I find it difficult to hold it off. You're in the midst of a nice winning streak. You look like you got a great chance to win the division, do something special. But also in my mind, I'm like, and so what does that mean for the bigger picture of the quarterback position? So we're all being asked to really just zero in on right now because there are massive questions coming in 2023 for both these teams.
And for the Warriors, the massive questions come in April in 2023 in this particular season. And if you look at the Warriors right now, basically at the quarter pole, 21 games into an 82-game season, what grade would you give the Warriors through the opening 21? They're 11-10. I mean, do you give them a D? Do you give them a D plus? Where would you grade the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Give us a call. Take all the time you need, by the way. 0-0 in the 20th minute.
I was going to say you're so distracted, but so am I. You know what we're doing right now?
We're doing yeoman's work.
We're passing. We're passing the ball. You're throwing it to me, and then you need to check out some soccer.
We're doing a little back and forth.
And then I throw it to you, and I'm like, hey, I mean, and yes, if you're watching on YouTube, you're getting a lot of my left cheek. And your
my profile, because I'm.
Let's see.
My camera is exactly where the
too. Yeah, it's your left cheek too.
Two cheeks outside.
Actually, your camera's over there, so you're getting a lot of
21.
You're getting a lot of head-on dibs.
888-957-9570. Line them up. We'll take all your calls up until noon.
Does anybody want to host the show? Actually, 888-957-9570. If you've got a lengthy take. Go ahead.
It's time for Jonathan. Jonathan, BPA, we need all of our favorites out there. 11-10 through 21, I would give him a D+, quite frankly, in terms of the overall, you could give out an A to Steph, absolutely. Wiggins, probably an A-. Draymond, A-, B+. Then you start to get into some real tough grades. Klay Thompson's probably a C-.
My students at Academy of Art and at Cal Poly know I'm an easy grader. I'm not here.
Come on.
I'm not here to ruin your GPA. I'm
trying to keep it real though.
And you're right.
11-10, you're the 10 seed. But you can't say that they're a B+ right now, guys.
No different than when a student emails me and goes, "Look, here's why I didn't do my assignment. I didn't do my assignment because I didn't plan ahead." Versus, I didn't do my assignment because my mom had a heart attack over the weekend.
Man.
Okay.
She's all right now, though.
Yes. everything worked out great. But I'm going to look at those situations and handle that assignment differently. Now, some of the Warriors' problems early on were self-inflicted. However, that doesn't mean they weren't hard to handle, and it doesn't mean they were planned. Nobody with the Warriors sat down and said, okay, here's what we're going to do right before week 1. We're going to have Draymond punch Jordan Poole in the face.
But that's all part of it.
It's all part of it. But my point is there's context with the start of the season. We're going to put Wiseman out there. Oh, it didn't work.
He gets an F.
He gets an F, but I'm going to give credit for someone who sees something that's not working and pivots. So I would only raise your D+ to a C or a C-. It's not been good.
Yeah.
But they've recovered nicely. That's big. They had a nice pivot. And some of their problems were understandable. Is that fair?
It's fair, but I don't think it's excusable. Understandable, but
excusable
not
means you can still get an A.
Well, yeah, and again, I'm talking about just the first quarter of the year. Drew Down on the YouTube says C-. NRG Manifest, D-. He also says possible D+. Lax Paint gives it a C. So a lot of people, I think, are in that same range. Now, we will say this, though, about the Golden State Warriors, Mark, and this is where if I have this conversation with you in a week, we might have different answers because you've got Dallas tonight, 2 days off. Then you host Chicago. Very winnable game. You'll be heavily favored there.
Yes.
Second half of a back-to-back, Houston comes to town. They are terrible. So if you beat Dallas, you got 2 games at home. Make that 3 games at home, including an off day before Indiana comes to town. you could find yourself with a little bit of a win streak. Then you go to Utah, then you get Boston and Milwaukee in back-to-back games. But my point is, over the next 5 games, you might find yourself on an 8-game win streak. You're riding 3 right now.
And even if you don't, if you win 6 or 7 of them, you get the record in a much more comfortable place as far as where it is now.
Over the next 5 games, including tonight, you're going to be favored in all 5. The only one that might be iffy would be the Utah game December 7th. So even though I'm a hard grader through 21 games, 5 games from now, in a week or so, the grade could easily be made better.
Be much better. Yeah, Eric in Shasta wants to weigh in. Hey, Eric, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? And take your time.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm driving to Shasta, and usually I call when Guru and Steiny are, and so I apologize. I'm calling a little early.
No. Why'd you make the switch? Just because we're way better of a show? Like, what are you thinking?
Feel free to stay on until they come on here in about 50 minutes.
You guys are all good, and I'm going to say that just because I love the show.
Okay, thank you, Eric. That's a very good politician. Go ahead.
So it's a C, but for us Warriors fans, a C is like almost a D- because we're used to seeing the beautiful basketball. But you're right. The joy they're playing with right now is what we want to see. And then my second point is the 2 players we picked up, DiVincenzo and Jermichael Green, they're good players, but they're not Otto and they're not Gary. And to me, that's the biggest difference, along with the young guys not stepping up.
Yeah, I feel that. I also think 20 games into the year last year, Otto and GP2 were not what they ended up being. We hadn't fully.
You were 18-2 though.
You were
20.
You were, and actually, Otto played very well. He had ups and downs last year. GP2 had periods of time where he wasn't even playing that much. That
they had a guy who played a lot early on last year. Who, he looks good in street clothes.
It always ends up.
Has
back
he
to
played
him with
yet?
No, he has not.
No, I think actually. Thank you. It just fits the conversation because he did play a lot in those early 20, and he did contribute a lot. I'm complimenting him, Mark. You're always trying to pit me against Andre.
No, you're not. Okay.
And I, by the way, am the only one on the station, I think, who refuses to call him by the nickname that he hates. He hates being referred to as Iggy.
I don't call him that either. I don't do that.
I call him Vet Min occasionally.
I bet he doesn't like that one either. All right, what's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. What's up next is Tim Kawakami. Is the locker room vibe with the Warriors better? And we'll get you ready for Dolphins and 49ers with Tim as well. Timmy K joins us
next.
I
believe that we will, Tim.
At 95.7 The Game.
Start your day off right with the Morning Roast.
There's no better morning show out there than the Morning Roast.
There's only one way that I live my life. 150 miles per hour at all times, okay? When Jimmy Garoppolo's rolling well, I'm like, let's go, Jimmy. When Jimmy gets folded by 4 guys in the back of the bike, I'm like, oh my God, is the season over? Like, that's the way I watch sports.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it, 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
If your pubic region was quote-unquote junk, you wouldn't need America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. But it's not. So show some respect with new Gillette Intimate for a gentle and easy shave. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Time to fire up your laptops for Cyber Monday savings, because the Home Depot has the tools to make your holiday magic with new savings every day. So start clicking and adding everything you need for the tech lovers in your life. Or grab one of our nailers, combo kits, or trimmers to surprise any doer on your list. Everything you need for the holidays is just a click away with free delivery on eligible online items. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph. We'll do just that. Thank you so much. It is indeed Willard and Dibs, 95-7 the game. And Warriors and Mavs tonight, right here, this afternoon, better said, right here on 95-7 the game. Everything getting started at 4:30. Coverage beginning at 3:30. Let's be honest, coverage is getting started right now, along with some 49ers thoughts as well. Let's get to one of our faves. Tim Kawakami joining us here on the show. Hey, Tim, what's going on? We've been sitting here talking out a moment that Dibs really noticed more than I on Sunday during the 49er game. There's this Warrior game. It's already garbage time. And here come the technical fouls on Draymond Green for coming off of the bench. And then Steph gets the sort of tongue-in-cheek tech. And I hadn't seen the bench look the way they looked all year long until then. It looked like the joy was back. What's your view on the current locker room vibe and how it's recovered from preseason?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, wins help, right? So if they're 8-3 in their last 11, you throw out the New Orleans game, which everybody wants to do, but it still counts in the standings, obviously, when they didn't play their top guys. And you could say they're 8-2. That helps. And this team is built to win. They're a bunch of leaders at the top who have won a ton, and that helps the mood. I don't think it's all fixed. Let's see them keep winning some road games tonight, starting with tonight. But I think there's a sense that they're figuring it out. I think that's more than anything. Whether you want to call it joy or whatever it is, they think they've kind of figured it out. For a while there, I don't think they were sure they were going to figure it out. For a while there, they were not a good team, and they're taking steps in the right direction. I think we're still the Warriors. We're still right. Are we still the Warriors? It kind of was that, and then we are still the Warriors, and a lot of that is with Clay kind of smoothing it out and figuring out when to take his shots and starting to hit those shots. Jordan Poole playing a lot better. Those are the two key guys. We can talk about the bench in the second unit. That's very, very important. They're going to need to continue to solidify that. It's gotten better. Kerr's got a rotation now that he likes, and we'll see if it goes on, but it's winning, right? They wouldn't be doing that if they were down 20 at that time. It was funny. It was the Steph and Draymond stuff that we're used to, but let's see how much they keep winning, and the attitude will keep going up if they keep winning.
We got to keep our eye on that Steph Curry. He's rapidly approaching 16 techs, Tim. And
he's a tech maven, man.
He's a hothead. Yeah, he's an attitude problem. I got to tell you, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, and the whole idea of two timelines, has that really been thrown into permanent sort of purgatory based on the fact that Wiseman's in Santa Cruz and the other two can't really crack the rotation?
No, Kuminga's in the rotation now. He's the backup power forward. He plays when Draymond's out, and then he played a little bit more the other night. He's the guy. When you talk about the two timeline, he's the other timeline. Just him, because Moody's out of the rotation, and I don't know if James Wiseman's ever going to get in the rotation. So yeah, it's been refined. It's kind of been chipped down a little bit. I think Steve Kerr's just letting them know who he trusts, and it's kind of been flushed out, I think, a little bit. He wasn't playing Kuminga earlier in the season, but he's the guy that you could see adjusting to this. He's the guy you can imagine. He's got so much talent. If he just dials it back, then he's going to be fine. You can't really say that about Moody, because if he dials it back, he might not do anything, and Wiseman can't dial it back. He's just that's not where he is in this moment in his career. So it's Kuminga as part of this 9-man rotation, 10-man rotation. Anthony Lamb's in there, with DiVincenzo, we know, JaMychal Green, Poole. I think they've kind of sorted it out, and it's not exactly a whole other timeline. It's like one other player. It's Jonathan Kuminga, who could be really, really good. And if he figures it out on this level, playing with Steph and Draymond, and maybe some second unit minutes, with the younger guys, or maybe it's with team with Draymond, he can be the guy they can point to, say, this is not only someone who can play now, he's someone who can lead the way in the future. I think the other guys, I'm not so sure. I know they're not so sure about. Kuminga could be it. Maybe it's 1.5 timelines, Dibs. Not 2 timelines, 1.5. 1 3/4. And they'll take it, because you know why? The first one's being extended because number 30 is so freaking good. I just don't know that anyone could have plotted out where Curry would be an MVP candidate at 34. And not just an MVP candidate because he's great, MVP candidate because he's carrying the team. Very few guards have ever, and I didn't do a total research of it, but to me it looks like the only other 34-year-old guard who's had this kind of burden on a championship level team is a guy named Michael Jordan in his last year with the Bulls. Pretty good comment. Oh, by the way, U.S. just scores, by the way, play-by-play, unless they're waving it off.
We're on delay, Tim, so thanks for that. Spoiler alert.
No, yeah, it's in 38th minute. But yes, go onward you go.
Well, pending VAR, Tim.
Pending VAR,
and
yes.
This, again, this is my biggest qualm.
I believe that we will VAR.
all
I believe
pro
that we will
sports.
VAR.
I mean, we have to wait now to react to anything based on video assistant review on all sports.
You're going on your own thing. It's not my thing, so go ahead there. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, just instant replay in general, and the whole idea of visceral reactions, they're now lost in sports, Tim.
I don't care. It's a diddly thing. Get somebody else on to talk about that. I don't care.
You love instant replay.
Yeah, it's fine. Get it right. Why not get it right? I'd just rather get it right. If the world is worse for that, I'd rather get it right. On the Warriors, let's see if Kuminga. I think Kuminga's really good. I mean, it's hard to fit with this team, but if you fit with this team when you're 20 years old and you have that kind of talent, there's a lot for you when you're going to be 23, 25, 27 years old. Wiseman might not fit with this team ever, and maybe it'll have to happen somewhere else. That's fine. Maybe he'll work it out with this team. Maybe he won't. But I think it does tell you a lot about Kuminga that at this point, it looks like he's adjusting his game to fit with Steph. They're trusting those precious Steph minutes at the end of the first and the end of the third when Draymond subs out. Those are very important minutes. And Kuminga played fantastic the other night. Like, he was really good. So I just think that this is an interesting development for a young player's career while you see a couple others maybe not work out in the same way.
Tim, you said in that answer, not sure if Wiseman's ever going to crack the rotation. I think you meant this year, right?
No, I think ever. I think ever is a fair question. Pretty important for you to be able to play with Steph Curry if you play for the Warriors. Relatively important. And the statistics are not, they're right there. He kills Steph's minutes. Every time James Wiseman plays with Steph, the Steph minutes get killed. I don't know that that's sustainable. And I know they've decided a couple times it's not sustainable. We'll see. I mean, I don't want to bang the kid. He works hard. He's a good guy. Going to the G League, and I know he's only played 50 NBA games, and I know all these things, it's a tough way to judge. He didn't play, 3 or 4 college games, but this is a long time now, and Steph isn't going away. And they need to gather players who can fit with James Wiseman. With Steph Curry.
Right.
And James Wiseman is not doing that. There's time will tell. There's a future to play out. But if you're looking at how they have to organize this team into the future, you're organizing with people who can play with Steph Curry and James Wiseman. Not only has it been I don't know, he can play. You can't. You can't do it. Tough way to go down the road with a franchise when number 30 is going to be everything. He's the foundation. He's everything with this franchise. If James Wiseman can't do it, or it's going to do it in 3 years, listen, Steph Curry does not want to wait around 3 years to see when James Wiseman can play with him. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yep.
Definitely going to be tough.
Fair points all around. Hey, Tim, great stuff and great to have you. We thank you so much, and thank you for telling us about the goal as well.
Sorry about that.
No,
you're good, Tim.
No, you're good. You're good. And so's the goal, by the way. However, there's more to discuss on it, which we'll do in just a moment. But, Tim, thank you so much.
All right, guys.
All right, Tim. There it is. Tim Kawakami. Tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Yes, a goal, possibly a costly one. We'll get into it. Steiny and Goo coming in here next as well on Willard and Dibs.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
It's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals.
Final score, Warriors 120, Dallas 110. The Warriors win the West, 4-1.
It's an early tip-off between the red-hot Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks.
Corner 3, Stephen Curry. Timeout, Dallas.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30. Tip-off at 4:30. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valente, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Fish Hippie. Save up to 70% right now at fishhippie.com on comfortable, casual, and active apparel.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
In Danville, sunny and cool. Highs just 57.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game.
Let's get back to Willard and Dibs. Why is it Willard and Dibs? Dibs has been here longer. Let's get back to Dibs and Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, don't be a why guy. Not a wise guy. Don't be a why guy. That's what got Josh Rosen in trouble. Look at how his NFL career has gone.
Yeah.
How about that, Steiny?
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop asking why things are the way they are, damn it.
Yeah, sometimes, sometimes why is the most powerful question. I think back to the Tuck rule and the play-by-play announcers going on, and Tom Flores, the color guy, says, I think they're going to review it. And the play-by-play guy goes, why? And well, we found out why. It's because there's a little-known rule, Spadone.
This interpretive rule wasn't even the right rule, but
I love that you call him the play-by-play guy.
It's, his name escapes me. Craig or I can't remember.
That's funny.
Who are you?
Totally.
All right, so the U.S. is up 1-0. It is we're in stoppage time of the first half. Christian Pulisic scored and then stayed down for an extended period because he collided with the goalie. He had to come off, but they didn't sub him out.
Right.
So he's back in, and so it looked like it was going to be a costly goal for a second, but alas, it is not, and it seems
he's fine.
Led to a little bit of an eye roll from you.
Well, I've been critical of Christian Pulisic throughout his professional career in lack of durability.
Okay.
And, he's not the most durable player. He took a little bit of contact, and I'm just glad that he's back out there. And I'm also glad that he scored because I believe it was I who said on this very program that he would score. I believe that he would score.
You are not going to do a victory lap after telling everybody that Iran was going to be up 1-0.
Mark, listen.
And that the U.S. would score late in the second half to tie.
Mark.
You took us on a stressful journey, and you were wrong.
Mark, no. What I told you on this very program, and maybe you weren't listening.
You didn't say what I just said?
Maybe you were locked in on Chuck Cooperstein.
I was locked in on Chuck.
What I told you was that the best bet, the best long shot bet to make in this match
was that Christian would score.
Thank you.
I heard that.
And you're welcome.
But you also told us that Iran was going to score first.
It doesn't matter the order of operations.
Well, it does because I
gave you an anytime goal for Pulisic, which, by the way, was plus 450. And so, therefore, PEMDAS, order of operations. Therefore, you would have cashed it had you listened to Nostradamus.
Listen, first of all, I'm not cashing stuff. I'm doing a show right now. I don't have time to go because I'm not on my app.
Okay.
I'm listening to you.
Well, you should have made that bet because I had it.
You took me on a stressful journey that I told you wasn't going to happen and that it couldn't happen. I said to Bonte and Joe yesterday, we've got to score first, and it has to be in the first half because I'm not letting Iran sit in front of their goal and play this thing for a draw.
Yeah.
And now they can't, and I believe that we will win. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad your stressful journey didn't happen either, though.
It's a long way to go.
It was a long way to go.
Hopefully the U.S. can add another one, and here might be the best opportunity.
Oh, gosh. Did they score or were they offsides?
The flag is up.
Yeah,
the flag is up, Mark.
He was offside.
And when the flag is up in horse racing, you know that they're about to start the race. The flag is up. And
they're off.
Away they go.
Yeah. Away they go.
But in this case, it was...
that was beautiful. That was beautiful. It was just... The timing was just... Oh, wait.
He's off.
Is he?
You know, in offside, the offside rule, it's any body part.
I got
which
it.
Is,
I know. That was close.
And it
that
used
was
to
really
be,
close.
Back in the day, even was on. And now, if you're even and you have your elbow further in advance, they actually this year in the World Cup are using a multitude of cameras to determine electronically what the offside is or is not. So it's actually, you talk about like VAR.
They love a good review in the sport of soccer.
They do, but now they don't even really have to run off the field to review it. They can automatically review it because they have so many cameras that are constantly analyzing. It's the computer now that determines offside or not. So.
The larger point is this. They look good.
Yeah. At the half, 1-0.
They've reached the half, 1-0. But they're playing like there were a lot of chances, a lot of attacks. They look good.
Yeah, they look good. They look great.
A little wobbly in the first 10 minutes, and after that, they've been dominant.
Iran is not threatened at all.
Not really. Yeah, no, they've not had a look.
Right. Look.
No.
They've had no look. So as it stands right now, England and Wales 0-0. Also at the half, it would be England winning the group. The U.S. would be second in the group.
Based on differential,
I believe the U.S. would take on the Netherlands in the knockout stages.
Oh, the Netherlands.
The Dutch.
Yeah.
If things end as they are, and I believe England would take on Senegal.
My sweet daughter, who's now 13, the World Cup, which has to have been, I would imagine this to be maybe 8 years ago.
Yep.
When she was 5. I remember, did we play the Netherlands then? Did we play the Netherlands in the knockout stage? Somebody did. Okay. Somebody played the Netherlands, and then we were rooting against I can't remember who was playing, but we were rooting against the Netherlands.
Yeah.
We just, we selected a nation. We're like, we're going. And she was in the other room, and we're all watching, and what? Ah, dang it. She comes running into the room and goes, what happened? And I go, the Netherlands scored. She goes, who's he play for?
Nice. It was Mexico.
There it is.
Arjen
That's
Robben,
what we're
right?
for
The
Mexico.
flop,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, Arjen Robben with the flop.
Come on.
He's a great player. How
Yeah.
dare you disparage Arjen Robben?
Wow, the turnaround and the disgusted Dibs.
Well, you already
Robben
tried to
flop.
disparage Chris Wondolowski with your Belgium call, and I'm not. Today's not the day for that, Spadoni. Today's not the day to disparage one of the great Americans.
Good vibes only. I stole a USA jersey. It's working. By the way, I should update you. I told Jake, I go, I'm just going to wear it for one segment. Let's get it on YouTube. Let's get a vibe. I came out during the next break. I tried to take the jersey off. He gave me the hand. He looked like a rep. He stopped right there.
The stop sign.
Stop right there. He goes, I think that jersey is going to be good luck for us today if you wear it. So I kept it on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might have to go home with it.
That's so far so good.
Yeah. Maybe we needed to get the goal, and now we just play a solid half of soccer.
Yep.
And keep your goal empty, and on we will go to the knockout stage.
This is just a massive match for so many other reasons. I mean, if you walk around our office, people who don't normally watch soccer, you're watching soccer. Everyone around the country watching soccer. The pride of Pennsylvania, not Matt Steinmetz, Christian Pulisic, tallying the goal. If the U.S. can at least just make it to the knockout stage, keep this whole dream alive for another week, it will go a long way toward making soccer. You have a dream, making soccer exciting for the U.S. again. Because next World Cup in 4 years, assuming we're all here for that, is here in the U.S.
Kyle Shanahan does not know if we will be here for that, but yes, it is here. We don't know if we'll be here, but it is here, and the U.S. will be in it, and all of those wonderful things. And so, I do feel like we have that conversation every 4 years, though. There'll be a match like this, and everybody will gather around TVs, and we will talk about how this will change soccer in the U.S. in such a way going forward.
It won't.
It
just won't.
It already has in many ways. I mean, this idea that everyone's gathered around, you already know this, the ratings, you look at the way our networks are covering soccer, it has completely overtaken hockey in this country by far.
Yes.
It's threatening to overtake baseball right now. So a lot of progress has been made. But I just wonder when we're going to get to the day, and Steiny and Guru are here, when are we going to get to the day where it's just a match? Not, well, this could change soccer in this country in this sort of a way, just like we're here and we're fans.
Or when
and
it
we're
gets
in.
to the point where LeBron James decides that he wants to be a soccer player. And I know it's a different example because he's 6'8", but if you take
the best athlete,
if you take this roster, our United States men's national team roster, I believe half of these players were not born in the United States. And I believe 3/4 or more of them don't play professionally in the United States. So this is not the dream roster of 22 homegrown youngsters who, as 6-year-olds, saw them make a run, and they all decided that they want to be soccer players. So that's a dream that has never happened in this country, and I don't know if it ever will.
Hi, Steiny and Goo.
What's up?
Captain
America, you are ready.
Hey, man, let's go. Let's go.
1-0.
You got to win. We even got Dibs to say must win because Dibs never says must win.
It actually is a must win.
Exactly. That's right.
Exactly. And that's the only time I use the actual phrase when it's accurate. Steiny, you're a man who loves semantics, and I'm sure you can appreciate that.
And I do, and I'm going to come right out of the gate with something very important. I need to make a distinction. I think we all need to make a distinction. This is the Men's World Cup. The Men's World Cup.
That's correct.
It's not the Women's World Cup.
Correct.
It's the men's.
Man, that's an astute way to break this down.
When we're talking about soccer in the U.S., to me, the first thing that comes to mind is the women's teams over the years.
Well, the United States,
who have had
the USW
unbelievable
and
success.
Yeah, they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah,
right.
In a sport contested by about maybe 1/8 of countries in the world, as opposed to this sport, which is contested by every single country on the planet.
As someone who's been to a women's World Cup,
where?
Vancouver.
Yeah. Okay, my God. Okay.
You know, and with 3 daughters, I think it's an important distinction to make.
It is. I mean, I love the Women's World Cup, but in terms of global and even local and national sports import, it pales in comparison.
And most important is, now I can go home with my head held high.
Because you advocated for the women in your house. That's awesome.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah.
So the beautiful thing about America.
No, I got 3 kids. My daughter's the only soccer player in the
2 boys, 1 girl, 2 girls, 1 boy.
2 boys, 1 girl. They all played soccer. My daughter's the only one that stuck with it.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see if the little guy comes back around. He's decided he's a wide receiver. So
there you go.
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Jerry Rice, Steve Largent.
Oh, yeah. What's
Diva
that?
tendencies?
Diva or Debo?
Diva.
Yeah, no, Debo. He got Debo tendencies.
Oh.
Yeah, he was Debo for Halloween.
He runs sloppy routes.
Yes, exactly.
He scores touchdowns. What, 4 touchdowns in the championship game last
but
year?
he's powerful.
Campbell.
Yeah, when he runs by people, he goes, "Oh!" No.
So would Foster City High be his high school if he continued to play?
No. Tam High. We're up in Mill Valley.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He'll go to Tam.
So
put on the blue.
Real quick, one of the beautiful things about America is they allow all nationalities to represent their team. But do other countries do that? Like Morocco, would I have to be from there to be on there? If I walked around, where are you from?
If you have parentage or lineage, even grandparents, you can declare. Now, what's interesting about soccer is you can declare as a youth player, play internationally, and before you join the senior team, which is what this is, the adult national team, then you have to make your final declaration of what country you want to play for.
So like FIBA, the hoop guys, they always go to their... Okay, gotcha.
Well, like Juan Toscano Anderson, he's able to play for Mexico.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
and you can make that determination as a youth, and then you can make the final determination as an adult. Wow. Famously, there were brothers, the Boateng brothers, Jerome, and his brother's name escapes me. Spadoni will know.
Prince?
That's a 4.
One played for Germany, one played for Senegal. They were twin brothers playing for different countries because they chose different routes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
I'm trying not to be Westbrook because I got so much and I love you guys. I know we
go.
So listen,
come on.
So I wear my heart on my sleeve.
Yep.
And all I have in my life is to compare my corporate days, my real relationships with friends and family to athletes. Now, the one thing I don't have is I've never been on a pro team, but I've been part of a team. And it's just funny. The last time I saw you guys, the Warriors were in shambles, but when you watched them play, there was no joy. And then while I'm on vacation, they have this team meeting. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was not said. But what I watch now is they look like they're on the same page. Mm-hmm. That joy is back. Where this is going, I don't know. But I just rub my stomach like, that's the beauty, Steiny, of a team meeting. Like, you say some things to somebody in a way to where I'm going to listen, we're still cool, and let's take off.
It's like the greatest meeting of all time, apparently, because you said that's the beauty of a team meeting. They don't usually work like this. Who's been on a Zoom in the last 3 years that's worked? Like, I mean, we hate work meetings, but these guys got into a room, and again, Dibs is the one who pointed it out to me because I'll be straight honest. I was watching the 49er game. Okay. I was not watching them play Minnesota over the weekend, especially once I saw that they were blowing them out. And at the end of that game, when those technicals went down and Steph went and got one on purpose and they went over to the bench, that was the moment for me. I'm like, look at them. They look like they like each other.
The bench is alive.
They got each other's backs. Yeah. They're alive. They're laughing. They're happy. And I went, we've been looking for you.
What happened?
Where were you? So we'll see. We'll see how back they are. This is the type of game tonight that is sort of a like, are you back, or are you just back? Because they've turned a corner.
Some problems.
Right.
Yeah.
They've turned a corner. They're a better team, but Dallas is got a wonky start going also, but they're a solid team at home. It was interesting to have Chuck Cooperstein on today. He really pointed multiple times to the fact that Jalen Brunson is not on the team and they have not replaced him.
I just don't
get
that.
It has just not worked. And so it's not that great of a team, but if the Warriors are truly back, if they fixed all their problems, they'll go win this one tonight.
Yeah, I'm more fascinated with the dynamic of the team meeting than the team meeting itself, believe it or not. I think it's fascinating that Draymond called Bob Myers and said he was thinking of doing this or wanted to do this, and either asked Bob if it was okay or his outright permission, which tells me that Draymond knew he would have never done that before. Why? Why would he have done that before? He had total status. So he obviously, and Bob said, he told him what he was planning on saying, and Bob said, well, that's good. So he did that, and it almost feels like that's now the turning point to Draymond's getting his juice back. So that's what I kind of feel like is interesting, because it does feel like Draymond maybe got a message that, dude, everybody's still behind you, man. Everybody's still behind you. Front office, teammates, if you can, do the right thing over the course of the season.
And I wonder if he didn't lead off that meeting by addressing his elephant in the room.
Must have.
He must have come out and just said, look, time has passed. The apologies have been made, and I want to get back to being the same Draymond that I was. Yeah. I need to be better.
Ferocious.
And if forget the Jordan, I'm so sorry again. That's over. But this is the accountability of, look, I need to be better. We need to be better. We're here today to talk about the things that we all need to do. And before we all rip Clay, let me just talk about how I need to be better. Because that obviously, that was really...
And I believe he delivered that message first.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And, that's maybe why Steph came out and did what he did to show Draymond that sign of solidarity. Just like, Draymond, that technical was BS. I'm going to go ahead and get my own just to show how stupid that was. Of all the texts that Draymond's gotten, and I don't have the exact number, but it's probably close to 200 technical fouls in his career.
Oh, that sounds like something I'd like to look up.
He averages about 15 or 16 a year, not including playoffs. Yeah. And I'd say he's darn near. He's coming up on 200.
I would say under 200. I'd put the number at 150.
Okay.
Because he probably wasn't.
Yeah,
you're probably like rookie year. Yeah. No doubt.
I'm going to put the number at 150.
Yeah, I don't know if Mark can find that out. Those are really tough stats to find.
Let me tell you something. That really bothers me. Negative stats are try to find turnovers. It's so much harder.
Wait, how many technicals does he have this year?
Draymond, he's got 8, I believe.
8 this year?
That is...
All right, he's got at least 6.
I've got the career number.
Yeah. Luka leads the league, I think, with 8 right now.
Spadone, can you give me some game show music? Can you give me some game show music? Spadone, can we give me some game show music? I want to see which one of you gets closest to the number. Okay. I have got the career technical fouls because I have where he was at the end of last year.
I got it.
And we'll go ahead and add the 8. So,
I think it's 8. I'll confirm.
Yeah, will you confirm that this year is 8 technical fouls? And if so, I've got the career number.
I wish this were Jockberty.
I missed it
because I feel like I'm going to win this.
Okay, so in order of who's best looking, Guru, go first.
Wow.
Yeah,
Draymond's got 7.
7 this year.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
I have got the number.
So this is his career.
Career technical fouls.
I'm going to go 94.
94 for Guru. Next, we'll go to Dan Dibley.
I'm
still mad at you for your rejoin.
Deep Ubi on YouTube. He says 136. I'm rolling with Deep Ubi, 136.
Okay, 136.
Okay. I might not win this because I thought you guys were... what was your number, Guru?
94.
94, 136, although he did a phone a friend. He did a phone a friend.
111.
111. The correct answer
in the middle.
138 technical fouls.
That's a boy.
Which I want
Shout out Deep Ubi.
I'd like to give you your flowers, except for Deep Ubi's probably on the internet the same way we are, and he just passed you the answer.
I don't know about that.
He's literally on YouTube right now. He's watching us on the internet.
Which means he couldn't possibly be on the Google, too.
Because who knows how to open a second window on a computer?
You can do 2 windows? Is that
the
first one doesn't just automatically go away?
He's had 7.
I know.
It feels like he's been tame.
And that's, I guess, to my point about his 138 that he has gotten. The one that he got the other night was probably the 138th most deserving of his career, which is why to see Steph do what he did.
I loved it.
And to see Steph just straight up act the fool.
Yeah, and that's it. Go dumb.
I mean,
as they say in the
he's
streets.
towel snapping the ref.
Give it to me. I don't care.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
fixed.
With the angry face, too. That was pretty funny.
And Mark, you said this because you guys have been doing this longer than me. This is what I do know. Okay, if your show or whatever you're doing in life at work is not working, hopefully the relationship and respect is there so you can go fix the real problem.
Adjust.
But when we were watching the Warriors, it seemed like there were agendas. Everybody wasn't on the same page. So I couldn't imagine doing this job. I'm speaking for my partner to where, okay, how's the show doing? But we ain't cool. Like, that's a whole bunch of heavy stuff, almost bigger than what's wrong with the actual task at hand.
I've seen it. I've watched it in the business, but it ain't easy.
Wow.
It is
I could
not,
only imagine.
It is not easy to pull that off if there isn't at least an underlying, respect. That's how I'd say it. That's how I'd say it. You don't, it's like Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent. Like, I can go hit even if I don't like you. Right, but there needs to be something in that clubhouse that glues it all together, which used to be him in many ways.
Yeah,
it used to
absolutely.
be Draymond. So when your glue literally becomes the thing that's pulling you apart, it's a hell of a challenge. It's a hell of a challenge.
Can you officially take back your Pulisic is soft take?
Oh, this is the one.
Look at his career.
Oh, my God. Did you see the goal he scored today?
Yes.
Yeah.
And did you see what
happened?
happened?
He almost broke his leg.
And he got mad at him for limping off the field.
But he came back.
Yeah.
Spadoni.
Guy
The
just scored.
dramatic nature of you Pennsylvanians.
Guy just
Oh
scored
my
one of the
God.
top 5 most important goals in the
Exactly.
history of this
Back after
country.
he got
And
hurt.
Dibs is like, soft.
We heard
Oh
this.
my
Soft.
God. I mean, could you see that he barely was able to make it to his feet?
It was unbelievable.
You got a Charlie horse, Christian.
Oh, no. If you look, the leg snapped in a way that is
look
very
at you.
unusual.
And yet,
that he got up was a
minor Pennsylvania miracle.
miracle.
My greater point, Pennsylvania's soft.
It's called, there's a Pennsylvania grit.
Neither
That's
one of you got it.
My greater point, the second half has started. Steiny Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Goo? How you doing, man?
We up 1-0.
Yeah.
USA.
Yeah, USA. U.S.
Bruce, what do they call him? Bruce, the boss.
Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah. The boss, a.k.a. the boss.
Born in the USA.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. I gotta get it.
In a good mood, I can tell.
Yeah, exactly. I am in a good mood. And here's why. You may find this hard to believe. I gotta get this situated. I need to make one thing clear about the Niners at some point in the show. We got Ross Tucker, Filmo Mike's favorite guest, at 1:30. We're going to talk Warriors. They've been playing terrific, and we got the U.S. up.
Not that we're watching.
1-0.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if something happens, we'll probably mention it. But what I'm getting at here is the 49ers are having a damn good season.
Okay.
The Warriors have won 8 of their last 11, so they're getting it together.
Gotcha.
And U.S. is up 1-0.
Yep.
So when I think about our teams, I think they're all at this particular moment looking good. And so there were a lot of texts yesterday about negativity. It's like, hey, San Francisco 49ers are 7-4. They're 7-4. And it just, I don't know. I just got to thinking about the Super Bowl. There's something that's been gnawing at me, you know? Like they're 7-4. They're having a good year. Maybe we do talk about them like they ain't doing enough.
Well,
but if so, why? I know before the season, I was saying I don't understand why everybody just expects that they're going to kind of roll to the NFC Championship. That's what I said. I thought they had a rookie quarterback. Second-year quarterback. I was like, they're not going to the Super Bowl with Trey Lance. Okay, Trey Lance gets hurt. Here comes Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, at that point, I'm thinking, that's not really the way it worked out, but okay, I guess they're going to run it back. They're going to run it back. Okay, well, here's something that I've been thinking about that I don't get. The Super Bowl or bust. Okay? Let's say the 49ers let's say they win, they go to the playoffs, they're 11-6, and they win one and lose one. Right. Okay?
Yeah.
I would still think about bringing Garoppolo back. And I wouldn't necessarily look at it as a disappointment. And the reason is the Super Bowl or bust thing is unrealistic. To me, what's more important is you put together a stretch of years where you contend. Yes, you want to win a Super Bowl. Absolutely, you want to win a Super Bowl. But you know what's more important to me is saying, hey, man, we made the NFC, or we've made the second round of the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years. It's like, don't you want to be like the Philadelphia Eagles under Andy Reid? Of course, yeah. Do you want him to win a title? Of course you wanted Donovan McNabb to win a title. But they made the playoffs 9 of 11 years.
And multiple NFC championship games.
That's, to me, exactly. So you look at teams like the Ravens. You know, they're consistently there 5 of 6 years. Like, isn't that the first step? Like, start getting to the playoffs consistently and build from there. Like, why is this year Jimmy Garoppolo the be-all, the end-all, when, okay, maybe, let's say they get to the NFC Championship game again. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to say we've been to the NFC Championship game 3 out of 4 years, and we went to the Super Bowl 1 of those years. We're right there. We got to get over the hump. That's what's crazy about that. I don't get it.
Well, it's different. It's different levels to it, Steiny. It's dependent on who you're talking to. If you're talking about Kyle Shanahan, in a perfect world, you're right. You want that consistency. So if you talk about another trip to the NFC Championship and you're not get it done, at what point do you say, hey, all that's cute, but the goal is to win a Super Bowl, and you've had 3 chances to get to it, get that done. So that's one. And as a fan, short for fanatic, Steiny, all that stuff is cute, but would you rather be the Rams where you go get it done and hoist up that Lombardi trophy and say, we were the best, and then fall off the next year like we're watching? I'm the one that I want that done. You hired Kyle to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But Jimmy's different.
Maybe they'll make a run this year, and maybe they'll win it.
No doubt. But you're saying Jimmy coming back, there's other dynamics in play about him coming back, because I totally understand if he were to come back, even if you didn't win a Super Bowl. But
absolutely.
I just feel like what you just set up and what you said is people that are, that are different, some that are passionate are going to have a different answer. But for me, I call Kyle Shanahan a genius. You got to get it done. And if you're getting close and smoking off 10-point leads every time you get there, then we got a problem.
Okay, let's say they get to the NFC Championship game and lose, do we have a problem? Do we have a problem?
Yeah, I would believe the problem is not with the players. We got the product on the field. We got a coach that gets lemon booty. Okay. I don't know why.
Congratulations, you just fired Andy Reid.
Well, see, he left Philly to get his ring.
The first thing to me, the 49ers, well, yes, you want to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
But to me, it's more important. The Eagles have gone to the playoffs they're going to go to the playoffs for 5 of the last 6 years. All right, this year when they go. A team like even the Titans, course they want to win it. They're perennial playoff team. 49ers are not yet a perennial playoff team.
But what about the history, Steiny?
I don't care about 25 years ago. That has nothing to do with today. Today, the 49ers are who they are with Kyle Shanahan, who's trying to win a Super Bowl like they did 30 whatever years ago. They've gone to the NFC Championship 2 out of the last 3 years after he took over the team for 2 years. He's on the verge of now getting to the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years. If they don't win the whole enchilada this year, it's like, no, I'm sorry. This is not the be-all and end-all. It's not the end of the world. It could be and should be, and you should want it to be, the start of a stretch of 49ers are going to make the playoffs 8 of the next 9 years and are going to be knocking on the door like Pittsburgh always knocks on the door, like the Ravens always knock on the door. That's, to me, more important than winning it this year. I'd rather see them in the hunt.
Okay.
Year in and year out. And they haven't proven under Shanahan that's who they are. They get to the playoffs this year, win a game or two, then it's like, you know what? This is who the Niners are.
Now, I'm not even mad, and I didn't see this coming. And I'm with you 5 days a week, and I've been so since 2018, Matt. You have questioned Kyle, especially when he's put in the category of the top-tier head coaches that have got things done. You always ask, and I'm asking you now, why is he there? His record's 500. So, again, you're telling me and the masses another trip and a couple playoff wins, but not getting it done, that will suffice you to where now you're not questioning Kyle? Because to me, I'm questioning Kyle
putting
a game plan together.
Yeah, pretty much.
If we're getting close and we're smoking leads where we can go on, that is cool. But we got standards here.
If the San Francisco 49ers lose in the NFC Championship game this year, we have no problem with Kyle Shanahan. We have no problem with Kyle Shanahan, and at that point, he'll be the coach for at least the next 5 years. He'll coach as long as he wants to coach.
Which is probably what's going to happen anyway.
Well, no. Listen, here's the way I look at it. Shanahan came in and they didn't win for 2 years. They went to the Super Bowl. They lost. The next year, they didn't go to the playoffs because of injury.
Got you.
Last year, what happened? They got to the NFC Championship. I'm sorry. Yeah, NFC Championship game.
Yes, they did.
Okay? They're one series away from only one playoff, if you know what I mean, in the Kyle Shanahan tenure. If they didn't make the playoffs last year, then you look at Shanahan's tenure and be like, oh, my gosh, what's he done? But he did make the playoffs, and he did go deep. And if they make the playoffs this year and go deep, which means the 49ers go deep into the playoffs 3 of 4 years to basically start off the Kyle Shanahan era, you're damn right he's untouchable at that point. Absolutely.
So hardware doesn't matter to you? Like if he's ringless.
If he's going to get us to, can he get to the 3 out of the next 4 NFC championships?
But
I'll take my chances.
But Steiny, you mentioned Andy Reid, who I lost to you. You won that argument.
He coached for 10 years
but he had
and
to
didn't
go
get it
somewhere.
done.
Yeah, so Philadelphia, with all those accolades, he had to go somewhere. Time was up. We hear that all the time. So my question to you is, are you telling Niner fans, don't worry about the Super Bowl, just be cool with getting close? Because I think the people that call and text this show and the history that you're dismissing, it matters.
No,
Steiny, they got a lot of Super Bowl victories they had, and under this regime, I don't think a diehard Niner fan is going to take a lot more of getting close.
They've made the playoffs like 7 times in the last 22 years,
and
3 of the last 4 years. They will have gone to the NFC Championship, and we got a problem. That's where I think, here's what I think. I think if you're that kind of fan that says we have a problem, your expectations are absolutely, positively ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous.
Because in the media, Steiny,
I choose to believe,
man. Everybody talks about him like he's the Don.
What I choose to believe is most fans are actually, like me, look at it rationally, look at the San Francisco 49ers, realize exactly where they are right now, 7-4, say, we got a shot at it again this year.
They do.
We got a shot at it for our third time in 4 years. We got a shot at it. Like, does that mean they're automatically going to win it? No, only one team wins it. Only one team wins it. So if they don't win it, but they're part of the Final Four for the third year out of 4, I think most 49er fans are saying, I like where we're at. Do I wish we'd won a Super Bowl? Of course, but let's keep going in that direction. That's what I'm saying.
Because you keep coming down my road about hey, Goo, you fixated on the 10-point leads. And I didn't make that up. Those are facts. What if you got a fourth quarter lead again this year in the NFC Championship game, and for whatever reason, you lose that? At what point do you not judge the coach if you're the owner or you're a fan to say, you know what, this coach can get us there, but he can't close the deal? When is that valid? Because that's already happening now. I can make a case that they should have played in their second Super Bowl.
Right, well, if you
coming off a 2019 victory.
Well, we can play that game at the end of the year if they lose a 10-point lead in the playoffs. So at that point, do you fire him for
firing it?
Bad luck?
Yeah. No, you ain't
because
firing
you think
him.
Do you fire him because he's bad karma? Is he born under a bad spell, as Creedence Clearwater Revival would say?
I told you once that I would take losing Heartbreak Hotel all day over not making it. So I'm not saying fire. I'm just saying I don't think the fan base would be what you're saying and painting the picture. I get it, Steiny. You want to be in it. But if you lose Heartbreak Hotel again, people are going to be hot. And they won't be satisfied until they get over the top.
Okay. Well, you know what?
Right.
Those are the kind of fans that I hope never experience success of their team, who expect a title, who expect it. A title should be something like...
What if you want it, though? That's different than expect.
You don't get everything you want.
Because expect means you play. You want it. You ever want anything?
How many teams would switch places with the Niners right now?
Everyone that didn't make the offs. All day, every day.
Okay.
You got me on that. All day, every day.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you today. 1:30, Ross Tucker. We're going to get into the 49ers. Obviously, they have another big one coming up this week against the Miami Dolphins. We'll get into the Warriors. But that's basically what was gnawing at me today. It's like the 49ers, I'd rather see them get to the postseason again and start building some consistency, knowing this team's going to be in the playoffs for the next 5-6 years. That's what's important to me. Yeah, you want them to win it, but they don't have to win it, right? 888-957-9570.
The NBA's 2 leading scorers face off in the Lone Star State.
Curry will fire it away with 5, and he hit it! Falling away. Doncic with it to the far wing. Steps out, shoots over Wiggins. Rainbow 3. Good!
It's Curry versus Luka.
This town ain't big enough for the 2 of us.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30.
You gotta ask yourself one question.
Tip-off at 4:30.
Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Only on 95.7 The Game.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
The best part about taking ZzzQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. And now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. It's so easy. You can control the cook right from your phone. Plus, with the time you save, you can focus on getting your home ready for festive fun. Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. Still looking for the perfect gift? Don't forget Traeger sauces and rubs make great stocking stuffers. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. That's in an hour. We're talking 49ers right now. I'm telling Goo, it's just there's something that's just been gnawing at me about, and this is just a certain segment of 49er fans, and I don't think all 49er fans obviously are like this, and it's this feeling that if you don't win the Super Bowl in 2023, this year, 4 months from now, I get it. It'll be very disappointing. We'll think about it in the offseason. And then we'll come back next year and we'll try it again, probably.
But we don't even know with who at the quarterback position. Just throwing that out there. That's going to be heavy.
I think we know it'll be one of two guys who will be starting.
I got a third, but go ahead.
But, okay, a third would be even more fun.
Aaron Rodgers, maybe.
So the idea that this is the be-all and end-all is insane to me, because what I would want as a 49er fan would be a team that is perennially in the playoffs. And Kansas City's been to the playoffs 8 straight years. 4 under Alex Smith, 4 under Mahomes. How many Super Bowls do they have? 1?
Yeah.
But they're there every year knocking on the door. Pittsburgh, kind of that. You get there, now you can start really talking about,
as a fan, Steiny, I feel like Niner fans feel like, you know what? We're tired of being left at the altar.
What does that mean?
That you get so close and no cigar. A 10-point lead in a Super Bowl in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left. You can taste it.
Okay.
NFC Championship game where you're thinking, you know what? Okay, forget 19. We got action. Heartbreak Hotel on the biggest stages. Those leave marks.
They've been to 2 Super Bowls in 10 years?
Well,
right?
You got
they got one under Harbaugh.
Yeah. How did that end? That was Heartbreak Hotel.
Okay, so they've lost 2. They've lost 2 Super Bowls in 10 years.
Championship
that
game.
Ain't Heartbreak Hotel. Sorry, it ain't Heartbreak Hotel. It's better than most of the franchises. In fact, what they did between 11 or 12 or 13, whenever they got there for the first time, and today, look at the 10 years before that. So this idea that that 49, here's the other thing I don't believe. I don't believe most of the 49er fans are this entitled. Because to me, even if you're my age, and first of all, if you're 30 years old or younger, you don't know. You just don't know, because they won in 94?
Yeah, right.
Do the math. 04, 14, 24, 30. It's you can't, just in a way, shut your mouth. You have no idea what to expect, not expect, period. But even people my age that have seen it all, it's almost like we understand the cycle of sports to an extent that you realize, guess what? You can't win a Super Bowl every single year. And so what you want to see is an organization build something. Go to the playoffs year in and year out. That to me is that's not giving up on a title. That's just saying that's how I'd like to start rolling.
Yeah, you got me thinking about Jim Kelly and that run he had with the Buffalo Bills.
So what have you got? Would you have gotten off Jim Kelly? I know Jim Kelly's better than Garoppolo.
I would never have gotten off of him, but as a fan, they're not a player. That is fan warfare at its worst.
Okay.
Because you're checking the box of we're in it. We know we're good. But when we get to the biggest stage, for whatever reason, it just don't work. So you had all those Sundays to enjoy, Steiny, but at some juncture, you want to get that Super Bowl victory. And me as a fan, I'm not shamed at all. I would take a Super Bowl victory in 2 straight losing seasons for that one Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, for 2 straight losing seasons.
Where you going with?
Okay, then what? Then the third, you win a Super Bowl every 3rd or 4th year?
You get back to the playoffs.
Well, no kidding. I would do that too. 2 years is a very short period of time.
But
I'd rather be
what
there.
You said about the 49er Frank, I want to say,
I don't know. Should Utah Jazz have split up Stockton and Malone 8 years in.
I'm not
well,
saying
they never got it done. They never got it done.
But the fans never looked at a game like Malone or Stockton. You guys blew a 20-point. You were playing Jesus in tennis shoes.
They were up against the Bulls in game 6.
We understand, though. It wasn't what I believe the Niners did where they shot themselves in the foot. Steiny, it's harder to just move on than I believe you think from those type of losses. And, of course, you want consistency. But what you're saying, I think you're going down a dangerous road in the car. I'm going to be the guy in the orange vest and the stop sign. This quarterback decision, because it's going to be a heavy one, if you were to go with Trey Lance, we don't know what changes and what you might lose or how long it may take for you to get what you had with Garoppolo. That's all I'm saying. Now, if it's Jimmy, then I get what you're – okay, I get it. Yeah, he ain't Montana, but you win. We win. The team.
From the 408, we want chips. Let me tell you something. If you're 30 or under.
Not Doritos.
Shut up. If you're 30 or younger with that text, shut up. We want chips.
Titletown.
We want chips. That's Green Bay. That's Green Bay.
It was. They got one in forever.
Start to build a winner and a consistent one. And this is the year.
I love it.
This is the year where, to me, the more I think about it, Kyle Shanahan becomes a fixture here as opposed to what do you think about Kyle Shanahan? Because
with another run, deep run, even if they don't get it.
Make the playoffs. Make the playoffs. Here's the other thing that you got to understand. The years you come up short become important if and when you do win it. You do win it. You can say things. You know what? Let me tell you what might be more impressive to me than 4 titles for the Warriors is 6 finals appearances in 8 years. Like, wow.
No,
damn.
That's LeBron's. I get that.
That's my point, is you want to be able to look back at a decade and it say, lost, NFC Championship, lost, NFC Championship, lost, Super Bowl, win, Super Bowl, lose, first round of the playoffs, lose, NFC Championship, lose, NFC Championship, win, Super Bowl. Like, I mean, I know, like, that to me is the best case scenario. Like, this all or nothing. Like, do the math, people. Do the math.
I
want winners. One out of 32 teams is going to win it. And you're going to say that if my team doesn't win it.
Okay, I got something for you.
Listen, you can be disappointed till the cows come home. That part I get. I totally get that.
Whatever it is, dude.
And I would never take away that disappointment or sadness. But here's the other thing, and I don't know where this comes in, Goo, and maybe I came in on one today. Yeah. I don't like that it feels like certain people are, hey, let's enjoy the ride. And I can't wait to tell you, I told you so.
But see, it almost
about
sounds
Jimmy
like
Garoppolo.
Oh, no, Steiny, I'm not one of them.
I'm not saying you are.
No, I know, but
I'm just saying a lot of fans.
There are people out there
oh my God.
They're
please.
waiting in the weeds.
Absolutely.
See it.
Then they would be wrong. I don't get down like that. But
to me, if I were a 49er fan and Garoppolo, here's what honest to God, if I were just a fan of the 49ers, dead serious, they get to the NFC Championship game this year, let's say they lose. But I'm a fan and I'm like, man, they've made 3 conference 3 and 4 years. They went to the Super Bowl 1 year. You know, that quarterback situation, he went off Jimmy. They thought Trey, da-da-da. You know what, though? I mean, Kyle Shanahan, he's a pretty damn good coach, and I think he's going to figure out the quarterback situation no matter who it is. And I think with the team we have right now, we're going to be back in it next year making the playoffs. Like, that's what I would think as a 49er fan. Like, Kyle will figure it out. They'll figure it out. If they have to bring Garoppolo back for another year, they have to bring Garoppolo back for another year.
Let me throw, and this is a team, people ain't going to like it, but it fits perfectly with what we're talking about. The Dodgers have won the NL West 9 of the last 10 years.
Exactly.
They got 1 World Series in a bubble
to
show for it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you say, oh, let's see how Arizona fans feel. They would take this in a second. Do you lower your standard to feel better about all those wins, all those division titles, World Series appearances? But Steiny, you got one out of that? I can understand a fan being like, that's BS. We had the talent, but what's making us not get over the top?
I would be, if I were a Dodger fan,
because that's a whole lot of winning.
I would be much happier to be a Dodger fan than a Pirate fan who can't even sniff the playoffs. If I'm a Dodger fan, have I been disappointed in the last 10 years? Yeah. Are we going to be there again next year? You damn right we are.
Man.
And you know what? If we win it next year, that's 2 in 9 years. So that's it. And during the whole decade, we won the division 9 straight times. Yeah. Because, and here's the other thing. Post facto, it's easy to say, we were in the playoffs, but we didn't win it. Keep in mind, when you're going to the playoffs and you think you can win it, there's a great enjoyment for most of the season.
Oh, no doubt. But I'm looking at you and calling you Matt. So are you calling off the dogs on Kyle Shanahan and what he is as a coach? Like, what parameters have you moved?
They're 7-4.
No, but just
they're 7-4.
The guy is the head coach.
They're 7 look, I said it. They're 7-4.
Right.
They're going to win the division, right? Okay, so let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in the playoffs.
But what about the record and all that stuff?
I don't care about their record.
But you did at one point.
No,
you said
I don't.
Gooey's a 500 guy. What does he really do?
His record?
Yeah, personally.
I don't care about his record. If they go to the playoffs as a 6th seed and win it all, who cares about the record? They can say that it didn't matter last year. David's in Denver. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Hey, I don't know if what I'm going to say is logical. I don't even know if it's the majority of the Niner fans out there. But what I'll say is I don't think it's being entitled. It's that for me as a faithful, I don't want to go to the Super Bowl if we're going to lose. And
how old are you, first of all? David, how old are you?
But I'm 48 years old. So I saw all the Super Bowls.
All right.
Okay, so I got that history. So sorry, it's kind of winded because I'm shoveling my driveway right now. But so I'm 48.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 Super Bowls. It was pretty heartbreaking to me as a faithful to see them both go down that way. So I'm at a point, right or wrong, I don't want to go to the big dance and be left there hanging anymore. Now, if I was a Cleveland Brown fan, of course, I would be super thankful just to get there. I get that mentality. I'm just saying it's and both. As a faithful, I don't want to go again and lose.
David.
I want to go and actually win.
David, so you're telling me you'd rather miss the playoffs than go to the Super Bowl and lose?
No.
Oh.
It's an and both. So I would like to go to the playoffs. What I'm saying is when you go there and then you get stopped every time, or you're just coming up just short, it's like, that's just painful, man. And so,
no doubt.
Seeing that we go to Super Bowls, we win Super Bowls. I want to win Super Bowls. I don't want to say, hey, we got to the NFC Championship game, so I'm happy with that. That's not the fan that I am, right or wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think, this is nuanced. It's not about not being upset, devastated.
So you added that then.
When I was growing up, I loved the Yankees. They won back-to-back, 77, 78. I can't remember now. He lost to the Reds in the World Series. I remember being just devastated. They got swept by the big red machine. I remember crying. But it was like the Yankees were good. They were young. They were back the next year. And that was when it was hard to make the playoffs.
4 teams.
So, and guess what? You don't win Super Bowls all the time anymore.
And you don't get to them all the time either.
That's right.
That's why you can't
That's right.
Okay.
That's why you can't assume
that
you're going there.
Or when you get there and blow an opportunity like they did against the Ravens under Jim Harbaugh. But as a fan, Steiny, they don't care who the coach is. Those are scars.
They were never in that game against the Ravens.
They were at the 12-yard line.
What was the score when the lights went out?
Yeah, dude, okay, but that was... See, now you get... Hey, Steiny...
No chance.
I'm going to give you 2 names before you take the next call. I understand the fraternity of coaching, the Don Nelsons, the Charles Barkleys as a player. I know you could, Karl Malone in Stockton, you can be great, you can be a Hall of Famer without winning it all. But what makes Phil, and I'm using it, what makes Phil Jackson and Belichick who they are? To me, they're so rare, Steiny.
Right, exactly. So don't expect every coach to be one.
But if you got it going the other way, like I believe Kyle, and for whatever reason, is getting close to no cigar.
Why? He's 6 years in.
I don't think another trip and they get close and don't win will make him be like, hey, everything's all good here, Niner fans. We got the coach.
So I wonder how many coaches in professional sports won it all in their 7th season or later. Because what you're saying is he's almost at the end of his rope 6 years into his career.
No, what I'm saying is he's gotten close. And you're saying it's okay.
No, I'm not saying it's okay. What I'm saying is if he's this good a coach and he can build this good a franchise, they're going to be knocking on the door again and again.
But the goal is to get inside.
Great. And we're only 6 years into the process.
Okay, so Andy Reid is an example.
On Andy Reid,
I did. But we'll find out what year.
When did Mike Shanahan win his first title?
At the end.
Thank you. Did that make him a loser? 6 years in, did they say, well, he hasn't won it 6 years in, let's get rid of him? Dick Vermeil.
But
Dick Vermeil never won in Philly.
This is twofold, this conversation.
This is crazy.
It's okay I'm defending the people that are upset when they get there. They don't just move on and brush their teeth and wake up and say, hey, I can't wait. Those things linger. That's all.
I get it. And maybe I can help them a little bit if they stop expecting it. Like they're entitled to it, they probably won't feel that way.
As I get older, man, and I told you I went and got my numbers checked and everything checked out, thank God, but I was looking in the offices or the hospital rooms. People are dealing, and this is not fair, but I'm going here. It's real life. Forget I said it's fair. Tomorrow ain't promised for a lot of fans. People ain't going to be here 5 years from now. So when they're rooting for their team and football gives them pleasure, whatever sport they're watching, you kind of want to and Shanahan will tell you that. This is why I stay up at night. This is why I stay away from my family. Not because I want to, because I'm trying to bring this city a chip. It ain't okay to get close and just say, okay, we'll be right back. Tomorrow's not promised. For fans too, man.
Well, I mean, it's just.
Who said it don't mean a ring with no? It don't mean a thing with no ring. Was that Jordan?
It's just absolutely foolish.
Yeah.
It's not about not being disappointed. It's about thinking. I mean, thinking that
or expecting. Yeah.
6 years. And he hasn't won okay, Tony in Pacifica. What's up, Tony? I'm sorry. You want to talk about John Madden? Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah,
I don't remember much about him.
John Madden didn't win a Super Bowl for 9 years straight.
Huh.
He went to the NFC Championships and all this other stuff, won a lot of other stuff, but he never won the big one.
That's because he was a choke artist.
Everyone said the same thing about Andy Reid, right?
Thank you.
A couple of years ago, he's never won
They said the same thing about Elway as a quarterback.
Yeah. Those are facts.
Tony. What are you doing? Are you typing?
Yeah, I was responding to Drew Down. He defending you. I'm just telling you, you fired Shanahan 9 times. This is not what you're saying. You're saying, why are we on this dude's – why do 49er fans expect to win the Super Bowl? Because I'm hearing this is one of the all-time great defenses. I'm not arguing that.
We'll see.
Oh, yeah, right.
They look really good right now.
Okay.
They look damn good right now.
I feel from a personal level – I feel like there's a theme developing, and I like to see Kyle Shanahan kick that door in and hoist up the Lombardi Trophy.
Okay, all right. And this is where...
And if he's going to be Andy Reid, he may get his Super Bowl somewhere else.
Okay, this is where... What does Guru say to me? I want to run through the computer and strangle you. There's you're already seeing a trend?
A theme.
A theme.
Yeah.
A theme developing.
On the biggest stage for Kyle, the biggest game.
Okay, so they've only been there twice. He's only been there twice as a head coach for the 49ers. And there's a theme. What's the theme of the 2 Super Bowl games? Because I'm pretty sure
10-point leads blown in the fourth quarter for whatever reason, and I'll be nice with that. I won't even put that at his doorstep, but you're the commander of the ship. Yeah.
What if I say that's the most ridiculously small sample size to judge a guy on that I've ever heard of in my entire life?
I wouldn't be mad at you.
Particularly when you're picking out the only 2 playoff games that they lost.
Okay, I'm going to go bad defense, and I know I'm reaching, but 2 of their losses this year, they had a 10-point lead against the Bears. They had a 10-point lead against the Broncos. Now, people, I get it. Hey, that ain't heavy enough. Stuff happens. It's interesting when you put this dude on the pedestal that I put him on.
Well, you admitted you shouldn't have done that.
But I'm still in the background, and they're not bushes. If you get it done, I'm going to be there to praise you.
Exactly.
See, I ain't that dude that says, because I think you can't get it done. I reacted to it. I'm watching it.
You'll jump on that bandwagon after the final horn sounds.
It ain't a wagon. You can't just tell fans to be okay with stability, but not getting it done and their heart ripped out. Like you think that the Warriors. Now that's different. Fans can be spoiled with that, Steiny. I can't even say anything about Golden State.
My point is, would you like to be a Warrior fan during the Chris Cohan era?
No way.
Then shut up.
No way. But
see,
the
that's
Niners
me picking
aren't
the worst.
Steiny, you keep saying to the third. Dude,
okay.
What if when the Niners, what was that saying? When we go, we win. And that's real.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Montana
They've
and
lost
Rice
their last 2. This is where
that was on a different. I'm talking about Montana and Rice.
Right.
Well, they got these dudes captivated. These fans. This is what they saw.
How'd they captivate the 30-year-old fan?
Well, no.
How did they captivate a 30-year-old fan who's going to be pissed off if they lose in the Super Bowl? You tell me.
That they didn't. I'm just talking about what to come to expect.
Well, and I'm going to tell you that's what. I'm sorry, Guru. I'm not just going to let people slide on saying that's what they expect. I'm looking at their franchise history, Goo, and since 2000, they've been to the postseason 5 times since 2003. So when you say it's what they've come to expect, no, it isn't. They don't go to the playoffs a majority of the time since York took over. So why are we talking about a standard when they have a different coach, different quarterbacks, different owner, and it was a different era, and different people were even alive? Come on, man. And you know what? Here's what pisses me off. I'm sticking up for the Niners because they are having a damn good year this year. But these people that say, if they don't win, even when I try to be positive, they bring me down.
I said what I said.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
And here's something that I'm just not going to tolerate. Xfinity Mobile text line right away says, remember when this station's narratives that Shanahan and the 49ers totally botched the Jimmy situation? I do. That's not a narrative, it's fact! It's fact! Kyle Shanahan said, I'm done with him! Thank God he isn't. Thank God he wasn't.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Now on Fox.
Wow! Oh my goodness!
The Stars and Stripes must come out strong in a huge World Cup group stage clash.
And he just rifles this home.
Christian Pulisic once again leads the U.S. Young Guns.
And that is magnificent!
As they take the field for a crucial showdown against Iran.
A moment of magic!
USA, Iran. Watch now on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the Home Depot, we have the tools for you to give the gift of a smarter home with savings on top brands, like the Google Hub, a command center for your smart devices that raises the IQ of your entire home, or the Nest Learning Thermostat that helps you conserve energy and save on your bill. And if you don't know what to get, gift cards are a smart gift no matter what they get. So this year, gift smarter with savings on tools to make your holiday magic. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, this segment sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. Coming up at 1:30, Ross Tucker. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Guru and I talking 49ers. And go ahead, buddy.
USA they advanced. They just beat Iran 1-0. Do we say a controversial non-call? I don't. And kudos to the guys here at the station.
Why?
I thought this was a frat house when I walked in.
And that's kudos?
No, but yeah, they brought it. We closed the door, but man, they were fired up.
I've never seen less professionalism in my professional career. And I've been in the sports media business for 30 years.
I wasn't expecting it, but they brought it. They went ham.
All right,
USA.
We're talking San Francisco 49ers. And this all started with them beating the Saints 13-0. The offense, this, that, the other thing. And I'm like, people came in Monday and they're like, being negative. I'm like, hey, 49ers are 7-4. They look like they're going to win the division. All right? They're going to the playoffs. All righty. Let's have some fun. Like,
do you think the fact that we're hearing all-time best defense,
terrific.
A fan doesn't think, okay, we got to capitalize on that? Like the steel curtain, the doomsday defense in Dallas?
I wouldn't go that far.
The purple people eaters? Like, I'm just saying that if I'm a Niner fan and I'm hearing we got an all-time great, I'm like, okay, they might take us to the promised land.
You can't be an all-time great defense 11 games into a season in which the winning percentage of teams you played is under 400, and the one team you played that was good scored 43 points on you.
I keep
Unfortunately, they won't be able to do anything in the regular season to prove they're a great defense. That's got to come in the postseason. There's just no doubt about it. Let's go to Chicago. Eddie's in Chicago. Hey, Eddie, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Okay. I think both of you guys are right. I think each playoff loss hurts like hell. But I would rather have a perennial contender than to have a Super Bowl win once every 5 or 7 or 8 years. I'd rather have a team that's always in the hunt. So I think both of you guys make valid points.
Appreciate the call. Now, I know this is an easy one. But like the Warriors, so they got to the second round of the playoffs where they lost to the Spurs that first year.
Yeah.
Okay. Fire Mark Jackson or
no,
bring him
not
back?
at all. We saw something was being built.
So then the next year they lose in the first round in 7
Clippers.
games.
Yeah.
So maybe Joe Lacob was like, we hang banners here, hit the pike.
No, but we know the backstory that it was personal reasons why he was gone.
What I'm getting at is there's another reason that things are important here to me, and it's for legacy. Let's say Steph Curry's won his last title, right? He's going to finish with 4.
Wow.
But let's say the Warriors lose in the finals this year to Milwaukee in 7 games.
Okay.
Giannis hits a half-court shot. The Bucks win it.
Yeah.
All right. Then the next year, the Warriors lose in the Western Conference Finals. Okay. And then maybe there's one more year where Warriors win 2 rounds, then lose. Huh? When it's all said and done, that finals appearance that he lost to Milwaukee is still a positive part of his resume when it's all said and done. So you can do that, exactly. Steiny,
after you get fed, after you eat.
So
and
you want,
and that's 4 times.
And that's where it's totally bothersome because you're saying, yeah, get it first. Eat first.
It's a double standard.
No, pay the price first. Pay the price first.
So that's what you said.
The
Niners
fail. Yes. Maybe Kyle Shanahan won't get over the hump. Won't get over the hump for 3 more years. Okay, and he gets over the hump. Then what? So it took 6 years. Oh, that's too long. Fire him. You got to win a title every 5 years. This is preposterous, I think. TC, you got to win the Super Bowl. Have to. Well, what? You know what? If it's Super Bowl or bust, fire him. Fire him if they don't win it this year.
It's obviously not that from the owner.
Well, but for fans.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man? TC.
Yes, sir. Guru.
What's up, baby?
What's up?
Hey.
Man, I'm just chiming in what y'all saying. I mean, the hell with the 6 years. I want Shanahan fired if we don't win after this year, bro, because dude has shown his true colors. He won't ever be able to win that big game.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Thanks, TC. See, thank you. I'm going to do it. Like, I can't. See, that's what
He took time to call us.
That's what I fight against every day. Kyle Shanahan has been a head coach. Is what? This is his 6th year. And TC never win the big one. Kyle Shanahan will never win the big one, according to TC.
Well, he was saying he has to.
No, he said he'll never win it. He said if he doesn't win it this year, he should be fired because that'll prove he'll never win it.
You got patience.
I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but those are our listeners. He's godless. God.
Fan short for fanatic.
Well, I'm going to, You know what? He gets the little T. Yeah. Anthony in Concord. What's up, Anthony? How are you, man?
I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Good. I don't have an overall expectation. I just think at some point you got to win, and at some point you got to get it done. So is it going to be this year? I have no idea. I tend to believe that there are other teams that are better than the Niners right now, but at some point you do have to win to be taken serious. I just think that that's how it goes in any sport. But you guys keep mentioning Andy Reid, and the one thing that you kind of keep glaring over is the fact that not only did he leave that organization, he actually got a good quarterback. And regardless of what happens, if we don't win, it's always going to come back to either Garoppolo or Kyle. And when you mention Andy Reid, you guys got to remember that at some point, he got Patrick Mahomes and everything looked up for him. So when it's all said and done, it's all about the QB. Is Jimmy G, is he serviceable? Absolutely. But and he can win during the regular season, but it doesn't mean anything unless he gets it done in the postseason. So, I'm not expecting anything, but I think at some point you got to win. That's just how it goes.
Okay. Thanks for the call. And what I'm saying is, at some point they got to win. So let's just say they get to the playoffs this year. Let's say they win. Well, they're going to win the division. Let's say they get upset. They won't get upset by the Giants. Let's say they win a game and lose a game. So, again, they will have gone to the playoffs 3 of 4 years. We're already saying a guy can't win the big one if the 49ers don't win it this year. See, that's what I think that to me is kind of insulting. It's insulting as a sports fan who's watched for decades and decades and decades and decades and realized that 3 or 4 years over the grand scheme of things is not a long period of time. It's a short period of time. That's all. What?
I'm perplexed. I'm speechless.
I'm just saying.
You've come in here, and it's not personal. You've come in here and gone at this man. You've gone at this head coach, Kyle. Yeah. You're like, you know what, Goo? How was he up there with the good ones? That's fine.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to put this, because I remember everything. I'm the real Google. So
you're not. It's very easy to understand.
Because it sounds like now you've called off the dogs on how you assess him and if he gets over these hurdles.
Kyle Shanahan got hired, and everybody said he was the next coming of the greatest football coach of all time.
Yep.
And because that's just preposterous, I didn't think that. I was like, well, he's never been a head coach before. Let's watch him. Okay? So now we're 5 years in. All right?
Yep.
And I'm telling you that if the 49ers get to the playoffs this year and go to the NFC Championship game, Kyle Shanahan has on his resume 3 NFC titles and 1 Super Bowl appearance in the last 4 years. I don't care what I think about him. That's success. That's success. He's not going anywhere, and he may just be embarking on a career where he's got 10 more years. And I'd like to see a list of every coach who won it all after they didn't win it their first 5 years. Because I'll bet you it's more coaches than have won it in their first 3 or 4 years.
Okay, and I'm going to give you that because that is success. Okay, that is success. But for people calling the radio, the fans, and say, you know what, Steiny? With that success, he can't win the big. My confidence is shaken. I don't think Kyle can win the big. You wouldn't pull your hair out at that point.
Yes. Yes, I would. How long do you think Kyle Shanahan's going to be a coach in the NFL? He looks pretty good, huh?
Right. A good 10. Yeah, he's got a good run.
I mean, if I would think that if Kyle Shanahan wants to coach, probably coach for a few decades.
No doubt.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to say,
and it may be somewhere else outside of here too, Steiny.
5 years into his career, he'll never win the big one. Like, that to me is absolutely asinine.
Okay, so what about you don't win since we're doing this?
Okay, they don't win it this year.
No,
but they get to the playoffs.
So now here comes Garoppolo, you say bye-bye to.
Well, then that's a legitimate decision.
And you told me this because we talked about it. Yeah. Now Trey Lance is tied, and rightfully so, to Kyle.
All right.
And he doesn't pan out.
Well,
then they don't even get to, a playoff game.
Okay.
Then at that juncture, what's valid to say about Kyle?
What's valid to say about Kyle is that he got off Jimmy Garoppolo, who was proven, and he thought he had a better quarterback in Trey Lance, but he didn't.
Now, was there a price to pay because Trey didn't pan out, and you moved mountains to get him?
Maybe, but I think Kyle Shanahan will get another job, even if that happens.
That's already cemented.
650, George Seifert and Steve Young went through the same criticism. Okay. James, I believe it. James in Fairfield. What's up, James?
Hey, fellas. You know what? This is a very good debate. I love how cerebral y'all are. This is the thing. You know what? Do people forget when the Niners sucked for almost 10 years? Do people forget how bad the Niners sucked before we got Walsh? And then the blessing that Seifert was in the carryover? I understand the criticism of Kyle, and criticism is not a bad thing. Okay? But we could be the Jacksonville Jaguars, okay? We could be the Browns, all right? I mean, it's asinine. It's absolutely mind-blowing for people to think that if we don't win it this year, then he needs to be fired. And I'll even go as far as saying this. The whole thing with Trey Lance and the freakish way he got injured and whatnot, I am putting out that he is a special player, and he's going to get what he needs to be where he needs to be to get the Niners to the promised land. I believe that. But what other coach, for all of these naysayers out there who are talking all this mess, who do you want to coach? What, are you going to go and are you going to try to pick up Chucky to coach? Who do you want? Are you going to ask somebody to come out of retirement to coach the Niners? Kyle Shanahan, for all his faults, has put the Niners in as a perennial, team that's going to the playoffs.
Well,
and they're the one team every year that you don't want to see because you catch them on a good day and they're beating your team down.
Thanks, James. James, no, I appreciate it, and I'm with you. Here's the one thing that I disagree with. He hasn't made them perennially that team yet. Like, this to me would go a long way towards starting a perennial playoff run. He came for 2 years. Like, if you want to be a big Kyle supporter, you could say, well, the first 2 years don't count. I mean, if you really wanted to, it's what a lot of people think or say, and okay, it doesn't really matter, but man, let's all agree they're probably going to win the division and go to the playoffs this year, right?
Yep. Like they did last year.
It's a hell of a 4-year run. I mean, that's probably a better 4-year run than, all but 3 or 4 teams, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess every team that won a Super Bowl in that time you'd probably take.
Well, I think the example that a lot of people are kind of searching for would be the Los Angeles Rams,
where you cash in all your chips, you end up with a Super Bowl, and then this year they're 3-8, but who cares, right? Because you won it all. It seems like that's kind of what people are asking for, right?
Well, I'll tell you what. If my choice was Rams win it last year and go 8 years without...
Well, that's too long. That's too long.
Well, do the math. If everybody wins the same amount, you win one title in 32 years. So if you win 1 in 8,
but if you're
that's four times as many as what the average is, and you're saying that's too long, so you now own a franchise where you say we must win one title every what?
5 years. And give me the Steiny special with we're winning and we're getting close and it's a nice ride and we go to the playoffs. So it ain't just doom and gloom. And you keep making...
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, because I feel real quick. I feel like you're missing this part of Kyle. And this is, and I'm the guy that put him on the pedestal. Steiny, he said bye-bye to Garoppolo. And when got something he didn't know how to fix or use, and his ass has gotten saved. Now, the skeptic could say, hey, Goo, what, you sound like you're hating because it happened that way. But, dude, what's happening this year ain't by design. Their ass got lucky, Steiny.
Did it?
And no, seriously, you said bye to 10. You told him bye. Stay on the side of the field.
I told
you. Can't even practice with us. So we can't ignore that.
What did I say during that time?
I'm trying to think.
I didn't think they ever really wanted to trade for him as much as people thought, and that's why they asked for an 2 seconds. Hit the pike. Nobody was trading for 2 seconds.
But Jimmy would have had to been in on it then. And when he did that presser, I took him, Steiny, he was bye-bye. I thought it was real.
So
he probably did too.
So Kyle Shanahan, they come back, they go to the NFC Championship game, they lose. Next year comes around, and Kyle says, Trey Lance isn't ready. He's either not healthy or, you know what, Jimmy's still better than him. But we got Jimmy back. Somehow we finagled the thing. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Well,
what else
didn't work that way. We used our quarterback like a fullback, and he's hurt. And now I don't want to say they're stuck with him because that would be shade at Trey Lance. But now one of the biggest question marks about this team moving forward after this incredible season ends, and we're going to see a playoff game and maybe even a Super Bowl run is what they then do at the quarterback position.
Oh, sure.
Like,
I thought you were going to say
fascinating.
I thought you were going to say if they get either lose in the NFC Championship or lose in the Super Bowl. At that point, what do you do with Kyle? Because
I'm not there with that. I've called the dude a genius, but I still can point out his flaws.
Wouldn't the question then be Kyle's, if you're talking about his potential price to pay, would that be tied more to winning or to Trey?
Well, if it's Trey, then he's got umpteen years, like you say, Steiny, because then you got 2-3 years, or is the new 2 to 3 years 1 year? I don't know.
If the 49ers get to the NFC Championship and lose, or get to the Super Bowl and lose,
good, Steiny.
Then Kyle Shanahan
will be here forever.
I think.
But the fans can still be like, he can't win the big one. And that's okay.
Well, the fans are idiots.
Well,
and I'm sorry. That's what I'm fighting against. And I'll fight it to this day. You're going to say he can't win the big one 5 years into his coaching career. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that makes no sense to me. No sense. 5 years into a guy's career, he's been to the NFC Championship game twice in the last 3 years. And you're going to declare he can't win the big one. That's not how
how would you define any coach that gets to the big one and doesn't win?
What's going on in Tennessee? Who's their coach? Vrabel?
Yeah.
Okay, he can't win the big one?
They've gone to the playoffs.
They've gone to the playoffs 5 of the last 6 years.
But he can't get to the big one.
Okay, so does he choke, or is his team not good enough?
It could be. Well, no, I would go with the team not good enough.
Is he a good coach?
I believe in my book he is.
Well, then maybe he'll win a title in the next 5 years.
But my question to you, just as a man, is, okay, forget Kyle. If said coach gets to 3 title games, he obviously can coach his ass off. How do you watch? Do you say, the dude's got 20 more years before you could come down and say what transpired with his teams on the 3 stages?
I'm not going to say.
3 different times that we've seen him on display
I would never
in championship game.
I would never say midway through a coach's 5th year where he's already coached in a Super Bowl and gotten his team to the NFC
I'm
Championship.
just asking. Yeah.
Like, I think you got to be a flat-out freaking idiot to say he'll never win the big one. Really? Do you want me to go
nobody
back?
would say that, Steiny,
because
he's still coaching.
We just heard. That's what we've been hearing.
But that's feel. That's mean time. That's pain. That's hurt.
That's more people than you think.
And I'm done doing that because Andy Reid stuck it to me.
80% of coaches stick it to you. Not you, but you people. Because most coaches, when they win a title, are not in their first, second, third, fourth, or fifth year. They're more experienced than that. You know what? Like, those are the kind of fans where I hope they get to the Super. This is that small.
You're in the weeds
49ers
now.
Get to the Super Bowl, lose it. They fire Shanahan, and then he goes and wins 7 titles somewhere else.
He's made. He ain't getting fired.
Well you've already fired him.
No,
you fired him.
I'm disappointed.
Why? They're 7-4. Why are you disappointed?
It's bigger.
They're 7-4
because I feel like they should have some hardware on their finger by now.
Well, wait a minute. So you're disappointed and now about lost
19,
opportunities
19,
in the past?
I don't forget 19. I don't forget anything. And when I put you,
what does that have to do with that?
When I put you on that pedestal, you got to close. Coffee's for closers. And he got lemon booty in front of us all.
I don't understand.
Then you had the injuries. You get back last year, and you know what? The football gods say, hey, Kyle, hey, what's up? Hey, it's the football gods. What you got for me? 10-point lead in L.A. NFC Championship game. What you going to do with it? Squander it again. But to you, there's nothing to see here. But to me, I'm like, well,
what happened?
Some coaches, like Vrabel, they don't even get to that point. You know what I mean? They don't even get to that location.
Right.
That point.
And I give him credit for that. You hold it against him.
Well, I gave him credit before he even got to the game.
Go see how many coaches are 4-2 in the postseason. Not many. Like, not many. I mean, I hear what you're saying. But the fact that the 49ers lost the Super Bowl in 19,
right?
Like, that's not impacting what I think of this team.
All right. And
I'm looking at that's in the past. Like, I'm looking at this team, Goo, saying, they're 7-4. They've won 4 in a row. They've turned their season around. They look like they're ready to cruise. They're going to be one of 3 or 4 teams in the NFC that's got a chance to win it. It's like,
But Steiny,
what are we doing?
We knew that coming in.
I didn't.
See, but that's I appreciate you saying that.
Not with a rookie quarterback.
Well, I'll take that.
That was a pipe dream from day one.
But that was the mission they thought they could overcome, Steiny. And to be honest, we don't know.
They knew it.
The rug got ripped out from all of us to see if they could do it.
Do you really think that Kyle Shanahan, after he started Trey Lance week 1, said, we can go 12-5 with this guy?
I don't know.
I don't believe that.
But Steiny,
at all.
I'm going to be honest with you. He wouldn't be the coach you think he is if he thought they couldn't get it done. Now, I don't 10-7 gets him in the play. He wouldn't have done that to take 2 steps back, knowing that Trey. I honestly believe with his, not ego, but just with his, hey, we can get this done with this rookie and me controlling them and the offense. I honestly believe that's what the match.
I thought that was foolish. I would never bought it in the first place. And I would, and honestly, somebody like Kyle Shanahan, I don't believe for 1 second that Kyle Shanahan really thought he could win a Super Bowl with Trey Lance playing 17 regular season games and 3 postseason games.
Wow. He would owe those other 53 an apology if that's what he thought.
What do you mean?
I'm going to start a quarterback that's going to allow us not to reach our goals after we just left the NFC Championship game? I believe Kyle thought he could do it.
Oh, I don't. You know what? Because you know why? Kyle's not like a fan. Okay. Let's talk about it on the other side with Ross Tucker. We got a good one brewing here on 95.7 The Game.
It's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals.
Final score, Warriors 120, Dallas 110. The Warriors win the West, 4-1.
It's an early tip-off between the red-hot Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks.
Corner 3, Stephen Curry. Timeout, Dallas.
Our pregame coverage starts today at 3:30. Tip-off at 4:30. Only on 95.7 The Game.
At the Home Depot, we have plenty of Christmas trees to make your holidays even more magical. Hundreds of full, easy-to-assemble artificial trees that look so real, you may be convinced they actually are. And for those who love that fresh pine smell, we have a parking lot full of fresh-cut trees to call your own. We'll even help you load your tree in the car so you can bring home the holidays. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you, because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, smile naturally. Perfect.
Cam's photography knows wedding season ramps up in a flash. They need to say I do to a studio assistant before clients go full bridezilla.
I'm so sorry. I have to get a different lens. I'll be right back.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a long-term contract to get access. Well, not anymore, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with deals like our Silver Unlimited plan for just $45 a month and no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for $149, all on a reliable 5G network. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
I'm with you, Guru.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get right to it. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joining us. He does so every Tuesday at 1:30. We got a great one going today, I think. And we're just going to bring you right in, Ross. There's a segment of fans out here that are, I guess they call themselves Super Bowl or bust, meaning if the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl, everything's a disappointment, and dare I say maybe the season was a failure. I say, to me, more important than win the Super Bowl this year is if the 49ers get back to the Super Bowl, maybe win around, maybe get to the NFC Championship game, so you can start saying, we've been to the NFC Championship game 3 of the last 4 years, went to the Super Bowl 1 of those years. We got something here that's going to sustain itself. Like, to me, that's the goal. Your thoughts?
Good question. I would say the people that are Super Bowl or bust, they're going to be very disappointed in life. I mean, they're setting themselves up for supreme disappointment if that's the way they look at it. It's weird, though, Steiny, because I think the goal is sustained success, right? Like, I think the goal is building something that enables you to be in the playoffs and make a run at it every year, because actually winning the whole thing, there's a lot of factors that go into that.
Right.
Remember last year's playoff games and, like, how the Chiefs came back against the Bills, with 13 seconds left, or how the Rams scored against the Bucks. Like, in a one-game situation, there's so much variance, so many things that can happen that quite often it's not really the best team that actually wins the whole thing. I don't know that the Rams were the best team last year. I mean, if Jaquaski Tart picks off Stafford and holds on to the ball, the Niners probably win that game, right? And then who knows, Niners-Bengals. So I think you try to get yourself in the mix every year and have sustained success. That said, I feel like there are times and teams, and the Packers are one of them, that are almost happy with sustained success, and they don't really do the things necessary to try to get over the hump, like the Bucks 2 years ago or the Rams last year, which can be frustrating. So what I would argue is the goal is sustained success with the idea of trying to win it all. And if you see an opportunity in the offseason or even during the season, even like the Eagles signing Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh, you go for it. Because the Eagles are already having sustained success this year. The Eagles are already going to the playoffs this year. But what it's really about is at that point, doing any little thing you can to try to get over the hump for that playoff team once they have the sustained success. I don't know if that made sense or not, but that's what I think.
Right, and I'll let Guru ask the question here, but in five of the last 6 years, the Eagles are going to have gone to the playoffs. You know what I mean? So go ahead, Guru.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. It's very, very hard to do. And every time you go to the playoffs, you give yourself a chance to win the whole thing. The Niners almost won it a few years ago. They were pretty darn close last year. I mean, that said,
if they think last year was a disappointment, right? Like winning at Dallas, winning at Green Bay. If that's a disappointment for Niners fans, then they're going to be disappointed most years for the rest of their life.
Yeah, Ross, that was kind of what I was trying to tell Steiny, because I took a big L a couple years ago. You know, I cited Andy Reid in Philly and him and McNabb not being able to they got to a Super Bowl, but not getting it done. And I know Kyle's young in his career, but 2019, I personally feel like, you know, they squandered that 10-point lead. And then last year, Ross, so I'm not saying he can't get it done, but if they were to get in the game again here in the playoffs and kind of squander a lead, my question to Steiny and my bigger point to the fans was like, you can't just say he'll never win it, you know, but how do you grade or critique those close games to where they had the lead and did get it done? How would you answer that?
Well, I would answer it that if they get to the playoffs this year and the first game they're bad and they lose or they blow a lead, I think that would be a disappointment. Especially, it's interesting, isn't it, that so much of this is built on expectations. Like, the Eagles have now have Super Bowl expectations to the point where if they don't go, people are going to probably be disappointed. And everybody and their brother, even, you know, my guy Steve Fezzik, again this week on the Even Money podcast, my betting podcast, saying he thinks the Niners are the best team in football. I like the Dolphins getting the points on Sunday. He likes the Niners. He thinks they're the best team in football. And it's like the hype machine is getting significant enough, Guru, that it's almost like if they're one and done in the playoffs, people are going to be thoroughly disappointed now because they're kind of getting people's hopes up. So much of how you feel about a team's performance in the postseason or how you feel about their season is relative to the expectations, A, before the year, and B, going into the postseason.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every Tuesday. And that's kind of, I mean, basically what I'm saying is if Kyle Shanahan gets to the NFC Championship game, and let's say they lose a lead and they get beat, okay, so what are you going to do, fire him? Like what are you going to do? You got to come back. You got to come back. You got to. No, what I said, you got to come back and try to win it the next year. And like how many coaches have won it in their first 6 years as opposed to coaches that have won titles 7 or more years into their career?
Well, there's a bigger. I mean, I know you guys probably talk about it every day, all day, but what I think is interesting about the Niners playoffs is it really is going to determine like Jimmy G's fate. Right? Like, if they win the Super Bowl, I don't think they're going to move on from him. If they get to the Super Bowl, do they move on from him or not?
Man, I don't know.
Like, that's what's so interesting to me, because there's like a scenario there where they move on from him, but then he plays well enough that some other teams really want him. There's also a scenario where they keep him. I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out with Jimmy G, because I thought he played pretty decently again. I mean, they couldn't run the ball. I thought that was what surprised me. They didn't run it very well. Now their running backs are banged up. Is Jeff Wilson banged up in Miami? I forget.
No.
Well, because that's the thing that really – Mostert that's been banged up. But that's the thing that is a little bit surprising to me, is that the Niners were so willing to trade Jeff Wilson, and now they're in a spot where they could really, really use him.
Yeah.
No doubt. Ross, let me ask you this. We saw Dallas on Thanksgiving. We saw Philly Sunday night, and we saw the Niners Sunday afternoon. And, you know, every team at this juncture, part of the season, has warts. But I got to tell you, Ross, I just feel like the Niners know who they are more than the Eagles and that run defense, and Dallas sometimes not being able to stop the run. How do you look at the NFC? Because to me, right now, if you and Steiny say, "Goo, you got to pick," I would pick the Niners.
I would not pick the Niners, and I'll tell you why. They're just going to have a tougher road. You know, I think those teams are all pretty comparable. Niners, Cowboys, Eagles, maybe even Vikings. I think they're all really good teams. I think they're all capable of going to the Super Bowl. But that's why I would like the Eagles. I mean, there's a big difference, Guru, between just winning 2 games at home and, winning 3 games, including only 1 at home and 2 on the road, which is what it would look like for the Niners. That doesn't mean they can't do it. I know they won 2 road playoff games last year, but you really are increasing your degree of difficulty.
Right. Okay, but let me throw this at you, Ross, and you are right. And you could say, that's recency bias. But the Eagles, what we saw Green Bay, what they were able to do, and I know, the Eagles got injuries on defense, but that doesn't concern you. Now, they can go get it fixed, but I was like, whoa. The Niners run the ball. That's what they're trying to do. That Eagle game didn't show you something to where, they might have some issues.
Well, yeah, I think they have some issues, but, I don't know, man. The 1 touchdown was after a long kickoff return. The 1 was after the A.J. Brown fumble. The other one was after they went for it on 4th and 1, and they had the weird quarterback sneak. 3 of the touchdowns were, short fields. It wasn't even really on the defense. And, Guru, I don't know if you're watching. You're talking about running the ball. The Eagles kind of rushed for 363 yards, right?
Right, but that
in an NFL game.
I got you. No, that's spectacular, but it's Green Bay. They're done. They've quit. I get you, and that was miraculous.
The Saints? The Saints were right there, and a questionable call or whatever from it being 13-7 in the 4th quarter.
Those are facts.
And the Saints are even dunner than the Packers are.
Those are facts.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, let me ask you this. We're joined by Ross Tucker on 95.7 The Game. How much did defenses, do you think, play versus the score of the game versus we are going to just to establish a standard or we go for a shutout every game? And the reason I ask that is because, to me, we lose sight of we get on, it's important when you have a great defensive game, like the Niners did. You know what I mean? Those two things work hand in hand.
I think this is what you're kind of saying, Steiny. So I want to say this. There's a reason why you don't see 40-0 games in the NFL. The Eagles scored 40 points. They're not going to win 40-0. It's just the way it works. They're going to play defensively a little softer at times because they got, they're scoring that many points. Or even the Dolphins got up 30-0 on the Texans, but then the Texans came back and scored some points or whatever. Whereas the Niners only scored 13, so it was more critical that they got the shutout like they did. I think I know what you're saying, which is part of the final score is reflective of how many points the team has scored. The Niners coming up big in the red zone a couple times is huge, but I don't know. Is the Hufanga fumble, is that going to happen every time? That he's going to, pop the guy right at the 2-yard line and the ball pops out? Probably not. That was a great play by him. I love that guy. He reminds me so much of Polamalu. It's crazy. But that's not something you can count on. Or that Nick Bosa, who I thought was offside, is going to time it up absolutely perfectly.
Right.
Those are some. There's some good fortune there.
Hey, no doubt, Ross. Let me double back to something you just talked about. You mentioned Mitchell. And, man, this dude runs between the tackles. We've seen it, but now he's out, Ross. And I love McCaffrey, but now when I watch and he takes the pounding, when he runs between the tackles, I'm like, how big of a deal is that for the Niners that he may be gone 4 to 6 weeks, if not longer?
Really big deal. Really big deal. You guys got to tell me more. The kid's name is Mason, the new kid.
Jordan Mason.
The other guy they got playing?
Yeah, Jordan Mason got some carries this past weekend.
Yeah. He looks okay, and if they have him, they must think he's pretty good, but he's not Elijah Mitchell, and I think that's going to make – and McCaffrey's clearly not 100% either. So that's going to make these next few games of Guru's greatest team of all time a little bit difficult. They might not be blowing – everybody out 13-7 like they did against the Saints. So we'll have to see.
Hey, Ross, real quick, you played the game. We asked Low Neal, we had him on the other day. When you hear a running back say he has knee irritation, is that like a red flag?
not good. I mean, there's only a few things that can cause knee irritation, and none of them are, like, nice to have, right? Like, it sounds like he's got something going on there that's going to have to be managed. And I don't know exactly what it is, but it's not good timing for them to have to manage a McCaffrey injury while Mitchell's out.
Yeah,
right.
I'll be really curious to see kind of how they go about it now. Even Jimmy G, took that shot. I mean, they're going to have to figure out different ways. We're about to find out what this Mason kid has. I can tell you that much.
All right, Ross, we'll talk to you next week, man.
Absolutely. See you guys.
All right, Ross Tucker, NFL insider for Odyssey.
The sun comes up and a Niner running back is hurt. Steiny, this is a big deal, and you got to manage McCaffrey because the last thing this team needs after sending Jeff Wilson Jr. away is something up with him while your boy Mitchell is gone.
The question I have is Jeff Wilson Jr. trade. Now, I know they were trying to do him a solid, but can they be second-guessed for that?
I think the answer, you know what? The immediate answer, I want to keep it real, Monday morning quarterback, is yes. But when you made that trade and you knew Mitchell was coming back, you thought you had a surplus. You thought you had an abundance. So I could see, one of the guys is out, but now he feels like Roger Craig. The fact that you don't have him to lean on, Steiny, and Mitchell was running between the tackles, and then McCaffrey would come, thunder and lightning. Now you may have no precipitation at all. That was a reach. But yeah, man, yeah. So when did you have that concept? Like, could they be second guessed for that? Because I'm sure. But Mason carried the ball 5 times, averaged 5 yards. But man.
Well, like after seeing McCaffrey play for 3 or 4 weeks, whatever it is, and then seeing how they used Mitchell when he got back from his injury, because Mitchell was hurt before McCaffrey got here, or they didn't overlap very much at all. But what I'm getting at is once they were fully healthy on offense, I felt like, oh, I get it. I see exactly what they want to do. They want to run Mitchell as much as possible, as long as he's effective, to build their foundation from. And then from that Mitchell foundation, they spread the ball to McCaffrey and Kittle and Ayuk and Debo Samuel. But to me, it does all start with, can we get Mitchell to run 15 times for 75 yards?
Hard yards.
Because if he does that, well, then we can sprinkle everybody. The problem is, who gets the foundational 15, I'll call it? Well, it's going to be spread around probably, don't you think?
No doubt. I mean, what other options do you have? And
we got Ty Davis Price.
And this happens on the week of, you do have him as an option, Steiny, but Miami coming to town. And that is a big game. But just moving forward, what the running game does for Jimmy and just the identity of that team, if you, for whatever reason, don't have that, man, that hurts.
Well, but apparently, not apparently, but they, one of Kyle Shanahan's strengths is he knows how to utilize a running game. Mm-hmm. And the reality is it's Elijah Mitchell. He's their second best running back. The best running back's McCaffrey.
NCL, man.
So it sounds like he could play in the playoffs.
And I'll tell you this. I know we're no doctors, but we've talked to 2 former NFL players this week, and both don't like me when I heard the announcer say knee irritation.
You saying he's soft?
No, not at all. I'm just saying the knee is nothing to play with. Hell nah. Dude, do you watch those hits, those dudes? Yeah. I got hit one time, Akiba Witherspoon, on the turf at James Logan Stadium, blindside hit, and nobody knew, but I was like, that's it. That's it for your boy. The deuce. I was 88, West Chandler, Steiny. Jeez, yeah.
How many catches on the season did you have?
Man, you'd have to check the archives.
Broke all the records, Johnny.
I got in the end zone, though.
Whoever's number 1 of the books.
Oh, boy. I got hit.
How many touchdowns did you have in your high school career?
I'll say about 2.
That's cool.
100.
I was a junior on JV. That pretty much tells you everything.
But clearly the two.
I I'm being honest.
Clearly, the 2 touchdowns were when you were on varsity.
No, there was no varsity, Steiny.
And winning touchdowns.
That's all right. Hey.
Go ahead.
I have nothing but praise for people that reach their potential.
D3.
And you reached your potential. By the way, I was going to wait. I think I have to tease this.
My sweater. I'm repping our show, baby. You ain't said nothing about it. It's got your name on it. I didn't give you your swag. Not that I want credit for, but people talk about you now. More of like, you know, Steiny's down. And I feel like I had a lot to do with that. He's hip. Look at you.
That's kept it a hundy. That's true. Don't be scared, dog.
Oh, boy.
You better be careful. Nah, man. How about this for something crazy? I got a teenage daughter, of course.
Mary Page.
She hates me, like every teenage daughter.
Don't say that, though.
So,
you don't hate
that's true. So anyway, you know, I'm doing everything in the book to try to get her back on my side. Just everything. I come home with one of those sweatshirts. Just like.
Won her over.
Just like, here you go. You want this? And she looks at it. And she was like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, yes.
You gotta love it. Yeah.
Now, she's never going to wear it, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, she said it was cool.
She didn't say,
Daddy,
you fool. You know, you let Evan and I in on something this morning that took me aback.
Okay.
It took me aback. And, you know, I've known you for a long time, and I always just assumed something about you and your situation. And today I found out that it's very, very different than what I had thought or what I had visioned in terms of what you do in your life. And so you said something today and showed me a photo of something, and I looked at it and I said, oh my God. So, that I didn't know that. I turn and I look to Evan and I go, hey, did you know this about Guru and this situation? Evan goes, no, not at all. I assumed something else. Yeah. I totally assumed something else. And I'm like, so did I. That's different. And I said, let's maybe talk about it on the air because I'm surprised. And my feeling is if I'm surprised, all right, and Evan's surprised, I think the listeners are going to be like,
well, I'm not.
No way.
Okay, I'll save it for when we get
the listeners are going to be like, no, we didn't know that, Goo. We didn't know that.
Gotcha.
We thought something else.
Yeah. And I know Wes Chandler was 89. I was 88. I was one off from getting close to one.
It's not bad or good. It's just
I don't know why you guys are shocked.
We were shocked. We were shocked.
It's not like I'm shocked.
Steph Curry. I wasn't shocked like I just saw a meteor. My mouth was agape.
But it was
because I felt like
you were ashamed of me. It was a shame.
No.
It was. I can't throw the word because I'll give it away. But there was shame. And then when you looked at Evan,
that's where you're wrong.
That's how I took it.
No, it was like looking at it and I said
it was disappointment.
Geez. No, it wasn't. It was just like, man, I just didn't know that.
And I'm proud of it too, Steiny.
You shouldn't not be proud of it. We'll tell you what it is on the other side. That's sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
He been in the lab.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
but you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Attention, did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Yeah! Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The train is off the track, Jack.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, we've got another hour left, and then we'll turn it over to Ratto and Damon. And they're only going to do a half hour. Then they're going to do Warriors Live, 3:30 to 4. Then Tim Roy. Then tip off with the Dallas Mavericks at 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Kind of an unusual start for a Dallas game, 4:30.
Man, but they're on TNT, so Clippers come on after.
It's still 6:30 Dallas.
I'll be watching. We ain't even got into their turnaround.
We haven't talked about the Warriors at all. And I know the Bay Area has been waiting on pins and needles, but if the Warriors win tonight, I'll say it's official. They're back.
How about that bet? How's that bet looking I
still feel fine.
Do you really?
Yes, I do. See, and this is where Ross Tucker and I, we're just in common. Like when you said, "Would you bet on the Niners?" Like, would you bet on?
He didn't like that.
Would you bet on the Niners right now? Yeah. Like, I wouldn't either, just because of the home field. That's the only reason I wouldn't.
But you've been watching Philly, huh? And Philly's a good team.
I actually haven't been watching a lot of Philly.
Defensively, Steiny, and I'm telling you, Dallas ain't what everybody thinks they are defensively. Niners are.
All I'm saying is I would not bet on a team at this point in an NFL season unless I knew they were going to be the one seed.
I feel like the Niners can go anywhere. Are they perfect?
I think they can.
But they battle tested, and they did it last year. The frozen tundra, Dallas.
Right.
And it should have been.
Then what happened? You got to win 3
in the dome
road games.
I get it. And
you got to win 3.
You know how Guru math.
It's easy. It's not easy to win 3 straight road games, especially in the playoffs.
Number 3.
Thank you. All right, I almost feel like putting a poll up, but you know what?
No polls.
Everybody can hit the text line or the phone line, 888-957-9570, or the Xfinity mobile text line. Just tell me if you're surprised by what I'm about to tell you. So over the years, I've known Guru for years and years and years, and he talks about the lab.
Right.
And how anytime there's a game, when he goes to the lab. The lab.
He been in the lab.
Look at you. He talks about how sometimes he turns the lights down low and sits in there.
Lights in, sit.
He also has said that he doesn't drink when he's watching a big game. But here's the thing, Bay Area. I didn't realize that the lab was the bedroom.
Yeah. And I showed you a picture of it. With 3 screens.
So I thought the lab was either, a place in the basement, or not like in the basement, but like you had a room to watch games, or your family room with a TV and a couple
that ain't the lab. That's community lab.
So 1 o'clock 49ers start.
Or 10 a.m.
Well, 49ers start again at 1:25. If you're going to the lab.
Yeah. Everybody's out.
What you're really going to do is sit on the bed and watch the game.
We got a abdomen in the abdomen. We got a
so you can sit anywhere in the bedroom and watch the game.
No doubt. And I do that.
But you saw the screen. 3 screens in the lab.
One big Samsung and then the other nice one.
I just didn't know you had 3 screens right in front of the bed.
No doubt.
I just thought it was separate. And I made no judgment on it and make no judgment on it.
No, you guys look like if I were Steph Curry and had 50,000 square feet, then I go down. So you're not saying it, but I felt it. You thought the lab was downstairs.
Yeah.
And the wife knows. I'll pay them to go, leave.
Sure.
And I'm just in there, lights out, incense burning. And if it's not my team, I do have a beverage. And I got a place with the computer to where you could sit and not be on the bed. So I'm not just on the bed in the bedroom. Yep.
So you don't, if you So do you eat in the bed?
Yeah, I got a jacuzzi in the bathroom, so all that's out. So I'll go get in there with the bubbles, get out, do my thing.
Oh, you can watch the TV from the jacuzzi?
Yeah, so yeah.
Can you really?
Yeah, I got all that going. So, I just try to enjoy myself.
So is the jacuzzi, jacuzzi's in the bathroom, right?
But
do you have a TV in the bathroom?
No TV.
So you can see through the door when you're in the jacuzzi.
Right. But you two were disappointed is the biggest theme of what we're talking about.
No, we weren't.
Yeah.
No, I was surprised. Just surprised. That's all.
I don't got all that square feet that you thought. Because that's what it sounds like.
No. I thought you meant like the family room, you close it off. Or I thought
only one TV in the front.
I actually thought you had a basement.
Yeah. Oh, no, I wish.
That's where I'm at. I'm in the basement.
I've been in your lab. That's a Batman lab.
But it's in
Bruce
the basement.
Wayne.
I got to go back down under.
That's what you want. You can get
rats
lost.
down there. That's why I don't go down there
rats?
anymore. I don't go down there anymore.
Oh, I'm done. I'll never go back there again.
Watch
Sonny,
yourself.
do you really
What?
put the rat on the table? In the face?
Not lately.
Okay,
Not
got
lately.
you. All right.
And the 650, this is a legitimate question I've already asked Goo.
Okay.
Goo, what do you do if you're going to be up late? Well, then he goes downstairs. If me
I'll
wants
go
to come to bed.
Yeah, we switch.
Hey, I want to go to bed at 10 o'clock. You just go downstairs.
Yeah. Now, like Powers, a great episode by 50 Cent on Stars. It's Saturday night, Sunday. We watch shows together. We'll go in the living room and do that. She knows if the Giants, the A's, and whoever's playing, I'm watching all three at one time.
Okay, and then if you decide to, so you never watch something with your wife in the lab?
Very rarely.
Wow.
You do lab work when we're together in the lab,
So let's keep it PG.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
So
you call that lab work. Kids and a bunch of
problems. So you won't watch Power in the lab.
Nah, just something about it. We do that's our thing up front. Make some popcorn, whatever.
I don't know. It was just surprising.
But I know you better than you think I know you.
No, I know you.
You're disappointed.
I'm not disappointed.
It is bothering me.
It's not. No.
What about the TVs? They're nice.
They are nice.
Yeah.
They're
3
really
Samsungs.
Nice. Here's what it is for me.
People saying it don't qualify as a lab. I'm getting mad.
Here's what surprised me. Like, if I'm laying on the bed kind of watching a game, I don't feel like I'm up. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm active.
I'm starting to tingle.
I get watching something before you go to bed, maybe. But like, okay, if there's 49ers are playing Miami this weekend, it's like I got
volume on 90.
I gotta be somewhere. Not necessarily far, but like I gotta be out of my bedroom.
No, it's me, myself, and I, man.
It's like
if I go out with you and people are talking at a bar, like finals game, even if I'm out. I'll break out. I got to be in the lab.
Yeah, I can adjust. I can play on the road.
I've seen you work.
I can be on the road. I can even packed bar with obstructed view. I can get it done. The TV. Let's go to Fred. Let's get into the Dubs.
All right.
Great court vision.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Wow, look at our guy.
Fred, how you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny and Guru, man? Listening to the show like every day on my way home from work.
Nice.
I just want the Warrior fans who was calling about 2.5 weeks ago with that crazy comment and, Clay needs to go to the bench. Where are they at now? I'm just so confused. You look like Jordan Poole is coming along. He's not there yet, but he's coming along. The Warriors are coming along. They're probably not all the way back, so I'm not going to sit here and be like they're back, but they're right where they need to be. And like I said about 2 weeks ago, by Christmas time, the Warriors will be a top 4 seed. Thanks for having me on, y'all.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Go ahead. Things. I'm ready because I missed you last week. I did.
Here's what,
just because they were playing good.
A couple things. There's 2 different things here. There's saying the Warriors are in a little trouble, or you know what, they're not looking good, and where are the people that are saying Clay should go to the bench? All right, that was not discussed. It just wasn't on this show. Sorry. It just wasn't going to happen. And that's the way we discuss the Clay thing.
Okay.
If somebody else said Clay should come off the bench, that's fine. I don't know who said it. We didn't say it. So I'm only addressing you and me.
Yeah.
Now, to go from 3-7 to 11-10, which they are now, and kind of watching how it happens, there's absolutely no doubt. You go, wow, that That looks like a different team. Looks like a different team.
No doubt.
But it didn't come without a decisive change. Like you talked about a team meeting.
Oh, I couldn't wait.
Yeah, I think it's more Draymond going with the second unit and playing.
Because him and Poole got something going a little bit, Steiny, on the second unit too.
And like this is what I was talking about a week ago, though I didn't have the solution, when I thought it was actually somewhat of an indictment on the starting five that the second somebody infiltrates the starting five or there's a sub that comes in, their play just drops off significantly. Like, we have the best 5-man unit in the NBA. That's great, but you can only play that 5-minute unit together 12 to 15 minutes a game. That's all you can do. So, I mean, what I'm getting at from that point on, they've been good.
Yeah,
real good.
And you know what?
Because they made some starters play with some subs. Period.
I'm giving you that, but Steiny, I'm gonna go 90-10. What was said in that team meeting that Dre felt he had to call Bob and talk to people about. And since then, Clay has been Clay. Now, when you hate something or somebody and you hate on them, Steiny, you don't ever want them to do better. Nobody said Clay needs to go to the bench and stay. We thought, okay, if he keeps playing this way, could that happen? Now he's got out of it. He's on fire in November. Steiny averaging 20 points, 41% from the field, which can be better, 43% from three. Something was said, and I appreciate that. And now the ball is popping. Pop, pop, pop. They look like the Warriors. Now, that's how bad it was and how perplexed we all were with what we were watching. They didn't look like a team that was playing with joy. And now I'm watching Jordan Poole. Has he got out of his funk? Not yet. But I look forward to him and Draymond, those high pick and rolls, Steiny, that they're running with the second team. They look like the team that won the championship. Where this is going, I don't know. But now I watch a Warrior game, and I'm not saying, Donovan, Lil Darryl, something's going on behind closed doors. They seem to be on the same page.
So
they still got some warts. They foul too much.
Is this a championship roster? Can this roster, as is, win the title, which would basically mean it looks like the top 6 guys as we know them, Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, Poole, DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green, Anthony Lamb / Kuminga. Okay. Is that good enough to win a title?
I'm going yes.
I just don't think it is.
You know what? Would I want something else? Would I want a little more seasoning? Yeah, different player. But
Iguodala. How about Iguodala?
Okay, I'm Forrest Gump at the bus stop, but still. And let's put another rat on the table. We already did this because you kind of kidded me. Bonte and Shasky used it a couple weeks ago when I said and declared like I was really going out on a limb. Steph Curry is going to be MVP. That's not a shocker, but he's playing like one. And as this record gets better and they rise in the seeding, let's say 4th or 5th, you can't ignore what the chef is doing. And now Clay looks back to his old self, just playing good basketball, man. So, I look at the West right now, and I know Phoenix is playing good without Chris Paul, Steiny, and I know it's still early, but what was said in that team meeting, it might have been uncomfortable, and I wasn't with you, and I said, is JaMychal Green the guy to go to the press and say they had a team meeting and stuff needed to be, but who am I to second-guess that? The bottom line is some stuff was said, and since then they're 5-1, 4-1, 5-1. And the one loss was the bye that they gave the Pelicans when they rested everybody.
So
I love that bet we made.
Who cares who the MVP is 20 games through the season? But if you're going to do that.
Right. Because you got that.
I guess he's probably 6th or 7th.
Is that where they have
Curry.
him?
What are you doing?
Might be seeing 1 and 2 tonight, actually.
Oh yeah,
the number 1 and 2 or 2 and 1 it's obvious. It's Giannis and Tatum. They're 1 and 2. Their teams are doing significantly better than the Warriors, and you've got to go by wins.
A lot of load management in Milwaukee.
Always, you've got to go to wins first. Jokic, clearly, they're 13 and 7. Warriors just climbed over 500.
Where's LeBron on that? That's material.
He's not.
Steiny.
He's not.
Your boys got up to him.
Who's
Father Time, watch a Laker game. They caught up to Bron. He can't get off the ground.
He would have had a game winner last night.
He did. That was the old man bucket. It was like, I'm going to use this shoulder like it's Captain America's shield, and I'm going to turn, and I'm going to get this ball in the bucket. Dude, that was a collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
they're in a good place now, Steiny.
They are in a good spot. And maybe we should just see how many, they can put under their belt. I think they still need
some size.
No, just one good body. One more good body.
That could be Iggy, Steiny, but it's not.
You know what? And it's easy to laugh at him, but it could be Iggy if he could just. And how about this? Now, how sad is this? If I get, and I'm dead serious, I'm like, you know what? I mean, God, if Iguodala could just, play, play the last 10 games of the year and then play 16. But you can't say that without knowing that anybody listening to you is saying, stop, dude. Why are you even doing this?
Because if it popped off, it would be beneficial.
But he's so off the radar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Iguodala from 3 or 4 years ago. Now you
got action
because Iguodala becomes like the 4th or 5th best player on the team.
I can't do this enough. But I got to double back to – no, I don't. I've been doing good. Klay Thompson, what do you think – because he notoriously starts off slow. What would you attribute his recent success to? Steiny, if you said, Goo, you're hogging the mic, you ain't letting me talk enough, that would hit me in the radio muscle to where when we came back the next day, I would know. I would like perfume, like cologne. I'd be like, man, that man says something. He said, I'm hogging. And maybe I wasn't doing it on purpose. If somebody said that to Klay, that message got sent. They hit it out the park. He looks different. Day-Day. And he's leaps down. He's hitting them.
Yeah, I look at it. I look at it this way.
Give it to me.
We'll never know, and that's part of Klay being Klay. Flighty. What are all the words for Klay?
I've never heard
flighty.
That.
He's flighty, or he's carefree, right?
Yeah.
Or he's oblivious at times, or he's in his own world,
aloof.
You cannot tell me that Klay Thompson did not know he was playing wrong.
All right.
Flat, not struggling. He was playing wrong for 10 games. Like, you can't tell me he didn't know that.
And maybe he used them calling them out to be the barometer.
He knew, somewhere in his body, he knew he wasn't being Klay Thompson. Like, he knew that. So whatever brought him back, it's like, as a fan of the Warriors and Klay Thompson, you realize there's some things about him you just can never explain.
Okay.
That's just the way
right.
It's there's something about Klay. Why he's a great player. Why did the 75 team bother?
Gotcha.
Clearly he's got something about
Shaq's Barkley's comments.
Yeah. Not proof, but
I'm happy for him. I know it's not done.
I refuse to believe
he didn't know.
I refuse to believe that they got to a team meeting and somebody said, Klay, man, you gotta stop shooting so much. And he goes, what do you mean? Like, there's no way.
I get
he didn't know.
He took what the defense gave him.
He took everything.
Yeah. It's working right now, though, Steiny.
We got to.
We got something?
I mean, we just got to acknowledge that you just can't convince me that Klay was not aware that he was playing the wrong way, not just poorly.
Yeah.
Austin's in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Just got off work, man. How y'all guys doing?
Doing well.
Okay. Hey, I'm going to see if I can get this off. Hey, I'm one of them callers that called about Klay Thompson going to the bench. Yes, I do agree with that because that's due to going to the last year of Klay only playing full 11 minutes until the playoffs due to his injury. And Jordan Poole's in that starting lineup hitting up some numbers is the reason why he got that big contract. and that leading to Klay Thompson not even working out like that after they won the finals. And so now he's coming back into the season jacking up shots just to be jacking up shots, and he ain't under his legs. Why he doing that? We losing games while he trying to find his legs instead of letting Jordan Poole come in and start while you find your shot on the bench coming off them screens with the second unit. Because at the end of the day, now we got 2 back-to-backs. The teams are not even playing the starters. We don't even got that depth on the bench for that even to be happening.
All right. I hear you, Austin. But can't you also look at it this way? You know, Kerr could have asked Klay to come off the bench and could have played Poole, could have tried to shoehorn Poole in as a starter in Klay's place, but he didn't. And the Warriors have won 6 of 7. And Klay's got it together. And Poole's figuring out his role coming off the bench. Yep. So, what do they say? Sometimes the best decisions are the ones you don't make. The best trades are the ones you don't make. So, like, does Steve Kerr get credit now for staying the course with Klay and Poole?
I think so. And he's not even seeking it out. It shouldn't even be something that we're shocked about, but he was steadfast about, you guys can panic. Guru, you could panic. You could say it's the punch. I watch a Warrior game now, Steiny. I'm not from Hawaii, but I don't think about the punch. I think now, even if they lose.
I don't get it.
Hawaiian punch.
Oh.
But that was bad. Drew down on YouTube saying, hey, Guru, what about the punch?
Hey, did you get that?
I did not. I usually do get Guru stuff. I didn't get that.
Oh, I haven't that. Yeah, I tried a little hard.
D1 says he got it.
Oh, okay. But, like, they could lose now.
That just might be a brother sticking up for you. I don't know.
I'm going to give you a
My man.
But they're on the same page. Do you understand the ball's moving?
Who are we talking about again?
Jordan Poole. I don't think the punch is an issue. Because
right now.
I can never go back to the punch.
Oh, Goo, please.
Yeah, and it may never have been the punch.
See, here's what I believe.
I'm a real man. I know how to rest something and say, hey, when we don't know what the answer is, like a murder mystery. When you don't have a culprit or a suspect, everybody's won. And then when you find out who it was, you're like, I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you. But that's being a human. And now I'm resting Punchgate because it ain't Punchgate.
But you said
they're on the same page.
But you said 50 times, Steiny, is it fair to bring up the punch? Because I think the punch is a factor.
Because they look lethargic and look like they weren't enjoying themselves.
So is the punch not a factor now?
No, it's over. It's off the table. It can never be brought up again.
Was it a factor before?
I think so.
Okay, so when did it go from a factor to not?
When they had the team meeting. And I'm a big proponent of the team meetings. No matter where you're at, corporate or pro, they work because communication's key. Hey, I'd like to address who? Steiny. Steiny, I don't need to tell you. You know, that stuff matters. And they've been free. Draymond looks free.
If LeBron James right now, if you heard right now that LeBron James and Westbrook and Anthony Davis had a team meeting with the Lakers, you'd make fun of them. You'd make fun of them.
I've always told you I love team meetings.
You'd make fun of them.
And you made fun of me liking them.
I get it. It's the Warriors. We're their flagship station. And so now it's the catalyst to get them back.
I'm a sports romantic. I love all team meetings, and I love work meetings here. You know that.
I do know that.
We got one Thursday.
I do know that. Just for the record, the way I look at the punch is it's never over. You have the punch. And it's like, it can be like a roller coaster.
Okay.
It can always come back. I mean, something can happen that can ignite the feelings that the punch brought up. Like, they might be in a good spot right now.
And it's not because they're winning. It's like, they look like they're together.
Okay, so a week ago, the punch lingered.
Yeah. Had us think it was
the day after the punch, it lingered, it declined, and now it's not there, but I don't think it's gone forever.
Well, I think there was a reason they had a team meeting, Steiny, after the loss to Phoenix. I think, just my 2 cents,
why did
Punchgate, Klay shot,
but I think that was after
and
the
morale,
punch.
and Draymond being fed up with walking on eggshells.
But how much after the Phoenix game how much after the punch was the Phoenix game?
Oh, it was
like a week or so?
No.
All right. Anyway, we'll talk more about the Golden State Warriors on the other side. They play the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Tip-off 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Live at 3:30.
Don't be disrespectful.
Need a great gift idea? Head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for a DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, choose gifts they'll love from a huge selection of name brands, or buy an Osh gift card. Shop Osh with 14 locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. That looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from TaylorMade and Bushnell. Featuring the TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Woods with 60 layers of carbon for faster ball speeds. And while you're there, grab a dozen TP5 golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent, but then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's BABBEL.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In Danville, sunny and cool. Highs just 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy. Go Dubs, baby.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Matt Simons, Dow, the Guru Johnson with you. Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
2 hours away from tip-off against the Dallas Mavericks.
They'll be in their white uniforms. That's my new thing. Okay. The Warriors, yeah.
That's
their home
new.
Whites on the road.
That's not new. You have always been a uniform guy.
Yeah, but I'm tweeting it out now.
Okay. What are the Mavs in?
They're city edition jerseys. No, they're new.
Ugly blue.
Now they got some kind of new thing.
Oh.
A new jersey.
Okay.
I'm kind of upset now.
Why?
Somebody on YouTube said, I've been rocking the mustache, and with the hoodie, I look like a linebacker coach.
No,
a linebacker coach.
You actually, thanks for reminding me. You posted a few pictures over the holidays that were absolutely, positively awful.
Your mom commented
they were
on
terrible,
them.
Goo.
But I was
such a better looking guy than you posted.
But I wasn't mean mugging on purpose.
It looked terrible.
Yeah, I was in deep.
Why did you post?
Because I was in deep. I wasn't drunk. I was tipsy.
Something was going on.
No, I was telling you what's going on. Jack Daniels.
Listen.
And then I said cheese.
You don't have your own. You don't have to sign your own waiver in your own head. Do I really want to put that out?
But when you're inebriated,
I'm not putting anything that's not airbrushed.
You do what you're not supposed to do. And your mom commented on it.
What'd she say? I didn't see it.
Something about the Cowboys. And I responded back.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't wear that jersey back east is what she said.
You know what's funny is it's
the people that commented on even men, the scowl on your face.
I'll tell you what. Obviously I was in touch with a lot of
family. I put it up on
family.
everything, 3.
I'll tell you
Twitter,
what.
Facebook, and IG.
I tell you what, your boy's going to be in a real pickle.
What happened?
If the Eagles play the 49ers.
Dude, we got to go.
It's a trap.
Oh, actually, I didn't even think of that.
They're not going to be. Well, Eagles could fall off. Everybody giving them the number
game
one.
Could be 49ers at Eagles. Oh,
then you got no.
Philly.
I ain't going in. Yeah.
Why?
I don't like Becky's.
Dude.
Yeah.
I'll show you around Philly.
Yeah, nah.
We'll get
too cold.
Dude. Hey, Goo. We'll get in touch with all my old rich friends. We won't have to pay for anything.
And do a remote show like you did when you went to see the Bucks. Yeah,
absolutely.
The Bucks.
Well, that didn't go well.
Who was it?
The Hawks.
The Hawks and the Bucks. Milwaukee. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll tell you what. I didn't realize my family. They've turned into like bigger Eagle fans than when I left.
Well, it's easy when they're winning stuff.
Like I saw my niece Mara.
Yeah,
has a sweatshirt.
I got a niece named Mara. Mara.
Wow.
She's a nutritionist. Go ahead.
She's wearing Sundays are for the birds. Get it? Because they call the Eagles the Birds back in Philly.
That's the Cardinals.
No, it's not.
Well, they're the Redbirds.
No, it's not. Yeah. Everybody. It's funny. All my buddies from back east think like I'm a huge Niner fan now.
Dude,
and I'm it's funny. Everybody in the Bay thinks I hate the Niners.
They're right. Benedict
Arnold.
Like
everybody thinks
people
I hate
think you hate everything.
I think it's what am I, Mikey?
Yeah.
He hates it.
Evan didn't get that one.
Well,
yeah, who's Mikey?
No, and that's
he
why
eats everything.
That's why I was determined today, because to clear the record We got the U.S. team winning. They're advancing. They play
Saturday.
Netherlands.
Look at you.
Mm-hmm. So we got the U.S. winning. We got the Warriors winning 8 of 11 at Dallas. We got the 49ers in first place in the NFL. It's like, I'm sick of nitpicking.
Well, hold on. There's one thing we got to. Aaron Judge could have went to a Warrior game. I heard Bonte and Shasky talk about that. Why didn't he go? Fall into the Chase Center?
831 said, yeah, you were ready to trade Clay.
I'm the one that was defending. You're laughing.
Well, no, I'm not.
Go ahead and laugh into the mic. I wasn't. I was the one saying, let a brother work it out, and he worked it out. Hey, why didn't Aaron Judge dip into a game at Chase Center to see Steph? Sit next to Lake Up. I heard the guys talk. That scares me.
Because back when he was here, they stunk. He's like, you think for 1 minute I'm going to see Ty Jerome? I ain't seeing no Ty Jerome, Judge said.
And I got to share something else because I've been gone.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to hear a damn number about Wiseman and what he does in Santa Cruz. Until he comes back up here and puts on the uniform, that's when I'll watch. I'm rooting for him, Steiny. But the people that are fixated on his numbers do it on the big club. And
see, this is the other thing. Let's focus on the Warriors right now and not Wiseman.
He's a warrior.
He's a Santa Cruz seafarer. I think, what's their nickname? The sea urchins? No, Evan doesn't know. Did you hear what Kerr said about Wiseman?
Let me hear.
He's a guy who wants it really badly, and he's got the pressure that comes with being, the second pick in the draft and all that. So he's really mature. He's already been through so much with the injury. The biggest thing is just constantly reminding him it's a long race, and he's doing great. He's right where he needs to be, and all these reps night after night are so much more important than him being here and not playing as much. And I still look at this, we all do, as long term, and we feel really, really positive about his development.
Man, that I'm about to give you your flowers.
Have you confidence? You feel confident about Wiseman?
I feel confident that what he on a good day can bring, they still don't have. So the bus has left, but you still can get picked up. And that means them making
the bus has to turn around?
No, the bus will stop, and then you'll get shuttled to where it's at, and then you'll get on. And that's the hope.
But at some point, you have to stop the bus for him.
Yeah, and the bus will stop.
That's a shame.
But
you got to hold up the team.
Well, it's better than being not on the bus,
right? But they'd like to get to their destination in time.
It was such a good. Yeah, but
go ahead.
I'm excited about that because you say, "Goo, they need a player, and it's going to be Wiseman before it'll be Iggy." So I'm holding out hope. But why I'm gonna give my partner the flowers is we've come in here even before the season started. And it kind of started with Trey Lance when you said, are the Niners really going to do this? They tried. Kyle tried. And I do give you your flowers because I do think he told the veterans, I'm going for Niners here, hey, if this thing, and he looks like he can't handle it, we're gonna abort mission and we're going to do something to where this season's not just all, predicated on the youngster not getting it because we got a win now team.
Right.
I'm about to play some sound for you and the listeners, and I'm going to give you your flowers. But go ahead, E.
Okay.
One of the things I've even spoke about with the young guys is just the tough spot that they're in. Jonathan Kuminga's a 7th pick. Moses Moody's a 14th pick. James Wiseman is a 2nd pick. Those types of guys usually are on teams that suck, and they can do whatever they need to do to improve. That's not their situation. They're expected to contribute at a championship level in year 1 last year, in year 2 this year, in year 1 1/4 for James Wiseman. You're expected to contribute at a championship level. The reality is if you go find the rest of the guys around this league that are their age and you try to put them in that situation, all of the guys that we're all like, oh, man, that guy's doing great and he's going to be this. The reason we feel like that is because they're on bad teams and they can grow through their mistakes.
See, people, and you mostly, more than me, they think we get together and we concoct something that'll Skip Bayless or Cowherd, something that's fake. That's called trolling. That was our shows Before we heard Draymond, Steiny, you and I, we talked about it. I said, Houston, put me in there. I said, what if they were in Houston? They'd be able just to play. And for Draymond to say that, I'm appreciative. And if I'm Wiseman or Kuminga or Moody.
So that's why you were preaching patience the whole time.
Well, no, that's not why. If you want to throw that in there. My thing is, by hearing Draymond say that, that might have been said in the meeting, but that means something. And that's why Kerr didn't take the bus somewhere else. They knew what was up, and that's why everything Warriors now to me is, you ain't going to win every game. We can do better defensively because we foul everybody, but that's got to be fixed. But I can appreciate that. But Warrior fans, where I'm going and why I'm giving you your flowers, you heard it here first. We said, it don't take Einstein. I said, he's smart. You ain't got to be in the league to come up with that stuff.
Well, this is where.
And that's why that hit me in the cardiac muscle.
Well, this is where, I continue to try to be a better person and really am now at a crossroads battling myself in my own head. When you say this is what we were saying.
Right.
Yeah. You weren't saying. And I don't like to be this kind of nitpicker, but this is what makes me the first-class jackass that I am. I kept saying, they're playing on a championship team. Stop expecting them to do a lot. You kept saying they need to play more. And so...
Once in Santa Cruz, right, yeah.
You weren't really saying it.
Well, the conversation was being had here early.
Right.
That's all. And Kuminga, Steiny, I know it's still, Rome wasn't built in a day, but, they got to play. And I think at some juncture, Steiny.
Who's they?
Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman will be back.
You can't play them all. I think that's what we're finding out.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, you just said that somebody that they need
might be Kuminga.
Okay,
it might be Moody. I would put those guys ahead of Wiseman.
You think he comes back with the big club before All-Star break?
I don't know. I mean, listen. We need to view Wiseman in a different way. Why don't we just view him as a project?
How long are you given for this project? Forget
How long do you give a project? 5 years. I think you got to start.
Pick, Steiny.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? Give up on him?
No, well, okay.
So
use him to get the player that you think. I'm just saying, and it could be somebody else. It could be Moody or Kuminga. Parlay one of those dudes into a package to where you go get that one player. Like they play Boston in a couple weeks on Saturday night here in the Bay. I can't wait. ABC. But Steiny, Boston's clicking and they're hungry because the Warriors beat them. But they know who they are. They don't have these questions of, you know what I mean? And the Warriors do.
But I think the Warriors have answered a big question if this is what they think their answer is going to be to the second unit by putting Draymond there. Okay, it's worked. And so now I start asking myself, is this sustainable? So you have the top 6 guys, the starters in Poole.
Okay.
DiVincenzo, Green.
No, that Green playing great.
Lamb/Kuminga.
Okay.
And that's where Iguodala, Moody, can that team get it done? Can that team get it done? We'll see. I think it needs something.
And I don't know what it is yet. That. Here I go. I still think they're too small. And it won't come up. It won't be shown until you play that good team.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, man. So Draymond went in for his second apology because the first one, the Warriors told him to do it, and the players knew that. So I think it was this collective chemistry that Guru was touching on, and he had to apologize and say, look, man, I let my actions mess up the season. Y'all got to get over that. And then whatever Draymond is saying about the team. But it's all about the puppet master, man, because I said it before, Kerr is just going to make slight. He's going to adjust the carburetor a little bit. He's going to adjust the fuel flow. He's going to just tweak some things a little bit. What he thought was going to run good wasn't running good. I don't know what's up with Wiseman. He may be a little, he might have to hit the weights or whatever and skip some rope, go into Rocky Balboa mode if he wants to play in the NBA because it's beast in there. You know what I mean? It's a beast in the jungle. So, I don't know what to say, but I know. But when it's all said and done, we're gonna have another title under our belt.
Oh, all right.
Number
Thanks,
5.
Nick. Appreciate it.
The drive for 5.
Boy, that's original.
That's been good. Yeah.
I've been working so much on myself over the holidays.
I've never heard you reflect like that.
I've been reflecting. I've been a regular 3D mirror, and it's been painful. It's been painful when you look inside yourself and you realize how much wrong you've done and how much better you can become.
That is
working on being humble too.
You can't do it all at once.
Evan, I gotta say
somebody
this.
like me.
Yeah, no, I took Norm to a doctor's appointment one of the days I was off. I love my daddy. We're listening to you and JD. He knows that me and JD talk, so he'll be on the phone with JD sometime. And he goes, man, that Steiny is sure is nice to JD. Why is he that nice? And I said,
hey, Norm.
That's a word.
Norm, you said that 4 years ago, Norm. Get in the game, Norm.
I'm like, I don't have that button. It's just something about my face that gets it ready to. But we're different people.
Thank you.
But you are a nice dude when you're with him.
What makes Phil? He's annoying.
And Phil or Mike, I got something for you.
By the way, but here's the
black
thing.
On black
here's
crime.
the thing, Goo. Here's the thing. Yeah, so I don't get into it with JD on the show about sports opinion. I can't stand him outside the air. He drives me crazy.
Oh, that's our guy.
So, you on the other hand, I can't stand on the air.
Yeah,
but we're friends.
Well, there we go. Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. I mean, let's go to Scotty. Scotty's in Concord. I was out in Concord.
What for what?
Let me try to remember why.
Concert? Concord Pavilion.
Oh, no, I know. Oh, I know why, actually. What's up, Scotty?
Good to see you, Goo, and good to hear from you, Goo and Steiny.
Hey.
You predicting all these things that happen. But, hey, question for you. Do you see a comparison in Trey Lance and Looney? I just see, or Looney, and Wiseman.
Yes.
I just see a comparison of, like, we're just trying to pour too much into that. And it took an injury for Kyle Shanahan to realize that they didn't have what they thought they had. But with Kerr, I got to give him credit because the ship has officially turned around. And just wanted to get your thoughts on what you think about that comparison.
Yes.
Maybe, go ahead.
I think there's a ton of parallels. I think there's absolutely, positively a comparison, an analogy to be made between Lance and Wiseman.
But I think that's not fair to Lance, though, Steiny.
What is
in this sense?
What isn't?
That comparison.
Why?
Lance gave us 2 games.
Okay.
And I'm not
and
going
Wiseman
in on
gave us 37.
But more than 37, even some this year to where you were like, okay, you need to be a little more seasoned. I don't want to put Lance and say he's used up as many lives as Wiseman has in regard to
how many games has Lance played?
Now you got me there.
4
but 2 NFL games.
Okay, 4 of no, he played 2 his rookie year.
Well, you're right.
And he played
that's 4. You got me 4.5.
4 of 32. So
see, that ain't equivalent to 37 NBA games.
It kind of is.
You think?
37 games over 2 years.
Well, he did.
And then he plays again this year, and he's not really playing. Whatever. We can quibble about, Wiseman's had a little more of a chance, but there are so many parallels. Neither, like
the unknowns,
and neither of them really played college.
I got it. Yep.
None of them know how to play the game. Wiseman does not know how to play championship basketball. Trey Lance does not know how to be a quarterback in the NFL. Why would you expect any 20-year-old to be able to do that?
But the genius did.
We don't know that, Goo.
But if you say we don't know that, I think you're doing Kyle Shanahan the biggest disservice in saying he went to battle thinking they couldn't be all they could
by the end of the season.
Oh, okay.
There's again.
Well, you didn't say that earlier. If you say it by the end of the season,
I told you. I've said exactly how it's come down. And I defy anybody to tell me I'm wrong. All right? They're coming into the season. Garoppolo's got his issues. Trey Lance is taking all the snaps. They're going to go with Trey Lance. They get Garoppolo back for whatever reason. Shanahan acknowledged he had to talk to the team about it, bringing Jimmy back. I'm convinced that Shanahan told his veterans, I'm going to start the season with Trey Lance because I think he's the future.
Yeah.
I think he can get better. I think if we hang in early, he'll start to get better over the course of the season. And by playoff time, he'll have a higher ceiling maybe than Jimmy Garoppolo. But I'm not going to go down with Trey Lance because we got Jimmy back there to back him up. Okay, well, everything took care of itself in a bad way because Lance got hurt. And so now they've gone to Jimmy Garoppolo, and they're 7-4.
Man, and if I had to bet, I believe in them more than I believe in any other NFC teams, Donnie. Which means they could lose to anybody, but they could also beat them.
Yeah, I'd have to take the Eagles. You're completely wrong when you are trying to run a system with only a third of its components. I don't know what that means.
Meaning if you went in with Lance, well, you got defense. I don't know. Yeah. Warrior game, 4:30, baby. Yeah.
When are we out of here? How much time we got?
1 minute.
Oh, jeez. Minute.
Who the boys got?
Oh, we got I almost called him Vlade Divac. No, that would be Zaza Pachulia.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow. Zaza
I got
Pachulia.
bad news for him. We don't have a hoop tournament this year in the Warriors World Tournament because everybody has to work. It's on the Sunday.
You know what I'm going to ask Zaza? I'm going to say, Zaza, you're best friends with Klay Thompson. You cannot tell me that he didn't know.
I dare you.
He was playing like a nitwit.
I dare you.
For the first 10 games.
You won't use nitwit.
What do I use?
No, you won't. You'll say it now, but you won't use it when it's gone.
Okay.
Gutless.
I will absolutely say,
nitwit, please.
Zaza, okay. You think I won't
Zaza Clay?
You think I won't say, Zaza, you cannot tell me that Clay didn't know he was playing terribly and selfishly.
Oh, that is perfect, but nitwit won't be used.
Well, see, we used to use nitwit more of an endearing term than we do out west. See you later.
Winning with class.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I don't know who's good, and that's really awesome. That's what made the weekend so fun. Like I'm leaving that weekend questioning everything about who's going to win the college football national championship, who's even going to go to the playoff, who's going to win the Heisman Trophy, who's going to win the Super Bowl if it's not Buffalo.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you'll find top brand kitchen appliances with innovative features that can do more, so your holidays can be more. Ovens with built-in air fryers for baking the perfect cookies. Dishwashers with smart tech to clean everything from bakeware to festive mugs. And high-capacity refrigerators to keep leftovers fresh. Final days to shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select GE kitchen packages at the Home Depot. Ends November 30th. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through November 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So it seems like the theme of the week is just keep a good thing going. I mean, for the 49ers, they checked their box on Sunday. They kept their winning streak alive. They got their second half shutout streak alive. Jimmy Garoppolo kept his career best games without throwing an interception streak alive. Bosa kept his sack streak alive. Tonight, the Golden State Warriors, after a convincing win in Minnesota on Sunday, they've won 3 in a row. They're 7-3 in their last 10, which is a pretty good clip considering where this season started. They're trying to take both games of a 2-game road trip. They return Friday night for a 3-game homestand. We'll get more into that in Warriors Live coming up in just a little bit. But when it comes to keeping it alive, Ray Ratto, no team in the world kept their year alive more than the United States today. You are our resident soccer aficionado, certainly from 3 to 6 p.m. here on 95.7 The Game. Ray, besides a Christian Pulisic goal, which was dramatic in many ways, what did I see today? My novice soccer eye told me I saw a team, tell me if I'm right or wrong, dominate a game as much as you can with a 1-0 result. Am I anywhere in the clubhouse of handicapping what I saw correctly?
You're in the parking lot.
Okay, good.
If you dominate a game the way they allegedly did, you find a way to score another goal and make it very comfortable on yourself. They couldn't do that because they don't have scorers, which meant that Iran scared them about 12 different times in the second half. It's their one great flaw. They've got a great midfield, a midfield that can pretty much play with any group in the world other than about 6 or 7 countries. But they don't have a striker, and their defense can be beaten up a bit. So I think they're going to have a hell of a time with the Netherlands on Saturday.
But in the meantime,
they're not dead yet.
They can only win the game in front of them, and they won it today. Now, look, we're not going to talk about should the World Cup even be being played in this country, because the answer we know is no, it shouldn't be, but it is. So here we are. What are we going to do? We're going to enjoy it the only way I really know how.
You'll sleep through it on Saturday.
No, let's just go ahead and start with some good audio, because I'm in the business of good audio. This is John Strong calling it as most of America, I'm guessing, saw it today on Fox.
Des making a big run. It's meant for him. Des is stuck in behind. Des into the middle. Pulisic scores! Might have paid the price, but the U.S. takes the lead.
Might have paid the price. Do we know what happened to Christian Pulisic? Is there any injury report, or did he get it in the nuts?
He's been hospitalized with what they are describing as a potential abdominal injury.
Okay. Well, I mean, it looked like he caught an awful lot of the business end of the goalkeeper's knee. And if, you know, he tried to keep going there for a little while, did he not? I mean, like,
yeah, he tried to tough it out, but eventually, if you're getting taken to the hospital for an abdominal thing, it means you've probably got a bruised internal organ of some sort, and you don't move around very well when you got that, as someone I know might be able to testify.
Yeah, no, that'll go ahead and slow you down in the midsection a little bit. Not that I've ever been soccerized in my midsection, but that looked like that looked like the rare that soccer player is laying down and it legitimately hurt. Like that guy's really hurt. He's not jaking it for any moment. There's no doubt about it. Let's go, because any soccer goal happening in another language is better than it happening in English. Let's go to Andres Cantor on Telemundo. We'll just go with the edited version. And
no. We need the whole thing.
I know. So I just want people to see what might have been and what we insist on it being. This is the short version.
Otra vez Tyler. Para Weston McKinney, se mete Serginho. Vino para Serginho Des. El toque medio, posición.
Oh, see, we just went through the first goal. There's got to be a few others. I mean, here's the thing. You know, Ray, I understand we live in a time of political correctness, but when you're playing certain Curtis Mayfield songs, you just let the master put his song out the way he wants to. And even though that word might not be acceptable and that phrase might be offensive these days, if you want to play Curtis Mayfield, you just play Curtis Mayfield. And on that note, we go to Andres Cantor in his full glory. I believe this takes about 50 seconds. Go.
Otra vez Tyler. Para Weston McKinney, se mete Serginho. Vino para Serginho Des. El toque medio, posición. ¡Gol!
Andres Cantor on Telemundo, A+. Ray, how old is he now?
He's 55.
Really?
It just seems like he's 85. And you can hear he's running out of steam. Because he drops an octave after the first one, and then maybe another half an octave for the fourth one. I don't think he's got full minute calls left in him.
And I don't think, I mean, like, it's like listening to a band that you're really familiar with age. I mean, it's like listening to a young Jerry Garcia or an old Jerry Garcia. You can hear the difference. And man, that is Andres Cantor's voice has been through an awful lot of international incidents, and it's paying the tax at the age of 55. But either way, he's still fantastic. And if you're a soccer fan in the United States, you got what you wanted today.
It's why a ton of people who are not Spanish speaking or Spanish comprehending will still watch Telemundo, because there's something about how they do soccer that is so dramatically different than the way Americans do soccer that you can figure it out without knowing the language. Well, it's uncanny.
Yeah, it's audio theater. I mean, you don't have to be able to speak that language to know what is going on, the way they inflect, and it's great stuff. It's great stuff. My favorite part of any soccer game is the international goal call, should we get one. And it was a big one for USA Today. Congratulations. I know Dan Dibley's very excited. He's a big soccer guy. Ray, I know you like soccer.
Spadoni's unbearable.
Spadoni, big soccer guy at the station. I'm not even going to give anyone else like that huge credit for being big soccer guy. Well,
Lucas, Grandy, they pay attention.
I also have some good news if you would like it. Christian Pulisic apparently after the match FaceTimed his teammates and said there's no way he's missing Saturday's game. So
well, he's not a doctor, so he should shut up.
I trust his word over anybody else's.
Including the doctor that's examining him?
Yes, it's the World Cup, Ray.
Oh, okay.
Need your best player.
You idiot.
Rub some dirt on it.
Yeah, open a wound and then rub some dirt on it. It's
Rub
just
some
it's
dirt
just
on
a
it.
kidney.
It's only an abdomen. Look, you don't even need.
It's a pulled pancreas. You know, guys will limp with that.
You don't need a gallbladder. Trust me. Just trust me. You don't need one. So look, when's the next? It's Netherlands on when?
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. Oh.
Do not be fooled when Fox tells you that it's 6, because that's the hour-long pregame show that makes you want to hit your self in the head with hammers. 7 o'clock is kick.
But then you get an Alexi Lawless fire-up speech, which was electric. I didn't hear today's, but on Fridays it was really great. Really set the tone.
Hey, Ray, maybe on
Guru
Friday.
did that once. I mean, who's kidding who here?
Good point.
Maybe on Friday, Ray, you can give us your Team USA go beat the Netherlands fire-up speech.
I can do it now.
Go ahead.
Just play fast and get it over with.
There we go. Keep that clock running. Can I just ask 2 soccer questions without opening up an entire 25 minutes, because we don't have much time together before we get right into Warriors Live and our focus becomes the Golden State Warriors. But I just have 2 soccer questions. Why don't they just stop the clock when there's an injury? Why do injury time? Or is the answer simply it's just tradition?
It's just tradition.
Okay, because it seemed like you'd want to have the players would want to know somewhere, somehow, how much time is going to be remaining.
Play through the whistle.
Okay. Why does the goaltender wear a different uniform?
Because he's the only one that can legally handle the ball.
Right.
It's easier for the officials to see a goaltender reach up and grab a ball when he's wearing a different color shirt than everybody else. Simply a visual aid.
Wouldn't the gloves give it away since he's the only one wearing goalkeeper mitts?
Well, I suppose it could, but goaltender mitts are a relatively new phenomenon, at least in the potholder variety. But there are players who can wear gloves, not goaltenders' gloves, but they can wear gloves like on a cold day. So it just makes it that much clearer. And in the past, there weren't gloves. You played with your bare hands. So it's just one more thing that it's a visual aid. It doesn't bother anybody. It's easier to pick the goaltender in a crowd of maniacs.
My last observation from the game is simply this. If you'd like to see the face of terror, go ahead and look at the U.S. goalkeeper's face when that ball is trickling behind him and then another teammate comes and sweeps it away. The slow-mo replay of his look like, oh, my God, I just gave up a game-winning goal or a game-tying goal or a we got eliminated goal in the 90th minute. The look on his face has to be one of those, like, that's got to be at the cover of Sports Illustrated this week.
Well, if Sports Illustrated still put out covers, you'd be right. But I think we could say, if we say it is the OS moment.
No doubt about it. So look, I watched another soccer game. There's a win for you, soccer. And I guess the win for me was there was actually a goal scored in this one. So I was watching. It happened. I feel good about it. America's happy. Ray's happy.
Why am I happy?
Because you love America. You love soccer.
I like watching soccer games. I don't care who wins.
There you go. Well, you get more soccer games
If Iran had tied the game on that goal, I'd have been just as nonplussed.
Yes, your indifference is absolutely well documented. Thank you.
Well,
we got ourselves a big Warriors game tonight. It's a big Warriors game because it's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals. It's the first time these two teams have played since the Western Conference Finals, and it features the two top scorers in the NBA. Like, what more do you want? You got Luka leading the league, 33.1 points per game. You got Steph right there, right behind him in second place. The Warriors have won 3 in a row. They're just 3.5 games out of first place in the Western Conference. And if you just look at the standings, Ray, in the NBA right now, I mean, it's absolutely nuts. Remember how Utah was the talk of the town and sort of sitting close to the top? Well, 5 minutes later, they're sitting now in the 9 seed at 12-11, having lost 5 in a row. So a little reality, maybe a little normalcy, maybe these teams actual seeking their own level in the standings is starting to take place. And look, we're deep enough now into this NBA season where that should be happening.
Well, we're getting there. I mean, Dallas is still 9-10, and they're 12th. I mean, or 11th. I think Portland did not figure to be a playoff team this year, but they're still in 6th. Sacramento is still above the 500 line. There's still some sorting out to do yet. The difficulty is that when you look at this group of 11, there's only really one team that is going to fade from view pretty quickly, and that's Minnesota, because Karl Anthony Towns is out for 6 weeks now. Hurt his calf in the loss to the loss last night, and I can't remember who the hell they played now. Washington.
Here's the thing. That had Achilles written all over it to the naked eye. The way that he looked back, I mean, you always hear when some guy tears his Achilles, he looks back as if he got kicked in the leg. And that's what happened. He's lucky it's only 6 weeks.
It was diagnosed as a bruised calf. So
right. He's very, very lucky that wasn't an Achilles pop, because that looked like au revoir, mon ami, to Karl Anthony Towns for the rest of the year. So he's lucky that's all it is.
Yeah, but I can't imagine they're going to be able to hang with just Rudy Gobert. I think Utah's probably hit the wall too, but it's hard to imagine what teams are going to take their place other than Dallas, because it's not going to be Oklahoma City. It's not going to be the Lakers. San Antonio's done. Houston never started. So there's still a lot of jockeying to be done, because there are going to be some new teams in those 1 to 6 spots.
Well, and I think that this is an avenue, honestly, for the Sacramento Kings to maybe reach the postseason. Not only do they have to play above their own expectations, but they, need a team to maybe fall or drop out of the race that didn't expect to. So that's, a little hope. Team Beam, get it done. Like to see you in the postseason. I really, really would. We'd like to see the Golden State Warriors an awful lot better when it's all said and done than sitting in the play-in, but that's where they are right now. And again, they got a matchup with what I think is one of the more interesting watches in all of sports, and that's Luka Doncic. I'm a shameless Luka fan. I know that I was accused of being way too pro-Luka when we were talking through the Western Conference Finals in real time last year by some listeners. Look, he's unbelievable. I mean, he's an unbelievable player. He's first in the NBA in scoring and 4th in assists. The rest of the team around him is still one big scoop of not that spectacular. And there's no one, and I'm talking about no one on the Golden State Warriors. There's no one in basketball, Ray, who dominates a game at his own pace the way Luka Doncic dominates a game. He tonight won't make a single move that anyone would describe as quick. He's just methodical the way he goes about all of his business on a basketball court. There's really nothing quite like him. He doesn't remind me of anyone other than Luka Doncic. And what's amazing is that he's basically been this since the day he got in the NBA. This is year 5 now, I believe, for Luka. So it's, maybe one of the criticisms against him is he hasn't improved dramatically. Look, there really hasn't been that much room for improvement for this guy since the day he got here. He is the rare player who almost debuted as a finished product. Now, of course, he needs to play better defensively along the way. That's always going to be a problem for him. But as an offensive force, Ray, he is almost singularly as interesting as collectively the Warriors starting 5 is interesting.
Well, there's a couple of things, though. One, for him to be the best offensive player he can be, he either has to be presented with better talent around him, or he has to find ways to make that talent better than it is. He does tend to become what the basketball nerds like to call heliocentric, which is the ball stops with me. And he's either going to have to learn trust or get guys that he could develop trust with, because otherwise Dallas is going to have one really great guy but never go anywhere with it. The other thing is, you were talking about how he makes the game go to his pace. There's one other guy who does that and who might even be better at it than him, and that's Nikola Jokic. Jokic basically tells you up ahead. He's like Carlton Fisk. He says, we're playing at my speed tonight, and that's it. There's no negotiating. And for reasons that, that only your eyes can tell, Denver's 13-7, and they don't look great, but they don't look great because they don't play fast. They play at Jokic speed, and Jokic speed is basically indomitable. The only reason why they got knocked out of the playoffs as early as they did last year is because Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. weren't there for any of it. He's got players around him that make him better because he's a great passer too. And I'm not comparing him to Doncic. They're different guys, but he's the other guy in this league that defines pace and doesn't ever have to change it for anybody else on either team.
And that might be a detriment to their own team at times. And that's sort of the riddle wrapped around those two guys. It's funny that you brought him up and compared him. I think it's an apt comparison. The other thing that makes it an apt comparison is Luka Doncic and Jokic are just 2 of the 3 guys in this league who are currently leading their teams in points, rebounds, and assists. I believe Pascal Siakam is the 3rd up in Toronto. So very interesting game, and the parameters of it being a little bit of a Western Conference final, reboot sound good to me. The Warriors are trying to close out a 2-game road trip with 2 wins on the road, which would literally, and I'm not even joking, literally mathematically double their season road win total. They've only won 1. If they can win 2 in a row, that's marked improvement before they come home for a quick 3-game homestand and then really hit the road for a tough East Coaster. So all important games coming up here for the Warriors. It's time to start playing better, and they got the right opponent catching them at the right time. Dallas has been sputtering a little bit lately. Anyways, Ray, we got just a few more minutes left in the stuff that you and I get to talk about before we go straight to the Warriors live. So I want to squeeze in just a little, 49ers and where they are now after a very important win. And where they are now is gaining the kind of attention that they hope to gain. I mean, here's Brian Baldinger just talking about this team defensively.
They're playing as well as anybody. I mean, they're really coordinated. I don't think they blitzed once the other day against New Orleans. I think they rushed 4. The linebackers were as good as I've seen them play all year, including Aziz in there, played quite a bit. along with Huff. I mean, that layer of defense it just swarmed New Orleans. And, Alvin Kamara is a great player in this league. To see him fumble twice because of forced fumbles. Fred just cocked that right hand of his and just punched the ball out. Like, not many guys know how to do that. And then to see Huff just like spinning him sideways going in to score. Those are game-changing plays right there. And it started on the third play of the game, and then when the closest they got to the goal line all day, they delivered another punch. And so, to answer your question, I don't see anybody playing any better.
Baldy on the morning roast today. Look, only Philadelphia, Dallas, and Minnesota have better records right now than the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC. They're 7-4, and they're exactly where they need to be at 4-0 in their own division. Point differential, plus 76. That's the third best in the NFC. And obviously, defensively right now, like Baldy says, there's really very little argument to be made than anyone playing better than them. There are teams that might have walked away with more success in the win column, but better, not than this defense. We went through it yesterday. You'll probably hear it a few more times this week. Right now, they're number one in points per game, yards per game, rush yards per game, yards per rush, first down per game, passing touchdowns. I mean, all the important categories, they're at the top. So now it's about just making sure that it isn't just way too much Christian McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. I think now part and parcel of this team getting to where it wants to go and arriving in the fashion in which they hope to get there healthy-wise and still feeling deep in their backfield, the remaining games here are very much a testing ground for, Ty Davis-Price and Jordan Mason. I think that these two guys have big roles to play, and it's hoisted upon them whether they wanted it or, of course they want it, but whether they liked it or not, whether the coaching staff wanted to or not. The trade away of Jeff Wilson Jr., which was a good thing to do for Jeff. He wanted the trade. He asked for one. They gave it to him. But, man, I mean, that's got to be trader's remorse. It's got to be. To me, the 49ers, they lost an important piece in Elijah Mitchell.
They did, but you can't sort of look in the rearview mirror and kick yourself for something that you had a perfectly good reason to do at the time. Because they weren't going to find time for Jeff Wilson, and he was going to become unhappy. And unhappy players tend to share their misery with others. And I'm not saying that Jeff Wilson was going to go out and become like a cancer in the locker room.
Yeah.
But you can only carry so many people, and you can only use so many people. And to the extent that they probably could have held on to him in a just in case, you have to assume at some point the guy that hurt his knee is not all of a sudden going to have the same injury in the other knee 2 weeks after he's activated. That's just dumbass luck.
It is, but at the same time, it's not we're keeping him for a just in case. That's your second running back. That's a guy who would have been your second running back. Elijah Mitchell.
He would have been He would have been the third running back if Mitchell stayed healthy, and that's what they were looking at the time. So what are you holding on for? What's the special thing here?
I think you dress three running backs every week. That's it. I mean, I think you always got to have three guys up. I would have liked those been the three guys up. I really would have. So,
well, then maybe they just should have waived the other two guys.
No, that's not what you want to do. That's the wrong way to go about
that's
it.
My point. You're stuck with. You've got to do something. You can't sit there with five.
Well, no, they didn't. They needed to keep three guys, and they gave one away before they really needed to. And I don't think Jeff Wilson Jr. would have become the cancer that was the reason why, he wanted out so bad, and he's angry that he's still on one of the best teams that has one of the best running designs in all of football. I don't think
guys who want to play want to play.
Right, but let's not pretend this guy's Walter Payton and has been getting starts his entire career.
Well, then what's the worry if you get rid of him? If he's just a guy, then
he's not just a guy, but he's a guy that fit perfectly. I hope it's not one of those comebacks to bite you, because now if somebody else goes down, and there's a lot of football still to be played, somebody else gets hurt in that backfield, 49ers are going to be quite shallow in a place where they used to have great depth. Anyways,
and if it's the wrong guy, and we know who that is, then they're screwed. Then the season's over.
It would hurt, but they were talking about how this team was pretty good before Christian McCaffrey showed up. So I don't, let's not, we'll get into more of this tomorrow. In the meantime, we got Warriors Live. It's right around the corner. We want you to stick around. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Damon and Ratto has concluded, but we stick around for a half an hour of Warriors Live next.
San Mateo, partly cloudy tonight with a low near 40.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's Friends and Family with incredible deals on great gifts. Save an extra 30% off with your coupon or Macy's card and take 15% off fragrances and skincare too. Now at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, this is Damon Bruce, and as you know, I spent a lot of time in Indiana. I went to college there. I know an awful lot about Jim Irsay, and let me tell you, as far as NFL billionaire owners, he parties. He's cool. He gets down, and he's going to prove it to everyone Saturday, December 10th. From 7 to 10 o'clock at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. He's bringing in the Jim Irsay All-Star Band along with one of the coolest memorabilia collections you will ever see. If you're into sports, if you're into history and politics, and especially music collections, Jim Irsay has one of the most amazing in the world, and he's showing it all off, including Ann Wilson of Heart, Buddy Guy, John Fogerty's going to be making a special appearance. It's a free concert. It's a really cool collection of memorabilia, and you can do it for free. What can you do for free these days? The answer is nothing, except go see the Jim Irsay collection, and you can get your tickets at JimIrsayCollection.com. One night only, coming to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium from 7 to 10 o'clock. Get your free tickets now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ML.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family.
What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Final days to shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. Ends November 30th. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Damon and Ratto with you, getting you ready for a rematch of the Western Conference Finals. Welcome to Warriors Live. We got a pretty good one here, I think, coming up tonight, Ray, because let's face it, the Warriors just don't roll the ball out in anybody's gym and win anymore. So what are the circumstances of the gym? Well, right now, the Dallas Mavericks aren't playing very well, and the Warriors might officially now be playing some of their best basketball of the entire year. And oh, by the way, if you like some names to put above the marquee, certainly this game has that as well. Right now, Luka Doncic and Steph Curry are 1-2 in the NBA in scoring, and two of the biggest, brightest stars this sports has to offer anyone. So if you like a little star power, you got it tonight, certainly in those two guys. Turn your mic on, Ray. God bless you. I swear to God.
I hate having my mic on. I don't want to do it anymore. I mean, yeah, the difference is that after you say the name Luka Doncic, you're sort of out of ideas with Dallas. Whereas with the Warriors, you've got at least two other guys who are likely Hall of Famers. A third guy who has become a part of the core, and Andrew Wiggins. They've got a sign now that they've got some depth, and if they are starting to see benefits from the second unit that are coming because Draymond Green is spending a lot of time with them, then all of a sudden they're among the best teams in the conference. This is the reason why they got off to such a lousy start. It's they weren't defending and their second unit was dreadful. It's now starting to show signs that it's no longer dreadful, and they're starting to show signs they're paying more attention to defense. And those are the two big hangups they had.
Yeah, I mean, after you get past Luka Doncic, there is no Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. There is no really even Kevon Looney, although Christian Wood is a pretty good player. I think Spencer Dinwiddie's a good player, but again, these are hardly battle-tested guys to go win NBA Finals with. Tim Hardaway Jr. Has only had one start, but has appeared in 18 games. Dorian Finney-Smith is another guy that comes off and, actually starts. So he's someone who's also, there to maybe have a game that was better than you expected. And look, a lot of these guys, absent Jalen Brunson, who is now a New York Knick, They thought that they were, nobody expected them to meet the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks did something last year that probably went as long of a way to help the Warriors win an NBA championship over the Boston Celtics as anything, by taking out the Phoenix Suns, who really looked like the team to beat. That was a shocking semifinal outcome, and it benefited the Warriors greatly, and they took advantage of it and ended up beating a Dallas team in 5.
Yeah, Dallas wasn't ready for that stage yet, and I don't know that they're particularly better now. Dinwiddie is an important piece because I think he's probably their best distributor, but again, the drop-off after him is you're at journeyman level now. And that's the problem that they've got. It's still a very top-heavy roster. And it's a top-heavy starting lineup. And there isn't a whole lot that Jason Kidd can do about that. He's got them playing very good defense, but they are very much an average basketball team. And an average offensive basketball team. And that's with Doncic. And that sort of tells you what you need to know about them.
Well, let's face it. The Warriors' problems, they are in that second unit, and they are on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, they're still very much the Golden State Warriors. They are ranked 3rd in the NBA in total points with 117.8 and 1st in assists. So sharing the sugar is something that Steve always wants to see happen. Playing with joy, if you will. I think we're actually seeing a little of that. And again, it sounds like a corny thing to say, but the coach keeps talking about it, so it means something to him, therefore it means something. You're seeing that. You're seeing a much more comfortable in his own skin this season, Klay Thompson, especially over the last handful of games. Less is more for Klay, and he's made the most of it. And it feels like Draymond Green is reassuming a leadership role very much. Not that he really lost it, but the side-eye views were there for a while. I'm sure 1 or 2 might be shot his way again before the year is over, but it really feels like he has sort of reestablished himself. And let me tell you, Andrew Wiggins has really played some good basketball lately too. So the Warriors, for all their the Warriors have the kind of problems that most NBA teams would die for.
Oh, no, yeah. Draymond Green is a made guy. And nothing said that more than when Stephen Curry went out and got the performative technical at the end of the game the other night. That's him saying, Draymond, you got screwed on that call. The game's out of hand. I'm just going to make a gesture. And it was a gesture that said, you're still part of the inner circle. Whatever banishment you had to go through, that's way over now. And I think it sorts out everything that you need to know about any questions you had about them early on. The fact that he's become more active on the second unit means that, he's signed up for whatever it is that the coaching staff needs. And when you get, acts like that, it only helps because, like I said, the second unit has performed better of late. And they're even getting improved play out of Jonathan Kuminga, which I thought might never happen. Now it seems pretty clear that Kuminga is the preferred one of that young group. And that James Wiseman, I don't know how much longer we'll be seeing him.
Yeah, we'll get to James Wiseman at the end of Warriors Live before we turn things over to Tim Roy in Dallas tonight. This is Warriors Live, by the way, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. Let me quickly, before we get back to Jonathan Kuminga here, give you a little injury report, and believe me, this won't take long. The injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, you can visit boxerlaw.com. Tonight's injury report is simply this. Nobody's injured. The Mavericks are uninjured. Andre Iguodala, he's not playing, but I'm not going to tell you he's injured when he hasn't played yet. He'll debut later on this year. I'm not including him in the injury report. He doesn't really belong here. Let me know when he's playing. That's all we need to know. And there you go. There's your injury report today. But you were mentioning James Wiseman, looking like he has turned a corner if not in his own game, but with his coaching staff, starting to do the things that they wanted to see. Tim Kawakami on with Willard and Dibs today talked about how the Warriors have figured out their second unit a little bit, and Jonathan Kuminga is part of that solution.
He's the guy that you could see adjusting to this. He's the guy you can imagine, like, he's got so much talent. If he just dials it back, then he's going to be fine. You can't really say that about Moody, because if he dials it back, he might not do anything. And Wiseman can't dial it back. He's just that's not where he is in this moment in his career. So it's Kuminga as part of this 9-man rotation, 10-man rotation. Anthony Lamb's in there. You know, with DiVincenzo, we know Jermichael Green, Poole. I think they've kind of sorted it out.
Well, and they've been playing like they've sorted it out a little bit, and helping them sort that out, like you were saying, Ray, is the fact that Draymond has taken more second unit minutes out there, and he just needs to be the conductor. I mean, he needs to be the guy barking defensive assignments in the ear and slowing down an offense that sometimes, when it's being run by Jordan Poole, can't find its right pace.
It finds Poole's pace. That's the problem. Poole runs at a different speed than the other starters when he's there with the starters. And it's one more thing that he's got to learn. He's showing signs he's becoming more sort of diligent defensively. So it's not like he can't do this. And the next thing he's got to do is become a little less ball-centric. And that means playing at a pace that everybody else is used to. It doesn't mean playing slow. It means don't hurry up a shot when there are other better shots to get later in the possession. He's learning that now too. Up until now, he was a guy whose entire skill set was, did you make your shot or did you not? And if you didn't make a shot, he didn't help you much at all. Now, I think you're starting to see little glimpses of what the Warriors think he's going to be, which is a guy who pays more attention to the people around him and a guy who's more helpful to the people around him. And that's going to be a fairly long and involved process, but it is at least a heartening sign for them that he wants to do that, and that when pressed, he can do it.
You're talking about Poole.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's sort of figuring it out. I mean, here's the thing. He can't be completely two different guys based on the fact, well, he's starting or he's not starting. He at least has to be the same guy, if even defensively deficient. What my disappointment in Poole has always been, and it really does feel like you get a different Jordan Poole whether he starts or comes off the bench. Like, no more of that dauber down, I'm into it tonight because I'm a starter, or I'm not into it tonight because I'm not a starter. Like, that's the thing that he needs to eliminate, to me, as much as some of the bad defensive possessions. And like you said, he's on his way. Jonathan Kuminga, again, appears to be, starting to officially arrive. He's on his way. Kawakami, again, with Willard and Dibs, talked about how, I know that we were talking about how Moody's around the corner and James Wiseman was the second pick in the draft, but the second timeline really might be a story that's just about Jonathan Kuminga.
He's the guy. Like, when you talk about the two timeline, he's the other timeline. Just him. Because Moody's out of the rotation, and I don't know if James Wiseman's ever going to get in the rotation. So, yeah, it's been refined. It's kind of been chipped down a little bit. I think Steve Kerr's just letting them know who he trusts.
And another point Tim made was a sign of trust is when you let a young pup run with the big dog himself. Here he is talking about trusting Kuminga to play out there with Steph.
But I think it does tell you a lot about Kuminga that he, at this point, it looks like he's adjusting his game to fit with Steph. They're trusting those precious Steph minutes at the end of the first and the end of the third when Draymond subs out. Those are very important minutes. And Kuminga played fantastic the other night. Like, he was really good. So I just think that this is an interesting development for a young player's career, while you see a couple others maybe not work out in the same way.
So, Ray, you got a $100 bill to bet on one of the Warriors' three young players. We're going to exclude Jordan Poole there, and we're going to leave it to the guys who are, Wiseman and then Moody and Kuminga. Do you think Kuminga is the one who's going to work?
I would defer the bet, but if you're telling me I have to bet now, Kuminga's the one getting the minutes. So he's the one that they trust the most now. But this situation is constantly fluid. In 2 weeks, Kuminga could be back playing 8 minutes a game. The thing about these guys is they're expected to improve incrementally, but consistently. And the consistent part is the thing they haven't gotten down yet. And Kuminga's, been trusted more in the last couple of games, but a couple of games does not yet make a trend. And I'm not suggesting that he's, doomed to revert, but this is going to be an ongoing process that may not settle itself until the playoff run, because these are still young guys and they are still going to have nights when they're a nightmare. And they'll have nights that look like the other night for Kuminga. I think it's too early to say anything about anything, but on the small sample size we're dealing with, Kuminga's clearly the leader in the clubhouse of the three you're talking about.
Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. Well, a couple of household names and Steph Curry and Luka Doncic going at it means I'm going to predict you get two guys dropping at least 30 in this game tonight, because that's kind of what they both do. And they do it in two totally different styles and fashions and two completely different body types at opposite spectrums and ends of the spectrums of an NBA career. It's really amazing. What a difference in styles. The tortoise and the hare, if you will. Luka has scored 30-plus in 13 of the Mavericks' 19 games. Steph has done it in 12 of the Warriors' 21 games. So the odds are that could be happening tonight. The Warriors won big in Minnesota on Sunday, and they did that without Steph having to go off. He only had 25, and again, you really are starting to take someone for granted when you say things like he only had 25 in an NBA game. But he did. He only had 25 as Draymond contributed 19 points and 11 assists. Jordan Poole came off the bench with 24, and the Warriors got off to a great start in Minnesota with a 47-point opening quarter. So we'll see if they get, right up and at him tonight down in Dallas, and then tomorrow when we get back to our regularly scheduled program, Ray, we'll find out what Michael Irvin actually dropped on 4 tickets down low at American Airlines Arena for tonight's game. We promised him that, load management shouldn't be coming his way, and I don't believe it is coming his way tonight.
You don't mess with Michael Irvin's mother. That's just simple as that.
That's just simple.
It's not about Michael Irvin's money. It's about his mom.
Absolutely. By the way, projected lineups real quick. I got to get these in. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. I mean, more of the usual right there. Luka Doncic, Spencer Dinwiddie, Tim Hardaway Jr., Dorian Finney-Smith, and Christian Wood get the starts tonight for the Dallas Mavericks. Yes, Ray.
No, I was going to say that, I wouldn't be so quick to jump and say, well, Curry's going to get his 30. Because in 2 of the last 3 games, he was only in the mid-20s. And the team worked awfully well there. I think they're becoming slightly less Curry-centric as they're starting to trust more guys. So it might be to their benefit if Curry isn't required to go for 30. Because if you need him to go for 30, you're in more trouble than you want to be. I think they're better off when the ball just naturally distributes, and sometimes it naturally distributes to other guys.
Well, again, they're first in the NBA in assists where they are right now. So sharing the ball just isn't a problem. It's not like the ball stops with Steph Curry.
No, I'm just saying is they don't need him to get 30 anymore. Early on in the year, they needed him to have 30.
Hey, anytime you can go out and win an NBA game without your best player playing with his hair on fire, that means everyone else played well tonight. That's always good. I would also say there is no argument really to be made that Steph dropping 30 is a bad thing. So we'll see. I guess there's different ways to look at how teams come together. And look, here's what I can also guarantee about tonight is this is a feast for my senses, because it's got 2 guys who I think are just the best watches in the NBA. The Warriors, we all know, we've been watching them so long. They are collectively as a group, I think, the best watch in the NBA. Luka Doncic, I'm sorry, Ray, I got a man crush on him. I do.
Oh, and no, it's quite evident.
Look, and I mean,
it's not misplaced. Don't get me wrong.
Thank you. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. I'm a hoops junkie, man. I really am. There's no other sport where I watch teams I'm not interested in as much as I watch NBA games that otherwise I wouldn't be interested in, just to see who's doing what tonight. And I tell you, man, Luka, since his rookie season, he is in year 5 now. He's only 23 years old, and this guy is a walking 25-8-8. Like since the night he walked into the league. And there are only really 4 areas of critique to his game. He could play better defense. Most offensive stars in the NBA, you can say that about as well. He should be a better free throw shooter. He absolutely should be. He's only a 73% free throw shooter. He's way too good of a shooter to be just at 73% from the line, and he's never really improved, which would be another criticism to say. He almost arrived as a finished product. So it's hard to say there's a lot of room to improve because he puts up an all-stars line every night. But it is kind of the same line every night. And that's the other thing. You know, he could play better defense, but he's a rebounding machine. He could share the ball more, but he's 4th in the NBA in assists. So he can unplug a lot of the criticisms that people have against him with some just the stats that he puts up. But does he dream in basketball is a legitimate question. Like, if Luka Doncic decides I'm going to get my body in the single greatest shape it's ever been in and just dedicate himself to live in a gym and make sure, look at it this way. If Luka Doncic were an 83% free thrower instead of a 73% free thrower, Ray, he's getting closer to averaging 40 a night than anyone else in this league has in a really long time, if he could get there.
But
he
has one other flaw, though. It's that his shot selection is a little too greedy, especially from 3. Guys who shoot 30% from behind the arc should be taking fewer shots from behind the arc.
They should.
And that's one thing about him. And that goes back to his, lack of trust in his teammates. It's that he doesn't distribute the ball as well as his assist numbers suggest he does because he has the ball so often that he's always going to be the guy making the last pass if he's not taking the shot. But he could cut back his threes a little bit and be that more effective player. He just, right now, he believes that if it's not coming out of his hands, it's in a bad place. Either he's got to change or the Mavericks have to change the players around him to make him feel better that way.
If you put a couple of real shooters around him, the Dallas Mavericks would get very, very interesting. Again, without the real shooters around him, he is probably shooting too much from 3. He's only 30% from downtown. Again, that's below his average. He has shot better than 35% from downtown in his career. Again, if he were to just do that again right now, he is, instead of 33 a night, he'd be at 36, 38, 39 a night. I mean, the guy he really is a one-man army out there. And this year he's averaging 33, 9, and 8. And again, he hasn't even played particularly well, and the team isn't playing particularly well. As a matter of fact, it's a good time to catch the Dallas Mavericks. They've lost 4 straight and are just 3-7 in their last 10 games. A couple of funky starts for both of these teams this season after being the last 2 standing from the West last season. So what we have tonight for you is the most powerful, most efficient, most effective starting 5 in the league against one of the single greatest players in the league and individual entities, and this should be a fun one. So please do enjoy. This has been Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Tim Roy is next. Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at Fremont Bank.